Dime si tú quieres algo más. Dime si tú necesitas algo dulce para calmar esta noche. Va a ser loca. Esta noche va a ser la mejor de tu vida. Dime si te quieres acostar. Dime si tú quieres que yo haga algo con tu madre esta noche. Te doy un anillo. Por eso va a ser la mejor de tu vida. Esta noche va a ser la mejor de tu vida. Esta noche va a ser la mejor de tu vida. Va a ser la mejor de tu vida. Va a ser la mejor de tu vida. Dime si tú quieres mis horas. Porque ya tienes todas las 3 de mi corazón. Esta noche va a ser loca. Esta noche será la primera de nuestra vida. Va a ser la mejor de tu 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 vida.
Better get up out my way. This is the start of a new day. Feel fresher than toothpaste. Singing out, this be the new thing. New swing set. I'ma go for the loop, man. I'm a fruit gone loopy. That's the Sammy the toucan. Screaming out, who cares? My soul bare. I'm done with the cold stare. My heart hang off the tip of my shoestring. Stay untied, that's usual. I'm not put together. Do better than you do. That's magic. I'm voodoo. You a doll playing dress up, but your get up is poo poo. Okay, I'll fess up. I'm messed up, but that's true for you too. We stare at our messages, hoping for contact. Like somebody, please take us out of this nonsense. The world end after every broadcast, and to save it seemed a tall task. With no cape and no cash, and a broke out with no breaks and no stakes involved in the state of the world state. It's all lost, so we counting our birthdays. We party hard, get turned on a Thursday, and like we got it all, why we act in the first place. You raised by a screen that get up in your nerve ends. You Looney Tune babies better know that you perfect. Nobody can tell you one thing. Get your crazy, throw it all on the surface. Make yo something from nothing, take a shot at your purpose. Post a talk for a man who probably needs his own service, cause he's scared to death of how everyone think. Probably changed my whole look for a share on the feed. Too focused on the focus on screens. Us taking pictures of moments where I should actually be. Welcome to the age of distraction, where the follow count king. Where we lacking on queens, where you follow someone because they follow someone who actually follows their dreams. Damn, I'm bitter as f. I should probably change, but I'm so stuck in my ways. Please, soda, sing.
Ooh, this blue is sweet. Well, I truly see love like movie scenes. It's a doozy think, and answers on the way. Throw it all away just to feel complete. Just for that wonderful rush. But it's never enough.
Baby, give me more, give me more, give me more, give me more, give me more. I ain't never feel full, not at all, not at all, not at all, not at all.
Ooh, where's that wonderful rush? I can't get enough.
Baby, give me more, give me more, give me more, give me more, give me more. I ain't never feel full, not at all, not at all, not at all, not at all. Baby, give me more, give me more, give me more, give me more, give me more. I ain't never feel full, not at all, not at all, not at all, not at all.
Was that wonderful ride?
Someone say my bad behavior, out to X-name me, thoughts done got dangerous. I can't change, I'm locked in my anger. I'm so crazy, got all of this anguish. I can't let go, my grip is outlandish. Can't hold on and still keep on standing. All of this rush got me close to the madness.
The cereal kids are crazy for. Cthulhu. Start your morning madness with a bowl of morning happiness.
Cthulhu sale is ongoing now. You will take part. Save up to 33% off gym bundles. You will take part.
Crazy crispity. Crazy crunchity. Crazy
Select chests up to 50% off. You will take part. Boosters, avatars, wards, and more up to 50% off. You will take part. Party up with up to 3 times favor. Worshippers and XP. You will take part. This is your duty.
Crazy Cthulhu-y. Cthulhu. Surgeon General's warning, Cthulhu's are not of this world and should not be ingested by children or adults over the age of 80. Gems are not included as a prize because Cthulhu's are not real. Reality is meaningless, time is a construct. They not all hope when you ingest Cthulhu's. Use as directed, part of balanced breakfast. For the crispity, crunchity, crazy crunch, get cuckoo with Cthulhu.
You will take part.
Of a balanced breakfast.
Can we take a commercial break?
Happy Sunday, SMITE fans. You are watching the North American SCC live from the SMITE Pro League studio. I don't know if we ever gave this place a name, but you are watching the North American SCC. We've got a great matchup for you here today. My name is Dolson, but I can't do this alone. Taco joins me to discuss all things North American SCC. And Taco, this has been a region that's had some competitiveness over the last couple of weeks. Even last year in the SCC, we saw North America going back and forth, it felt like, every week.
Definitely makes sense as well, given the fact that so many of these players, Dilson, I think, whether they were formerly in the SMITE Pro League once upon a time ago, or just players that are kind of waiting for that transition in between period, I think that the North American SEC certainly has a pretty varying talent pool, and I think the level of competition right now is pretty reflected in the standings as well. Yeah, absolutely, and the week this week we had in the North American SEC had a lot of back-and-forth action. We saw the teams that we expected to see start to bring out some interesting picks and start to get some momentum going. Because now you get to this point here where we're well underway in the phase, and so the wins start to become that much more important, especially when you have the level of competitiveness that we've gotten here. And so matchups like this, the Sturdy Artisans versus the Average Joes, you know, that this is really where you start to separate things out. We can take a look back at the week that we've had so far in the SCC over in EU. A couple of 3-game sets, as well as a 2-0 for Pandemonium over just F6. The Tiburones, remember, these guys were heavy hitters in North American SCC last year in Season 7. They fall 2-1 to Sleekness, a team that's had a pretty good run here so far. And then we're going to be bringing you the Sturdy Artisans versus the Average Joes right now. And then if you want to watch Herculean Hooves versus Winter Dogs, stay tuned after the SPL later on, because that match will get broadcasted then. So, Taco, we'll get a look at the standings here in a moment. These are the type of matchups, and you'll see, pretty close knit still there in the middle. Sturdy Artisans versus Average Joes. When you're neck and neck with one another, 4th and 5th spot there, these are the types of games you got to win. Yeah, when I was with J-Mac on that Sleekness Tiburones set earlier on this weekend, it was actually pretty interesting to us at least. Or excuse me, not J-Bag, it was Mifflin that I was actually.
That's right.
No, give it.
You got some chair one action.
Hey, we throw Mifflin out to the side. It was almost like he wasn't even there sometimes. But no, in all honesty though, it was cool to us at least to see that kind of stiffness in the competition because standings are rather important. We're starting to approach that part now, hitting week 4 with the SMITE Challenger Circuit, and this is around that. It's not necessarily the mid period just yet, but you're getting close. And
early mid.
I think for a team like the Average Joes, they haven't necessarily had that set victory just yet, and I think that this could be an excellent opportunity for them to at least get their mark on the board.
Sure, and their opponents, the Sturdy Artisans. This is a roster with a lot of names that you'd recognize: Relentless One, Pagan, Maswal, Antics, and Griff. In a roster that we've become very used to here in the North American SCC, in one that I think always brings a certain level of intrigue to their matchups because they always keep you on your toes, I think, in the types of picks that they bring out. But they've played together on such a consistent basis, and that's why a team like the Average Joes is going to have to really step up here. Uzi, Bayronary, Teepers, Promise, and Tuba. I would say maybe similar in the way that their team is built out.
It's definitely going to be important, I think, for Average Joes to try and keep track of exactly what's going down in those side lanes, possibly even look to try and just draft for a lot of side lane pressure even, because as far as the mid jungle is concerned, somebody as experienced as Moswell, that's never going to be an easy feat to just try and outright overtake. I think it'd probably be in Average Joe's best interest to try and work through either the solo or the duo lane. I think most particularly Uzi is someone that almost always comes to mind when El Leon was on this roster for the Average Joes. I think that we would regularly see him try to facilitate map pressure through his solo laner, and as far as the synergy is concerned, with some of the roster shifts that have taken place here, it could really go either direction.
Yeah, I think Uzi's just been quiet and consistent, quiet in a good way. Like when you make a lot of noise, sometimes it's for the wrong reasons over in the solo lane. Uzi has just, he's been putting in the work, and I think the solo lane a strong point to this Average Joe's roster. Now, the roster that I brought up earlier on, the Sturdy Artisans team, Relentless One, Pagan, Maswal, Antics, and Griff, storied in the North American SEC just because of some of the tenure that we've seen. They were in Season 7 there as well. And I think the solo lane matchup here remains pretty important, not only with the focus around Uzi, but Relentless One as well has proven to be one of the better solo laners in the North American SEC.
And solo lane isn't the only aspect of the Sturdy Artisans that is rather deadly. I think Griff has certainly been making ways for himself in the duo lane. Been seeing a lot of the more aggressive picks as well coming out of him, largely looking towards that of On Her, for example. And I think that there's a lot of versatility in this Sturdy Artisans roster as far as God pool selection choice is concerned. And of course, how could you ever forget about somebody like Pagan, who has been commonly dubbed in the North American scene, and I think most everyone at this point in SMITE community has been able to recognize him for the nickname Pay-God, because he is quite regularly making some pretty miraculous plays happen.
I think we've seen a lot of growth out of Pagan in the jungle as well. And getting to a point where your nickname is Pay-God requires some effort and a lot of practice, and Pagan has absolutely put that in. And so I think, not only standings-wise, Taco, but you just look at the names on both of these rosters and the performances they put in as of late. One team is 1-2, the other team yet to win. This should be, in theory, a pretty close matchup, right? I mean, in EU, you kind of get these lopsided, feels like Elysium's going to take down everyone. In North America, I feel like it gets a lot more muddled, and it's kind of a toss-up sometimes between these teams.
It could definitely be a toss-up between these teams. I think right now, as it currently stands, despite the fact that Sturdy Artisans haven't actually had that victory outright that they are looking for, again, these are both teams that have not necessarily found their footing just yet in the standings, but that's not to say that it's impossible to believe, and Game 1 should be pretty interesting between these two.
It should be. Picks and pans, I think, for the SEC is always fun to follow along with, as far as where we see priority breakdown from the SPL level down to the SCC level. Raijin, absolutely in that conversation. Raijin at the SPL level has been that god outside of like Tiamat, Morgan Le Fay. Raijin Taco tends to be the next one up.
And this could be Average Joe's trying to possibly secure a Tiamat pick for themselves. But granted, first pick position, you have to assume that's Sturdy Artisans. So they're not going to let that one slide by any means. Sobek actually being looked at a decent amount here in the Smite Challenger Circuit level. Umoja, of course, going to join right alongside that support frontline base. But Osiris, definitely a hot contender pick that we've seen so many teams opt for time and time again. And as far as the Average Joes are concerned, they seem as though they want to take their chances with a relatively safe pick early on. I mean, there's a lot of flexibility here as well with only the Osiris being locked in.
Yeah, Lasbro went like 10-0 on Osiris yesterday, and so if you had any concerns about how good Osiris can be, if we're assuming this one goes to the jungle, how good Osiris can be out of the jungle, you should probably just re-watch the Olympus Bolt set from yesterday, because Lasbro kind of tore their opponents apart in that one. It felt bad to be a Valkyrie yesterday if you were going up against the Olympus Bolt, especially against the Lasbro Osiris. To catch back up here, Cerberus and Heimdall taken for the Sturdy Artisans. Interesting kind of priority here in the Hunter pool, Taco, I think, given what's still available. Artemis, namely, Ram has been pretty popular given the bow build. Heimdall, though, is first priority here for the Sturdy Artisans.
I think what made Sturdy Artisans want this Heim so much more than just about anything else, well, it seems as though they're trying to solidify their backline in general for the time being, Dulcin with that Hell following suit. But the interesting thing about Heim is I think he's probably one of the better hunters that has counter-initiation measures for the likes of an Osiris, even the Terra. Bifrost, I think, not really something that gets interrupted by anything other than that tether stun. So as long as the Heim's able to mine their spacing, I think that the ultimate on top of the Bifrost should be more than enough for that self-survivability aspect. And then when you have a Cerberus, when you have a Hell, multiple cleanse options and just multiple, I think, peel options really is the primary thing that I'm looking towards. And I think Heim's going to be able to deal some serious damage here. And that Mulan, looking like a rather interesting pick. Wonder if that is intended for the solo lane or possibly jungle.
Yeah, I mean, it's one pick so far here in the North American SEC. 0 wins so far in the North American SEC. It's the type of pick where you see early on, feels comfortable in that lane, good damage, some sustain built into the kit. And there were some changes around Mulan, but I think at the highest level, a lot of the issue became when you're rotating through those abilities, namely your ultimate, you're rooting yourself in place a good bit of the time, so it's sometimes easy to counter out a lot of what Mulan is doing. With Kali locked in, though, I think that takes Mulan out of the jungle, likely over in the solo lane. Which means Serb, Heimdall, duo lane. Kali, though, I don't know where we ended up falling on Kali, because we saw it picked a handful of times. It didn't do well a handful of times, but it feels like we still continue to see it.
Kali definitely has a lot of early to mid-game threat that I think is sometimes slept on, but with the rise of Mannequin Scepter especially, I think that there is definitely some argument to be had for Kali's potential impact throughout a match. And I think most importantly of all, when I see Kali with this Mulan and Cerberus, plus the Hell, she has a lot of tools surrounding her to really let her kind of flourish in that backline dive.
It's going to be difficult to kill this Hell by the time the late game rolls around. Game number 1 between the Sturdy Artisans and the Average Joes. Kicking off right now. 2 teams in the North American SEC doing their best to climb their way up the standings against opponents that are pretty closely knit. As we get into game here, we'll get a look at Teepers in the mid lane on the Morgan Le Fay. This is not a matchup, Taco, that we get to see all that often. At the SPL level, at least, Hell is normally over in the solo lane, but with some flexibility depending on who the mid laner is in that specific game. But Morgan Le Fay and Hell should be fun to watch.
What I'm also curious to see in general is, like I kind of touched on before this set even began, a couple of roster changes that have really taken place here. I'm looking directly at Average Joes, especially Veroneri. He was formerly the mid laner for this team, and now it's going to be Teepers, a.k.a. the one and only Mitch Teep, representing with the Morgan Le Fay in mid lane. These players love their name changes, though, throughout the season.
It's hard to keep up with sometimes, right?
At times, yeah. But, I mean, I think it's that Twitter Smite culture that really keeps me.
It's real simple for me. If you're considering changing your name, Whatever's on my screen is what I'm gonna say, you know, and so if you want me to call you Teepers, then
Oh,
good.
he's Teepers.
He's Teepers
from this point on.
Right.
I just wanted to get that clarifying factor because Mitch Teep is also someone that,
Of course.
we have seen, you know, spanning from his time in the console side of things, now here in the world of PC. But again, these are all players that I think are very familiar with each other. It extends far past just that ranked aspect alone, even
course.
because everybody knows there's that definite gap between ranked and casual gameplay into the challenger circuit level, and then one more step into that SMITE Pro League. But at a competitive level of play, can't really say that I'm all that surprised by what's been taking place so far underneath these towers. Relentless One, however, trying to utilize some of that early game Mulan pressure. And, you know, you mentioned Mulan, Dolson, as kind of a hit-or-miss base god, and, well, she is quite literally fairly hit-or-miss with that chain.
Yep. Feels like, you know, you shoot out the arrow, it connects, you're feeling good in that trade, it misses, suddenly you're rooted, and the enemy can turn around some damage onto you. Feels like, this is really just yesterday, it was Awesome Jake and Barracuda that ran this lane, the Terra plus Izanami. And it looked good. I mean, it relied on Jake kind of throwing caution to the wind a handful of times, but Terra just walking forward, and then Barracuda being able to effectively trade despite there sometimes being a minion wave in range for the Valkyries yesterday. Just looked so good. And I find it interesting that now yet again we're seeing kind of these two paired together. Could be Taco, maybe that Terra's just a really good support in general, and Izanami is a good hunter right now in general. But apparently the two of them together work well.
A little bit of a comfort aspect involved here as well, I think, for Promise. And not only that, Antics using some of that ghastly breath, taking out some decent damage by Veronetti. He's the one that's got to be careful. Pagon looking to make his presence known, wants this jungle buff invade, but will be spotted out by Osiris at the last second. It'll be a quick leap over the wall, and that's the disengagement. Just a slight delay for both of these junglers here. And I guess getting back to it as far as this Terra matchup is concerned, have to remember she can be immune to knockups depending on how well she's actually able to utilize the rocks, aka the monoliths, to prevent herself from being pulled in by that Stingent Torment. So that could be, I think that's what makes the Earthen Fury an even more dangerous counter initiation measure.
Well, Antics takes some good damage here as Promise runs him down just a little bit, takes asunder. But Antics will leap away. It's a root onto Antics, though, and this is what we saw yesterday. Watch out, Promise's first blood gonna be there. It is, but it's Antics that ends up getting the kill, and the Sturdy Artisan's on board first. And now Griff, with a 1-level lead, can chase down Tuba a little bit further. Antics has got to be careful here because Tuba can just turn down the damage, but Ghastly Breath will burn him down, and Griff's got one. Antics has got one. Sturdy Artisan sweep the duo lanes.
Such an unfortunate initiation there from Promise. I think he had the right idea, even got that Sunder charge off. That's what brought Antics so low in the first place, but Tuba unable to follow up right away. Can't tell if it was just a little bit more focus onto that wave clear priority that got him a bit distracted, but if he'd been able to dash in just a second or two sooner, Antics is a goner every single day of the week here at Dolson. So with that lead now being clearly established here in the duo lane, you have to remember Tuba is really the one who's going to be suffering the most out of all of this. Pagan won't be able to strip away the purple buff, but it might not matter because he's after Tuba regardless.
Yeah, and the destruction will get used, and the destruction will help find the kill. Promise now has to worry about staying alive. Will get a stun onto Pagon. Bayron Ares made his way to the left side of the map. Could be a kill and will be a kill onto Pagon as the ultimate was not available any longer, so the average Joe's able to at least get one back. But this left side of the map has just been a war zone, and the average Joes haven't been winning that war.
Cutting it extremely close there as well. Veronetti nearly ended up losing out on that kill against Pagan, but the punish has to go down. Whenever a jungler is diving in between your T1 and T2 tower, there has to be some kind of repercussions there. You can't allow Pagan to get away with murder like that. So I like seeing the rotation out of Veronetti. I think that he's obviously made it known that it's not going to be that easy to try and suppress his duo lane, but again, I think a lot of the damage has already been done as far as Tuba is concerned. That secondary death just means all the more farm time for Griff. He's already got that Ickful online, and as an Izanami, you typically want to be the lane aggressor, but now Tuba, he's going to have to just sit alongside that tower line. I mean, Antics alone could bring him down to half health with a nice paralyzing spit into the Ghastly Breath.
It's about a 1,500 gold lead right now for the Sturdy Artisans. Not huge in the grand scheme of SMITE, but pretty big when you're considering that we're only 5.5 minutes in to this game. A lot of it probably over on the left side of the map where Griff has gotten a kill and an assist on the first blood and felt pretty comfortable sitting back and farming. So Izanami got a little scaling to do here. Luckily, it's only about a half level, it seems like, that Tuba is behind Griff, and there's plenty of scale potential in the Iza as well as over on the Heimdall. Always interesting to watch what Kali players want to build, and I'll return to that thought as Promise is locked in between a few members of the Sturdy Artisans here. Antics will leap out. Pagon has to use the ultimate and might actually turn it around for a kill on a Bayroneri. The healing is there from Oswald, but not enough to keep the jungler alive. Both junglers down, but Antics down for the Sturdy Artisans makes all the difference in the world here. Tuba nearly hits Moswell with that ultimate. Griff not able to participate in this fight, really. That's actually an effective trade for the average Joes.
If that Dark Portal had actually connected, the slow might have been enough to help Promise further secure the kill there up against Moswell. But that was a beautiful outplay there by Veronetti. Pagan looked as though he's about to get the better end of him there off the destruction in that Kali. And, well, Lord of the Afterlife, I was expecting Veronetti to try and run with Lord of the Afterlife.
Right.
But he said, running is for cowards. I'd rather go in regardless. And you know what, Dolson? It ends up working out. And so far, I would definitely say that this Osiris has been a very big focal point for the average Joes. Veronetti definitely taking full advantage of these warrior measures and that scaling in the early game.
Absolutely. And we can return some of our conversation to Pagan, I think, here. It's always fun to watch what these auto-attack-centric junglers build. No surprise that Mannequin Scepter is the first item overall, or the starter item chosen for Pagan here. Sometimes with like the Erlong Shen and even the Osiris that we actually see Bayroneri building here is the Ikavale. But Golden Blade was the starter of choice for Pagan before maybe moving into something like the Ikavale. And so maybe some assist with the early clear there.
Doesn't even seem as though Pagan's interested in picking up that Ikfold period. He's going right into the Odibo. Off of the Golden Blade. And Golden Blade is definitely an item that we've seen kind of fall out of the meta in a sense. So many junglers, I think, tending to prioritize that Ikful stone cutting or serrated blade options in comparison to the rest of that katana tree. So to see Pagan now, all Tuba found himself in a spot of trouble, and that's going to be a clean solo kill here for Griff. That T2 Odibo advantage, but I think as far as Tuba is concerned, maybe he felt as though brawling was his only way out, knew that his jungler was going to be rotating in. Griff trying to escape where he can.
Wow.
And the Bifrost utilization just before the tether stun can apply, and now Promise in a whole world of trouble.
Yeah, there's a collapse coming in here. Oh no, Griff gets chased down by Bayroneri nonetheless. Promise does go down, and it's Pagan who gets the kill here. Some damage from Teepers from the mid lane will connect onto Moswell, but not enough to make this Morgan Le Fay uncomfortable just yet. Here's the re-engage. Pagan with the ultimate, should he need it, will use it now. Moswell able to assist and get the kill onto Bayroneri. Teeper's trying to run away, but it's Pagan with his third of the game. And these carries for the Sturdy Artisans that you think might need more time to scale up into this game, Taco, all have a pretty hefty lead here 9 minutes in.
When you've got a pocket hell right behind you, and that pocket hell is Moswell of all people, Dolson.
Yep.
The world is basically your oyster, and Pagan, he is doing whatever he wants to, recognizing that Antics and Moswell are right behind him. But this hell burst damage is already extremely problematic, and now we're going to be looked at by Sturdy Artisans and likely taken out, because don't really see where the point of contest could really come from. Tuba, after having been soloed there by Griff in the dual lane, is now once more just really deep into the hole here, Dolson. It seems as though he's trying to opt in for an Aussie in that second pick position. The concern, though, is that Aussie being 25-50 gold, relatively expensive in comparison to the likes of an Odibo. And yes, while it might give Tuba a little bit more opportunity to play around some of the objectives, for example, that Gold Fury once it spawns, my concern is when you're already about 1,000 gold underneath your opposition, it's not going to get any better opting for some of these more expensive items. I can understand it, and I've definitely been there before myself, but this is going to be a tough dual lane phase now for Tuba, because there are so many different avenues of approach here for the Sturdy Artisans. Pagan has so much dive potential, same thing for the Cerberus, and Moswell, of course, just doing everything in his power to boost his team and kind of just keep them stemmed with movement speed as well.
And here's the real difference in the dual lane, Taco. It's that Griff bought the tier 1 bow before the starter item, so the starter item's in the second slot. And I think that's really the synergy that Griff's got here, is just the difference in choice.
You know he's always done that, by the way.
I can't believe it. That's so aesthetics, whatever. You get what I'm trying to say. Displeasing to the eye.
See, I think that's his trademark, though, because this also is something that I think stretches from back in those console days, where there was a time period where some of them were even tossing into the third slot.
Promise is going to get some damage onto Moswell. Will Hell sustain up enough? Not for long enough. Teepers able to pick up the kill onto the Sturdy Artisans mid laner. Antics has to leap away here, but uh-oh, it's Pagon with a double stun. In goes the Kali, and destruction rings on out. A killing spree for the chainsaw jungler of the Sturdy Artisans. Promise could make things interesting, but Pagon got what he came for. 4th kill on the board, and able to trade out effectively with Bayonary. Jungle for mid. Sturdy Artisans get the last of the kills.
So unfortunate there for Bayonary as well, because he was nearly out. It was almost a clean pick opportunity on the Moswell, but just a couple of miss in-hands bought enough time for Moswell for the rotations to come through. And now Uzi trying to get aggressive with Relentless One underneath the tower, knows that Pagan doesn't have that Destruction ultimate available, so he's going to throw a quick swipe out Pagan's way, just to remind him who's really daddy of the solo lane for the time being. But this Mulan pick, not having the most fun in the world. Same thing for Tuba now.
My goodness, Griff just walks down Tuba. This lane is over for Tuba. If you step too far up, Griff is going to make you pay. Feels that way for Teepers as well. That was a lot of damage all at once. And this is where these types of games can really get out of hand. North America loves to play quick. And with that, it almost feels like you're flipping a coin in the early game. We're going to run it down and hope that we're the team that comes out ahead, because we run it down hard. And now we're 4,000 gold or so behind the Sturdy Artisans. And the jump party is probably the only deep breath that the average Joes are going to get here, because the Sturdy Artisans are far ahead.
Well, Promise, he might have had his jump party interrupted by Pagan there in the mid lane. He's going to run away. Moswell starting to get some poke off into Bayonary. This could be a Lord of the Afterlife defensively. Instead, Bayron going to hold on to that ultimate for the time being. However, with all that poke damage having been established, now Sturdy Artisans turn their heads towards this Gold Fury. And honestly, Dolson, this could look to go completely uncontested here. I don't even know if Tuba's recognizing the fact that this is going down.
Tuba can't contest his own wave when Griff is around, much less the Gold Fury when the entirety of the Sturdy Artisans save the solo laners on this side of the map. Looks like Griff considering a Titan's Bane pretty early on in the build here. Could be an interesting build path if that's what ends up getting locked in for Griff. But he's had no problem boxing out with Tuba over here on the left. Actually, Executioner for Tuba there. So we thought it might be an Aussie, but the Exy is the choice instead.
Well, Executioner makes sense here, because I think Tuba realizing, hey, as far as survivability is concerned, if they really want to kill me, I'm dead. So may as well try to get off as much damage as possible for the time being. Uzi, on the other hand, he's going to get dove completely by Pagan.
Yeah, Uzi's the only one who's been able to survive this Kali onslaught and will be able to do so longer, but the average Joes had to send 4 to deal with Pagan. A little, overexcited maybe is Pagan there. Yeah, it's a heat check. Look, it's going to take a lot to kill off this Cthulhu anyway. Unfortunate that it took 4 members of the average Joes to get you down, though. That is going to clean up things, maybe make the Pyromancer interesting. Antics jumps in, but the Pyro not low enough to be stolen away. Relentless One is half HP over to the right here, so this Mulan not necessarily in a comfortable spot. The average Joes take down the Pyromancer, but Antics pulls Bayonary right back towards Relentless One, who uses the ultimate in the ranged engage. Enough to have Relentless One get a kill on board. Now Promise doing his best to chase down the frontliner, but Teepers might have the last bit of damage, the knock-up plus damage enough. And the Morgan Le Fay answers back.
But now Moswell has entered the battlegrounds, and Teepers, he's on his last life here. He's trying to get away while he can for the time being, but a nice blink in from Antics going to confirm the kill. Meanwhile, Moswell on the back end could be under some heavy fire here. Quick cleanse just to keep himself alive for the time being, and Pagan will punish Promise in the process. Uzi, he lived one time before, but I don't know if he's going to be able to repeat it a second time.
Pagan waiting on that ultimate to come back. 3/4 of the way there. Might come back as we're walking under tower here if Pagan even needs it. Gets the heal anyway, and then the jump back in onto Tuba. Could be bad to worse here for the average Joes. Pagan still does not have the ultimate. Takes a couple Phoenix shots, but the The swapping of Phoenix aggro there is perfect from the Sturdy Artisans. Pagon finally gets his ult, will use it, and he'll survive. Well executed dive there under a Phoenix 15 minutes in.
Oh, and by the way,
Okay.
Griff, he's just been split pushing this entire time. T2 tower, fallen. Promise gonna barely manage to prevent this left side Phoenix from going down at around that 15.5 minute mark, Dolson, but there is so much map pressure in favor of the Sturdy Artisans. What was once a relatively close game just completely blown wide open. And I think a lot of that just credited to the fact that Sturdy Artisans, once they hit the gas pedal, they have not let off. This has been a crazy ride so far with the Artisans, and they're just not giving the average Joes any time to breathe. Moswell even going to kill Teepers, much like everybody else, underneath his own tower.
No, and the Sturdy Artisans still have room to scale. So this is only benefiting them. You know, there's no world where the average Joes are catching up right now. There's still room to reach level 20, to get full build. Hell, Moswell's got 3 items. Griff has got 3 items. It is a Titan's Bane, by the way, so this Heimdall is going to be hurting plenty. But, you know, everyone from the average Joe is still playing catch-up, but the problem is the Sturdy Artisans are widening that gap a little bit further. So we're 16 minutes in. Fire Giant still stands here, Taco, but it feels like the type of thing where we're waiting until we want to do it, and the Sturdy Artisans can probably group up and take down this FG at any point.
This is one of those circumstances where I think it's okay to begin forfeiting the idea of really winning game 1 and just start thinking more so of the conversation surrounding game 2 here. As Tuba, very likely to be killed. It's only a matter of time. Pagan and Griff kind of just staring down their food for viewing pleasure. Tuba will do what he can to try and buy some time, but unfortunately Uzi not going to be able to close the gap soon enough. Instead, it's going to be a grapple back in, and now Relentless one with a Divine Mastery off the charge.
Frenzy gets used here, but it's by Uzi, and there's not a lot of Frenzy being turned around onto the Sturdy Artisans. Pagan with the destruction waiting in the wings. Could leap over the wall at any given moment here and re-engage in on this fight. Teepers is going to close the gap. Antics with the Stygian Torment. There's the leap over the wall from Pagan, and the mid laner is the perfect target. A good fear from Teepers makes Pagan get out, and then the DOT gets the Sturdy Artisans jungler down. And so what you thought started off as a great fight is now the 4th death of the game for this Kali, and so that's where a lot of the pressure's been coming from for the Sturdy Artisans, and the average Joes can live fear-free from this Kali for at least the next 30 seconds.
But there's still Moswell to be dealt with. Level 18 held. Griff is level 18 as well, and that kill on Pagan would feel a little bit more satisfying if it wasn't a bit of mostly player error involved with this kill. Pagan just overextending his welcome on Average Joe's side of the map. I can appreciate the signs of life, though, from Average Joe's. It shows that mentally, at least, they're still participating, and again,
they're in the game.
It does extend back to what I was just mentioning about there's nothing wrong with having game 2 conversations. I think as far as game 1 is concerned, what really went south here for the average Joes is that they fed too much into that early game aggression from the Sturdy Artisans. They didn't really get an opportunity to try and just settle down and really look to hammer down on farming it out. I think Tuba might have overestimated his power spikes on this Izanami, most importantly with that Sickle Strike. She can be incredibly strong at boxing out in the early game and does typically have that auto attack speed advantage against the likes of an Osiris, but that early double kill in duo, Antics getting the first blood, it just shut down so much of Izanami's early game pressure. And with that in mind, again, you would typically expect, okay, well, now I just sit on my tower line, now I just chill it out, but that wasn't the case for Tuba. He kept trying to box with Griff, and at a certain point, you just have to recognize you're not going to really walk away with that one.
There's the old jungle 1v1, but this is one Pagan should feel plenty comfortable in. Veronary, no chance in the world here to survive, and so Pagan will get the 8th kill. Looks like Tuba. Look, I'm not going to say Tuba tried to box again, because we don't see exactly what happened there, but Griff is winning that fight every single time and has been winning that fight every single time. Here's some engage from Relentless One. The ranged and AoE knockup from that Mulan helps lock down a target. And it's Uzi who falls prey to Pagan once more, so 9 kills on the board for this Kali. All Phoenixes are up, but we're going Titan diving, I suppose. Stygian Torment on to Promise, who gets pulled right back in. The chain CC connects, and Promise slowly being melted away. Pagan playing Gatekeeper to the Fountain. Will try to keep Promise out a little bit longer, unsuccessful in doing so. Sturdy Artisans, you gotta turn around, you gotta get one of these Phoenixes. Griff is able to get that done.
But this is all the Sturdy Artisans were after. They were just buying so much distraction factor for Griff that now he gets the best Phoenix of the entire game. Moswell gonna expend the Aegis, and I think that was more Moswell being generous than anything else. Not sold on the actual kill potential here, but now Veronetti, he's respawned and he's out for blood.
Moswell has been on a tear this game as well, 4-1-8, and will continue to do so. Look at the good sustain to keep the hell into the fight. Pagon alone in the back line, though. Moswell will finally clean up one of the kills. Now Moswell on a killing spree. Some minions make their way onto the average Joe's Titan. Promise can't make it back into the base here to Moswell, who get the easiest double of his life. We've seen a lot of this, Taco, kind of the juggling back and forth in these team fights. We've effectively been fighting since the last Mulan ult came up, and Relentless One has used his second from the previous fight. A triple kill for Moswell. There are two somewhat squishy targets in the base of the average Joe's. It's a quadra kill for Moswell. Set him up and knock him down, baby. Moswell, get the last one. Come on, pentakill. Oh, no, the Phoenix isn't going to ruin it. The last bit of damage is in, and it's a pentakill for Moswell. It's what we were headed for the entire game, and the hell has got all 5.
I thought for sure that Sturdy Artisans had just did Moswell so dirty. I thought with that Phoenix pressure being toggled back to him, but of course, Moswell, mechanical genius extraordinaire,
Yep.
He just makes it happen. The heal, the ability combo usage, it's just beautiful hell gameplay. Really couldn't ask for more out of Moswell. I mean, guy is a world champion for a reason.
That's right. Yeah, the hell looking fantastic here. 9-1-8 was 4-1-8. Leading on into that.
You know,
Go ahead.
do you think it's interesting that Moswell went from being an Outwash player to a hell main?
Why is that interesting? You know, my Smite brain is small, so you're going to have to really lay it out.
He
for
went
me.
from the utmost of anti-heal
Right.
to the
Oh, got
utmost
it.
of player heal.
Yeah, no, that isn't. Look, you fall to the dark side at some point eventually. And
Moswell complains about healers all the time.
Right, I was
though.
gonna. Right, I mean, you know, healing is the dark side, and Moswell's gone to it and got a pentakill on it. So I'd like to hear what Moswell has to say for himself after a game like this. Pagon's got a double, could chase down a penta of his own, especially if the average Joes keep funneling in one by one by one. Blink on in. Already he's got 2, might have 3, and it is a triple for Pagon. Can Uzi and Tuba walk far enough forward to give another pentakill to the Sturdy Artisans?
This is brutal right now, Dolson. This is entirely the Sturdy Artisans understanding full well their advantages in this game, and Tuba and Uzi recognizing the only safety net they really have to fall back on for the time being is actually inside of their Titan room itself. Mid
I don't think the
Phoenix
Titan's gonna
exposed,
help.
left side Phoenix exposed. Well, you don't know. Titan does hit pretty hard. He hits a little bit harder though when 2 Phoenixes aren't already missing.
Yeah, and the
But-
third is about to be missing.
But the
and
third
there's
is
a fire
about to go
giant.
down, yes. And Griff does have the Titan's Bane plus the chin size, so it's not looking promising
God.
here for Uzi, just like for Veronetti. He's going to get eliminated.
I was
30
wondering if we would
kills.
see another penta. Now it's Relentless One's chance, because Relentless One's got the first, so nobody can get a penta except for Relentless One here. Some crits hitting antics here. That's Tuba swinging out a lot of damage. But it's a killing spree for Griff instead, and at this point the Sturdy Artisan's just running him down. Pagon, though, a lot of the damage that was going to hit onto that Titan is now off. Griff doing his best to box out with Uzi. A Stygian Torment will pull Tuba right back into the Lion's Den. Relentless One has the second of the fight for the Mulan, and now the Fire Minions make their way onto the Titan. We're playing with our food a little bit here for the Sturdy Artisans. This game will end shortly, and it'll be the Sturdy Artisans coming out on top.
It'll end as soon as the Sturdy Artisans want it to, and it seems as though that want it to period is right now. Maybe only after Mitch Teepers has actually fallen. Seems to be the primary game plan here. And now with Teepers dead again alongside of Tuba and
No, we're
Promise, who's
game
going to
over.
respawn shortly. Moswell, he's going to make sure to
Nice.
get the full benefit of
Yes.
that alternate timeline.
Alternate timeline, love it. Look, Moswell, you get a penta, and then you go into the fountain and then proc the alternate timeline. Yeah, that game happened. It was the Sturdy Artisans allowing the average Joes to experience Smite. The average Joes loaded into game 1, and shortly after loading into game 1, wanted to be out of game number 1. This one really just starts up. It feels like in the duo lane, Taco, where the Sturdy Artisans just start to roll things over.
It started in duo. It extended to everywhere else rather quickly as well. I think that Pagan, especially on that call lead, just really started to take over there.
Hey, we'll wake up and smell the coffee. A pentakill will start off this Sunday in Smite competitive action. Can we get another? Stick around for game 2 to find out. hopefully the average Joes were able to take a deep breath, get their feet underneath themselves after a game number 1 win by the Sturdy Artisans, because it was not particularly close. I mean, this game goes just over 20 minutes. Got pentakills rolling on through, 30-plus kills for the Sturdy Artisans, but that's NASCC, and they love to hold down that W key and run things forward. Taco, we talked a little bit before we threw to break about how we got here. You know, duo lane started with a lot of the pressure. Pagan and this Kali got off to a great start. Moswall was never really checked, and this game kind of spiraled out of control.
It really was just that rapid deterioration, though, from that mid-jungle and solo. I guess I can't really call it pressure because it's not like Pagan had so much outright pressure. I think it was mostly just the fact that Pagan was able to find kills early on, and when you get a late-game Godlike Kali with 4 kills stacked up before the 15-minute mark even, that's exactly where you'd want to be if you are the Sturdy Artisans. And I think most importantly of all, the fact that you mentioned, Moswall going unchecked the entire time. Veronetti definitely tried his best, I would say, to intervene there. But over time, it just became too much to deal with because there just wasn't enough in the duo side pressure to really compensate for all of what was taking place in mid and jungle and solo, because Ozzy did have a slight advantage over Relentless One, I would say, for the beginning of that game. It was just when Pagan, Moswall, and Antics kind of just took over that core 3v3 fight in the mid.
Well, this is the pentakill from Oswald. You run down the first, Promise, desperately hoping or wishing they could get back into base, but not able to do so. And Moswell plays this actually so well. I mean, there's so much pressure still coming in from Ozzy in the front of this fight. Chooses the moment to strike, and it's right here at the end, Taco, after the quad comes out here in just a second onto Bayroneri. And then it's right here where Moswall re-gets Phoenix aggro at one point, and I'm for sure he's going to die. But no, he's able to turn it around and get the kill.
Yeah, you know healers don't actually die there. What I'm curious is...
One more shot.
I'd really like to see Moswall's player healing on top of Moswall's damage output, because I have a very strong feeling that there might be a couple of similarities between the two where there honestly probably
8,000.
shouldn't be. 17,000 damage mitigated, 8,000 healing, and 24,700 in the actual DPS department.
I mean, is it unfair to say that's like 30, you add 8,000 to the 24,000, like 32,000 affected damage almost that game. You did 24,000 and you took away 8,000. Like, that's kind of how I look at that. Maybe that's like too linear, but that's a lot. That's a whole lot from this hell. And I think that shows there is a world for hell in the mid lane, not only hell out of the solo lane.
Hell and Afro and healers in general are in a very interesting position when it comes to Smite game, Dulcin, because there's just something about a god that can heal as much as the damage output that they are providing that makes the game rather interesting.
It does make things very interesting. We don't see a lot of Aphrodite, but we do see plenty of hell. Maybe we will see more hell in the ban column here in Picks and Pans for game number 2. Average Joes find themselves in the first pick slot after the Sturdy Artisans take game number 1. And so things, things get interesting around the mid lane here. And it is worth mentioning that Pagan and Moswall are swapping roles here for game number 2. So I believe that means Moswall will be in the jungle, Pagan will be in mid, and then Promise and Tuba also swapping roles here for game number 2. So some role swaps in game itself could make a difference. Role swaps or not, no hell and still no Raijin for the Sturdy Artisans.
I think as far as Pagan and Moswall are concerned, it was just, we saw what Pagan was capable of, and I think it's only fair that now Pagan gets to play his main role, which is in the mid lane, believe it or not. Pagan is primarily a mid lane centric player, and I do believe that is his preferred role of choice, but the same is said for Moswall. Moswall, on the other hand, I think is another relatively flexible player, though. He does dabble from time to time in the world of jungle. Curious to see if his signature Loki will come out.
Moswall got the mid penta in game 1.
Yeah, you kind of have to let
Pagan's
Pagan
just saying, now it's my turn, right? They're just swapping roles, and so Pagan, back to the standard role, says, I want to try to get a mid penta. This is interesting here, Taco. Chrono Soul has been like the pick in the magical ADC conversation. We haven't seen a whole lot of anything else except for maybe Emilito on the Valkyries picked Kronos a little bit at the beginning of Season 8, maybe over in Phase 1. Could be mid, I guess, but also could be ADC here for the Sturdy Artisans.
Pagan definitely likes his Kronos, but the same for Griff. And yes, this is going to be, I have no doubts in my mind, the signature Loki Moswall. And whether or not he is in the top threshold of Loki players is to be determined, given that he is here now in the Challenger circuit. No, I actually think Moswall could be the best Loki, but it's a bold statement to make, given the fact that he doesn't actually have the opportunity to take his Loki against the likes of the rest of the SMITE Pro League. Currently, you know, he's just here in the Challenger circuit, trying to debut his true power with this guy.
Right, we'll get our. And actually, I got it wrong. I was thinking Pagan was going to get a mid penta this game. It's now Moswall's turn to get a jungle penta.
No,
no, it's not how it's happening.
Pagan has to get a penta now. That's really the only, like, he has to get a penta now because he's playing mid lane here for Sturdy Artisans. And if Moswall gets a pentakill, but Pagan doesn't get a pentakill, and both those guys love playing mid, then by default, I think he just got to let Moswall play mid.
That's a good point. That's right. They're trying out for the, you know, nobody's in threat of not being on the team, but they're in threat of permanent role swaps if Moswall just does that much better in mid. So the Thoth getting locked in, answer some of our questions for us here, Taco. Will be Kronos over in the duo lane. It leaves Thoth in the mid lane. And again, we saw Thoth yesterday. It was the mid lane pick for the Olympus Bolts up against the Valhalla Valkyries, and it looked okay there. And we've seen Thoth once in the North American SEC, 100% win rate. The question is usually somewhat easy to dive. Do you think there's enough dive on the average Joes to make Thoth uncomfortable?
My issue with the average Joe's composition is, assuming that this is Athena solo, and I do believe that it'd probably be Athena solo. I believe Tuba a little bit more preference towards that Sobek support, but could be either or. To be completely honest, I guess only game one, only time will tell.
That's right. Well, here's the good news, Taco. Game number 2 will answer all of our questions.
Yes,
Sturdy
game
Artisans
2.
versus well, we're forgetting what happened in game 1 for the average Joes. This might as well be game 1 as far as the mental goes if you're in the average Joes team here. And we will have our questions answered. It is indeed Uzi on Athena solo. Tuba will be playing Sobek. Leaving Promise on the Izanami here this game. So it is the same Hunter pick for the average Joes, but a different player playing that pick. What does this lane look like to you? Because look, the Sturdy Artisans were able to run things down there in game 1. The Heimdall got off to an incredible start, never really looked back since then. Now you got a Fafnir plus Kronos up against a Sobek plus Izanami.
Well, Griff is probably going to be a priority target here for the average Joes. Magical ADCs definitely don't have a whole lot of HP to work with, and if Tuba's able to find some nice plucks, force out an early purification beads, then life could be good for the average Joes in this dual lane. On the other hand, Griff might have even enhanced his survivability aspect, given the fact that, well...
Run away!
Oh, excuse me, that's going to be Antics getting pulled in first, but he's going to take the scenic route through the Draugr pit territory, waiting to be level 2.
They just got to die here.
Just a couple more ways to be cleared. A nice horrific M1, but
wow,
the clear is good from Griff.
Wow, Griff got a kill. What? No way. With the way that started off, yeah, I'm for sure that Tuba's going to die there. Or that Antics is going to die there, but instead Griff is able to grab the damage and turn this lane around. And so once the cooldowns come back up, there is threat for Tuba, but plenty of health on that Sobek. Oh no, Antics in range of the tower, but able to leap out. And then we saw fighting in the mid lane. I think between these two teams, chaos is about what we've got on the menu here.
Teepers and Vedonetti definitely getting the better end of Moswall and Pagan at the start. Although a much more aggressive lane, but Tuba, he's going to be...
It's happening again.
He's just another victim.
It's happening again, Taco. There's a more duo lane prey. It's exactly how game 1 happened, where First Blood went over to the Sturdy Artisans in the duo lane, and then one or the other between the Hunter or the ADC, whoever's left alive, stuck around too long, then the second kill rolled through. Moswall, the Loki goat, makes his way to the right side, and Relentless One now on the board. The exact opposite of how the average Joes want a game 2 to start.
And now, poor Teepers just kind of stranded on an island here. Uzi does have that teleport available, however, so won't really miss out on much as far as farm is concerned. It's more so the fact that Moswall making his presence known in this solo lane and ganking it at level 3 to be exact. That is some steep early game pressure that this Erlong Shen and Loki are trying to expand upon, as the first blue buff has spawned, or respawned I should say, and now that's going to be an invade from this Loki Erlong. All the while, Teepers possibly going to get soloed here if he's not careful.
Oh, the flicker.
Good flicker.
Everyone's just running down everyone right now. This is going to be difficult to keep up with. Tuba, died earlier on. Has come back to lane. Now down way sub half HP, about a third HP. So there's a purple buff here for the Sturdy Artisans should they want to take this pressure into the jungle. But things have just been going so well in lane. Not sure why you move. Pagon nearly gets a solo kill a moment ago. Now gets soloed out by Bayronary. And the average Joes have signs of life. And it's in the jungle. This Gilgamesh needed some early pressure. You're able to put it on Pagon in the mid.
Hey, Thought's the one that has the ability to evade and punish, but it's Thought getting punished in the end there as Antics tries to help secure a nice time stop there for Griff, but the stun gonna be just a bit shy of its target on Tuba, and Tuba in the support position, Dulcin, you have to imagine that this is just Promise saying, hey, maybe I'll have some better luck with it, but when your dual lane gets double killed yet again in that pre-level 5 stance, it just makes the rest of the laning phase so incredibly difficult because you are pretty much forced to just sit underneath your T1 tower. The question I have is, where do the average Joes go as far as map pressure is concerned? Because we saw a little bit from Veronetti with this Gilgamesh. I mean, Pagan used that dash a little bit too aggressively, gets caught out. But on that same note, I don't know if Veronetti is really going to have that many opportunities as a lone Gilgamesh, because we've seen how much the Sturdy Artisans love grouping. We've seen how much they love roaming in pairs and trios, and I think that even for Veronetti to find that heads-up play, it might just be too little of an impact given how much pressure has already trickled in from the side lanes in favor of Sturdy Artisans.
Relentless One now gets some more help around a blue buff on the average Joe side of the map, but Tuba's here as well. That makes this an immediate 3 versus 2, and actually a 4 versus 2 if Teepers continues the rotation in. Blue buff invaded successfully by the Sturdy Artisans. Taunt gets used, though, by Relentless One here. Now there's a pluck back on in, so a heal will help out Relentless One, but avoiding a good bit of the damage. But big taunt in from Uzi as well keeps things interesting. Relentless One taunted back through once more. A double stun connects its way into the average Joe's composition, and it's Mazwal who picks up the return kill. So blue buff invade plus a kill onto Tuba. The Relentless One going down maybe makes the kill trade a little bit better for the average Joes.
Antics got to be careful to hitting that D-transformation straight into the Draconic Flames, but Teepers doesn't have the damage just yet at only level 6. This Merlin still needs a little bit more time before he's up and running. Promise, on the other hand, will manage to secure his purple buff with the utilization of that Dark Portal, so a small victory in the dual lane, but Griff already got that Spear of the Magus online, has that 10% CDR as well from the starter that he opted for, and, well, Dulcin, it's not looking the best, but it's not looking the worst yet either for average Joes. And I think the main issue I'm also starting to see here developing is that Sturdy Artisans, they're playing so much on this solo pressure.
Ooh, Baronary blinks in, speed buff invade. Mazwal had no health and no mana, and Baronary continuing to be the sliver of hope for this average Joe's team here in Game 2. It's going to be a speed buff invade for the Gilgamesh, and Relentless One has consistently been pretty low against this Athena here on the right side of the map. Pagon sends some damage Bayronary's way as Antics with the hammer will keep the Gilgamesh right in place. Winds of Shamash down, Final Judgment flies on in. Pagon has not gotten the kill yet, and instead Bayronary on the killing spree. Relentless One is at least able to trade back, but Pagon had to use the beads to try to stay in that fight. Doesn't have the Aegis yet, and so Pagon does end up going down, but Bayronary is traded out.
But now Mazwal, he's back into the fray, just popped fresh out of base, and as that Yowen's fully online, going to be able to force the Purification Beads out of Teepers there in mid off of the assassination. And now it's going to be Teepers looking for the escape. Antics plucked back into tower potentially, but quick Fafnir dash out, and he's fine for the time being.
Griff and Promise have continually been battling it out here in this lane as well. Could be the old 1v1. Griff does not have his ultimate. Promise does not either. Stun is there. Oh, the last auto nearly takes Griff down, but Griff gets the better of Promise in the 1v1 on the left of the map. And now you have to imagine that this lane is kind of a no-go zone for Promise as far as trying to outduel Griff. It's a 2-level lead plus a whole heap of gold that Griff is going to be able to go back and spend now. Emerald Mail, actually, for Griff here, Taco. So somewhat defensive on the choice coming out of base.
Griff just recognizing the fact, whew, nice dodge there from Teepers off the flicker yet again to get away from that Thoth ultimate. But, yeah, I think that the physical defense here that Griff is trying to prioritize is just, well, it might not even be intended for physical defense purely. It could just be Griff looking for a little bit more tankiness because he wants to try and just out-sustain in this dual lane. I mean, you've already got the 2-level lead. Promise, without those purification beads, he is just...
It's happening again!
He's just a goner.
It's happening. What is with the duo lane here in this set? It just solo kills being run down on cooldown. Griff on a killing spree now. Emerald Mail, defense or not. That Spear of the Magus plus Sands of Time is doing absolute work for Griff here in this lane. Flat Pen feels pretty good, I guess, against Izanami at when she's at level 7.
It's the experience lead as well. I mean,
Right.
Griff's abilities, that's what he's playing for at this point in time. And Promise, he keeps trying to clear, kind of falling into the same cycle that Tuba did of game 1. But because of that, this Athena pick that Uzi has drafted for, and this is something I didn't really get a chance to talk about because there was so much action taking place, is Uzi just getting used and abused.
Yeah, this Athena pick is one we're going to talk about, I guess, the one that's being 3-manned by the Sturdy Artisans. There's still some value in the pick, though. I just think it's funny timing. We're about to talk about the value of the pick, and the Sturdy Artisans maybe agree with the value of that pick. They try to put Uzi behind by a nice 3-man collapse onto Uzi. So 15 seconds without the Athena, but could be a fight brewing around the corner. As Antic sends a hammer Teeper's way and then leaps on forward. Will use the transformation as Tuba is left alone. Pagon weaves some damage on in. Another stun onto Tuba. Final Judgment is just short, but the dash forward and the wall adds on that range. Bayroneri now caught in between 4. There's the ultimate from Uzi. Back from base to close the gap back in. Bayroneri takes the last bit of damage. It's Relentless One on the board.
But Teepers, he's already expended the flicker, so he'll wind up falling as well. Moswell with another kill, 3 dead so far. Make that 4 as Moswell collects a double, but now Promise has made the rotation over from Duo, but it might just be a unanimous team effort of death here for the average Joes, as all 4 members that tried rotating in wind up falling in the end. Griff, though, going to be unsuccessful with the secure on that speed buff. Tuba letting Griff know who's really boss, but Tuba will pay with his life. That taunt short-lived. Might have secured the speed buff, but couldn't secure an escape because he chose to expend that Sunder into the pluck. A rather aggressive move there by the Sobek, who was entirely alone, but maybe it anticipated at least being able to pull Griff's purification beads, but Griff, he knew he had the boys right behind him. He was not concerned in the slightest, and we really do not get many opportunities to talk about this Athena because it's just non-stop action.
Bayroneri's gotten a kill on a Pagon elsewhere on the map. Now Uzi's going to get run down. Was a decent lead, actually, for Uzi. Uzi felt like he was, or it felt like Uzi was out-brawling Relentless One over in the solo lane there, but now a 2-level lead for Relentless One. Closes up that gap pretty heftily. 3-level lead for Griff over here on left still, so Promise. Got to be careful at every state of the lane here. You overextend once, and Griff is going to be able to run you down.
And peep that shield of regrowth there for Griff. That's why I mentioned the whole might not be a defensive option. Could be for something else, and the something else being the prioritization of that movement speed. So Griff, he's going to be zooming anytime he opts for that first quadrant off that Chronos second ability, and that's going to be hard for an Izanami to try and land those autos on, and just for the front line in general of Average Joes to deal with it. And again, the Athena, like, you want Athena solo so that you can have global impact on the map, but when your dual lane gets torn apart, when your mid lane is unable to really establish outright pressure, and then you get collapsed non-stop in solo, you don't really get the benefits of the Athena.
Relentless One pops the ultimate here as Bayroneri makes it a 2v1, but Moswell is in to even up the odds here. Uzi will ult back to his jungler. Pagon, Final Judgment, yes please. Plenty of damage from the mid. And it's a 2-for-none swing. I don't even know if it's a swing at this point. A 2-for-none continuation for the Sturdy Artisans. At least in game 1 when we got to this point, we figured the average Joes could start to consider game 2. At this point, the average Joes are thinking about what's for lunch and whether or not they want to scrim this week going into their next matchups, because this one's at a 5K gold lead, 12 minutes in, Taco, and this is not a lead the Sturdy Artisans are likely to fumble.
Silver lining, though, for Average Joe's. You have to remember, this is a relatively new look for the team. Vedonetti, he has been the primary mid laner for Average Joe's for the vast majority of the SMITE Challenger circuit, but with El Leon's departure from this team and these new roster changes taking place, Vedonetti now undergoing a new role.
You gotta stop shouting people out from the Average Joes. Every time you're giving props to somebody,
I'm keeping track of where they're at.
They're getting jumped on every single time. Griff gets jumped on by 3. Able to utilize the ultimate to top off that health bar. Tuba takes a little bit of damage, but Griff is gonna get out here. And yeah, this is why the cavalry just around the corner from the Sturdy Artisans. Gem of Isolation picked up for Pagon here, so you thought it was annoying enough to play against a Thoth. Now he's going to be slowing you down every single time he hits one of those, and Promise is not able to get out of range. And this is what we've seen time and time again. You know, 1 kill falls, the Average Joe's unable to disengage quickly enough. And yeah, that'll be a double kill for Griff. Yes, please. All right, Taco, what do we got in the SPL today? We've got some good matchups. Should be some fun to watch those. Last day of the phase. We're on the home stretch here in Game 2, you feel like, for the Sturdy Artisans.
This is getting pretty tough to believe that Average Joes have many opportunities to turn it around. Sturdy Artisans realistically just have to keep most of their team from randomly disconnecting in the game.
Yep.
And I mean, you know, I'll throw him a bone. I'll throw him a bone, to be fair. For as far as Average Joes are concerned, again, the roster changes definitely make some pretty big changes here. But
Yeah,
this
of course.
Sturdy Artisans draft in general, I know that their record of the standings right now isn't the greatest, but with all the changes that have taken place with this Sturdy Artisans roster, it is only a matter of time, I think. And I could definitely see this team as one of the top contenders, if not the top team,
Right.
in the North American SCC over time.
Yeah, it's all about growth, right? I mean, it's about improving. This is, you're going to have a lot of data. Like, if you want to find some good in here, you're going to have a lot of data to turn things around and decide where things went wrong. A couple of picks, though. And the death timer's not short. Pagon's dead for 35 seconds, unfortunately. Unfortunately, Moswall is also going to be dead. Excuse me, Moswall's going to get a kill on a Promise and make Promise dead for a little bit longer. Now the rundown commences. A rampage is what Moswall's on right now. 6-1 and 7 for this low-key Tuba. No safety underneath the Tier 1 tower. And I'm seeing what you're talking about here, Taco. A triple kill for Moswall. Oh, come on. Do it to him. Bayroneri gets the drop kick. A quad around the corner, but Relentless One takes it away.
And the problem as well for Average Joe's currently is that if one of them dies, anybody else who's in the direct vicinity is likely going to be falling immediately after as well, because that's exactly what the Sturdy Artisans have drafted for. They have drafted purely for full run-down potential. They have so much dive, so much collapse. Ozzy, I mean, this is just all in good fun at this point.
Taco, are you a fan of auto attack or mage-based? Like, you talk about magical ADCs. If you're playing this Chronos right now, are you building it like Griff, where you get a little bit more mage-centric? Maybe it would have helped him if he had some rings in that build. Are you on the ring tree?
I think it just depends on what you're up against, and for this
Like, what do you think is more fun to play?
Definitely more mage style.
Yeah?
Definitely mage style.
I think so, too. I think, like, if I'm playing Soul, I want to be able to just detonate somebody with one swing of my ultimate. Pagon, unable to connect with a through final judgment. I was nearly going to say through space and time, because they kind of remind me of one another. But it's the through final judgment from Pagon that's not able to connect here. Uzzy's been getting back from base using the Athena ult, I think more times than we've seen it, just to rotate into a fight here this game. We're full on assault mode here in the mid lane. I don't know if any of these teams have fully been able to go back and just reset. It's been one kill after another, and then the people who are respawning come back into this lane, and then they die. I mean, this is a circus to say the least, but all of the kills just continuing to come up Sturdy Artisans outside of a pick or two.
Very reminiscent of a one-sided ranked game.
Uh-oh.
That's really what it's starting to kind of embody at this point, Dolson, because objectives, Sturdy Artisans, they're still collecting their just desserts after the fact from time to time, but they do seem to be a little bit more focused on just trying to see how many kills they can collect in a 20-minute span, and right now, the count sitting at 30. The first goal fairy of the game still hasn't been established either as Fire Giant, but think it'll be a matter of time because Sturdy Artisans, they're starting to approach those power spikes. In fact, they've already hit those power spikes, I would even say. But their carry's definitely online enough that I think it's more than feasible to imagine that a pre-20-minute FG could be the next call to action.
Over under 45 kills for the Sturdy Artisans at the end of this game. So that's 3 more complete team sweeps of the average.
It's only if the game goes long enough.
Yeah, I guess that's what you're betting on here. Is
Yes.
Do you think the game goes long enough that the Sturdy Artisans are able to kill off the average Joes effectively 3 full times?
There's a good chance that Sturdy Artisans choose not to end.
Yeah.
And
See, I don't know where I bet on that. Does
it is
10
tough.
make it more, say 40 kills for the Sturdy Artisans? So 2 more, that's still difficult, I think.
40
Because
is
they're
definitely
certainly
up there.
capable, right? It's
I
all
feel
about
like it's gonna be
time and
close to like
choice.
37.
Right.
It's gonna
All right.
end at like 39.
Right.
But
yeah, 45 I think is a stretch. Although if stuff like this keeps happening, where you're just kind of chasing down an individual kill. I mean, at this point, we've finally taken a deep breath from the mid lane. So I'm feeling less confident just given the pacing of the game over the last minute or two that the Sturdy Artisans get to 45 by the end of the game. But man, Griff is just not taking a whole lot of damage here, is he? And he's putting a lot back into Promise. Oh no, Pagon is here. This is a 2v1. All right, so 31, likely to become 32 here, as the stun onto Bayronary will make it happen, and 33 on the other side of the map. So now I'm suddenly getting nervous that we are going to approach that 45 mark. Because Taco, this is going to be that first sweep minus Teepers. And so the Sturdy Artisans, this is going to be the big indicator. What can you get off this? Looks like a tier 2 in right, maybe a tier 1 in left.
please go clear it, Moswell.
No, the answer is no.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the creep wave's gonna get it done regardless, but for good measure, they could have just taken that T2 tower for free, and this is
And that's why I think 45 is
very
feasible, right?
Very feasible.
Yeah, 'cause
From what we just witnessed. Unless the surrender vote happens, and in which case I would
it should happen, right, at this point?
potentially. I mean, I don't think any player likes to outright
No.
admit to F6 defeats. Most players at the competitive level are going to try and at least maintain some form of composure that doesn't result in
Right.
F6ing. But
Here's the good news.
this is definitely. I mean,
The good news is they don't have to admit it because it's just happening, right? I mean, the Sturdy Artisans are just winning, and the average Joes have been leaning on Bayronary, it feels like, for a lot of the pushback. Bayronary has 9 affected kills out of the 12. Unfortunately, that largely has been putting Bayronary into bad spots on antics at level 14, just 1 level behind the enemy jungler. Uses a coerce on himself, was going to hope to chase down Bayronary, but there's the leap away. All right, so tier 2 in right still is there, but tier 2 in left has been taken down, so there's an exposed Phoenix on that side of the map. I'm just waiting for the FG to go down here, Taco, and I think the average Joes are as well.
that's going to be an assassination.
We're going to hit
straight onto
45,
Teepers.
easy 45 now.
We've
We've gotten, what,
like an
2
easy
towers
45.
since I asked that question?
T2 tower in right still hasn't gone down. T2 tower in left did go down, however, for duo lane. Tuba will also go down in the mid lane. Now Promise looking to join the graveyard as well. As Sturdy Artisans just continue to non-stop
Yeah, this is
barrage
45 easily.
into the average Joes.
I don't know why I ever second guessed it, because the Sturdy Artisans will full sweep the average Joes at least once more. I should have waited just a moment to ask that question, because it's after the kills, what are we getting? Now we are starting to push down some towers. We were having some fun in the mid lane just a moment ago. But, you know, if we had, like, really pushed down towers and FG and stuff like that after the first few kills, you know, 40-45 is sounding a little bit more difficult. But when we're doing this, just waiting for the enemy to respawn on cooldown, yeah, 45 is going to become a lot more realistic, as 41 gets reached by Moswell here. You know, Taco, at this point, I don't know if you even need FG. You probably are strong enough at this point in the game to waltz on into the average Joe space.
Yeah, when you have 5 level leads for all of your carries in comparison to the enemy team carries, that's rough enough as is, and that's not even factoring in the itemization and the gold advantages. Pagan could be caught out here, though. A lot being used currently to try and bring down this Thoth once and for all. But that's going to be Bayronary with another kill, his 6th of the game, as he now has that 6, 9, and 4 slash line. But Antics, he's still trying to get the job done in mid here with Griff.
Bayronary is the lone one to fall now for the average Joes, but he'll be joined by the rest of his team. 43 is reached. Tuba and Promise, the last 2 separating the Sturdy Artisans from 45. a question that not moments ago we were agonizing over. Could the Sturdy Artisans get there? And that's just on us, Taco, for forever second-guessing the ability of the Sturdy Artisans to push us to 45 kills. Let's go ahead and grab the FG here, and we can go into the Average Joe's base and let them rest after a couple knockdown, drag-out games.
This game has definitely been long past that point of discussion where, as a commentator,
oh, yeah,
personally, I would definitely prefer if teams with these kinds of advantages just end the game.
Yeah, look, we're betting on how many kills they're going to get, right? We're no longer saying, here's how the Average Joes can get back into this game. We're saying, can the Sturdy Artisans de-aside the Average Joes 3 more times before the game is over?
I think 50 is reasonable. Maybe 55.
Yeah, now we're wondering if we get to 55, we've moved the needle. 50 is going to get hit, because that's just one more clean team
Where's
kill here.
Mifflin at? We can get him to make a bet real quick.
Yeah, but that's a safe bet for Miff. 50 is a safe bet. 55, I don't know. Because I think the Sturdy Artisans have got, they've kind of regrouped. We finally gotten the Fire Giant. Effectively, all of the Phoenixes are open. And so now you're going to see the push into the Average Joe's base. So I think 50 is realistic.
Oh, no.
We'll see, though. Griff is going to get this kill onto Promise somewhat quickly. We'll wait for the Aegis to time out. Antics will make things interesting. Uh-oh. Okay, so Promise leaves. Baronary doesn't. And it's kind of this juggling of fighting that's just happened the entire game. And Antics will get the kill there. Actually might have delayed out his death enough that the tower might have gotten credit for the kill, although everyone close enough by, I don't know if that would have ended up being the case. Uzi's going to ult onto Tuba here, head on back to the fountain. And so the minions will finally reach the mid-wave Phoenix here, the mid-lane Phoenix. And so it appears that a Phoenix is soon to fall here for the Sturdy Artisans.
Pagan could be in a tough spot here, though. Was taking that Phoenix aggro for tossing out that invading punish, but yeah, you have to remember the Sturdy Artisans are all just a little bit too far ahead of the competition right now, and Tuba very likely to join his team. A late deicide, but a deicide nonetheless if he goes down. Well, there it is.
Baronary was 0 seconds away from respawning, so it was almost the non-deicide.
Well, we're at 50.
We are at 50. So now I think 55 is realistic.
55 is pretty realistic here now.
60.
They're gonna wait for those
60
respawns.
becomes the new question mark. They're gonna get the respawns right. We're gonna kill everyone off one more time, just to ice the cake. Unless they sit in the fountain, though, I'm not putting the Sturdy Artisans past a full-on fountain dive here. 51 gets hit by Griff here. 52 gets hit by Relentless One. We're chasing down 55, baby. Don't get out of there, Teepers. Stay in the fray. Fountain gets reached. That means enough healing is there, but yeah, we expect this from the Sturdy Artisans. We're not hitting the Titan until we're able to get a few more kills. So 55 is the metric. Can you kill off these 3 before the game ends? Griff gets plucked back through, but immediately turns around the damage on a Teepers. 53 is now hit. 2 more kills away from 55. 55 is taunted on through. 54 gets hit. I feel like an auctioneer at this point. I don't know how they talk that fast.
55, 56, 56.
Yeah, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 54 is hit. Now let's get taken out for 55. 55 is the one. Titan being looked at here. Do I hear 56? Promise out from the fountain. 56 just around the corner. Into the fountain goes Promise. Sending out some damage here on the DS side of the Sturdy Artisans. 55 is where we're at. Do I hear 56? 56 is hit. 57. Do I hear 57? Baronary drop kicks one into the fountain. 56 still on the board. 57, please. Somebody give me 57. I can't do this much longer. Just kill the freaking Titan Sturdy Artisans. Please, 26 minutes in, the Sturdy Artisans take game 2.
57. There's your 57, Dave. Just for you. What a treat.
That was difficult.
What a treat.
That was difficult, and I wasn't saying a whole lot of anything. I was just saying the numbers on the screen. Yeah, we kept things interesting there for about the first 15 minutes of the game. If we want to reroute ourselves in some seriousness here, Taco, the Sturdy Artisans are a very good team. And it takes a very good team to make a game look like that.
Yes, I know that a lot of people are probably just going to be roasting Average Joes. I'd have to imagine so. But realistically speaking, I think that the vast majority of people, if they had to face this Sturdy Artisans roster, would have ended up in a very similar fashion.
Yeah, this was a Sturdy Artisans team.
This is a nasty team.
Playing with a lot of confidence today. And we of course joke around when games get as out of control as that one was. But at its core is a very, very good North American SEC team in the Sturdy Artisans who take this set 2-0. I'm going to take a break and consider maybe jumping to become an auctioneer. And after the break, we'll break down game number 2.
Takes more than will. Among the things I like to do, craving is one for two, and the light of the day that passes on will somehow be gone.
Cereal kids are crazy for Cthulhu. Start your morning madness with a bowl of morning happiness.
Cthulhu sale is ongoing now. You will take part. Save up to 33% off gem bundles. You will take part.
Crazy crispity, crazy crunchity, crazy
Select chests up to 50% off. You will take part. Boosters, avatars, wards, and more up to 50% off. You will take part. Party up with up to 3 times favor. Worshippers and XP. You will take part. This is your duty.
Crazy Cthulhu-y. Cthulhu. Surgeon General's warning, Cthulhu's are not of this world and should not be ingested by children or adults over the age of 80. Gems are not included as a prize because Cthulhu's are not real. Reality is meaningless, time's a construct. They not all hope when you ingest Cthulhu's. Use as directed, part of balanced breakfast. For the crispity, crunchity, crazy crunch, get cuckoo with Cthulhu.
You will take part.
Of a balanced breakfast.
Can we take a
Welcome back to the North American SEC, a set in which the Sturdy Artisans comfortably took it 2-0. And in that Cthulhu's commercial, That is a real Cthulhu skin, by the way, the like toon-looking one, and it's actually one of my favorite skins in a very long time. So not only should you jump in game for the Cthulhu's gem sale that's going on from now until September 6th, there's also discounted chests, things like that, but also that Cthulhu skin that you see on screen right now is in-game, and it's hilarious and scary all in one, and then reality is meaningless times a construct, all that sort of fun stuff. Now we can try to break down what happened here in this set. The Sturdy Artisans taking this one 2-0 over the Average Joes. In Taco, you and I were kind of discussing as the break was going on. At the end of the day, in a set like this, one team was just playing better, and that's when you get a game that just kind of goes completely out of control.
I really don't even think it has anything to do with the drafts at this point. I think that it is purely just the simple fact that this Sturdy Artisans roster, new look, and definitely one that, again, I feel could most certainly find themselves climbing the standings in a relatively fast fashion. A lot of the teams in the North American Challenger Circuit probably have Sturdy Artisans on their radar now. If that opening message was not enough to put in the thought that, hey, this team could very well wind up being first, second, if not, even more somewhere higher. I don't know, because like as far as the SMITE Pro League is concerned, I definitely say the Sturdy Artisans roster got a lot of candidates so far, but it's just one of those instances where both these games, Game 1 and Game 2 here, it started off in duo. It just quickly ran over everywhere else. And for a long period of time throughout both these matches as well, Dolson, it wasn't even the Sturdy Artisans pushing for objectives. They were just letting the creep wave pressure alone. Average Joes, I think, kind of forgot what it felt like to farm even. Yeah,
when it got to a point where we were not only wondering, we were not wondering who was going to win the game, but how many kills the Sturdy Artisans were going to end the game with. We're 18 minutes in, and the Sturdy Artisans have 30 kills on the table here. This was actually where everything kind of started. We are dead even here. We're a minute and 40 seconds into the game. Antics is so low. The Average Joes aren't able to finish up the kill, and then the Sturdy Artisans, in fact, turn it around and get a couple more. So I think Antics had a few miraculous escapes and played pretty well in the Fafnir here this game. Yeah, the old KDAs here are going to tell an interesting story. Pagon feeding his brain out at 10, 6, and 27 on the Thoth here. Forgettable, I think, for the Average Joes.
Imagine all four members on Artisans having double-digit kills. I think that is kind of...
That's a lot of damage.
That's all you really need to see. And
34,000,
yes.
34,000, 35,000, 25,000.
Moswell still top damage, though.
Antics did 13,000 damage, which is higher than Teepers on the enemy team, the enemy Merlin.
Yes.
Look, it's easy to pile on a game like this. It's time, and we've talked a little bit about how the Average Joes, they go through some roster swaps. It's time to build up this roster, improve moving forward. For the Sturdy Artisans, it's about keeping up this momentum.
And the synergy.
Say again?
Oh, I was saying and the synergy.
And the synergy, right. Because, look, you look back at the schedule this week, and there are very good teams in the North American SEC. You watch a matchup like this, and you're thinking far and away the Sturdy Artisans are the best team in North America. There's no way anyone could come close. There are a lot of very close matchups here. Sleekness and Tiburones go 3. Herculean Hooves versus the Winter Dogs, as the standings will let us know here in just a moment, are the two undefeated teams on top of the North American SEC. So, if you want to watch the two undefeated North American SEC teams battle it out, make sure to stay tuned after the SPL today, because the Winter Dogs and the Herculean Hooves will be battling it out. But look, Taco, this is a Sturdy Artisans team that just hung like 60 on the Average Joes, and they've still lost a couple of matchups in the SEC.
It certainly is, and that's why I was mentioning that the standings not necessarily a great reflection, I don't think, for this new look the Sturdy Artisans have really undergone, because with the additions of Moswell and Pagan now undergoing this dynamic of the mid and jungle role swaps that Sturdy Artisans are now able to do, it's kind of threatening if you think about it. I've always personally wanted to see team rosters that have players that are multi-role talented enough to actually make these kinds of shifts happen throughout a set, because it's just a hard play style in general to deal with.
That's a good point. We don't see that really ever, right?
No.
We're like mid-set.
No one ever does
you
that.
actually make a strategic role swap to change things out?
I think one of the coolest things ever. I don't know if it'll ever happen, but at least as far as Smite Pro League is concerned. But if you get like a team of like 5 players that can all play at least one of each other's roles, and then you just get to constantly role swap in between matches for what you think would be best as far as like drafting is concerned and things like that, it adds a different kind of level to Smite.
Have we ever been anywhere close to that? Like where a team
This might be one of the closest that we've gotten. Yes.
Might be. That is it for the SEC today. We've got some great SPL matches coming up here today, though. The Leviathans versus the Solar Scarabs and the Jade Dragons versus the Titans. If you missed the Warriors versus Kings matchup yesterday, don't worry, you didn't actually miss it on Monday. That is tomorrow, for those of us like me who forget what day it is often. The Kings and the Warriors will play their SPL matchup from yesterday tomorrow. It got rescheduled to Monday, August 30th at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. So we'll have a special SPL broadcast tomorrow at 1 p.m. The Warriors and the Kings will be playing their matchup. And that one's pretty important as well. Remember, Kings and Bolts battling it out for that first or second seed going in to the Phase 2 playoffs. We've had a pretty long week in the SPL up to this point. Still a couple important matchups to round out the weekend here, Taco. As I mentioned, the Leviathans versus the Solar Scarabs. We'll be playing things out, as well as the Jade Dragons and the Tartarus Titans. So, with Phase 2 playoffs around the corner, we get our last look at some of the top 4 teams in the Leviathans and the Dragons.
Yeah, this is an important set for the Dragons as far as playoff seeding is concerned. But as far as I'm aware, I believe the Tartarus Titans don't actually have the eligibility to overtake the Jade Dragons just because of previous sets that have resulted in those standing points and the win-loss measures as well as some head-to-head records. But as far as the Jade Dragons are concerned, this is a really critical set given their loss earlier on to the Camelot Kings, and now I think the Leviathans as well, looking to try and continue that leapfrog potential with that victory over the Olympus Bolts.
And we're going to have conversations that will be had around opportunities. The Leviathans at 9-4 right now, the King 9-3. Again, the desk will break all of this down going into that Leviathans matchup where the Leviathans could potentially end up lots of teams neck and neck. If nothing else, it's all about getting your last look at these top 4 teams, top 6 teams going into the Phase 2 playoffs, and that's where your confidence will stand next weekend when Tournament Smite kicks back off. The SPL, just in about 33 minutes time, so you got some time, get up, go get a snack, go get a drink, and then settle back in. The Atlantis Leviathans versus the Solar Scarabs will kick off the final day of the SPL this week, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Stick around. We'll see you soon.
I still remember how it used to be. Holding hands, running wild and free. Crossed our hearts, said we'd never let go. I still think about our younger days, how we dreamed about a better life. Holding you so close to me, in the backseat of your ride. We fell apart, thought we lost everything, just lost in our memory. And I sure hope you do remember me like I remember you. Like I remember you. Like I remember you. We drew our names in the pavement, thinking about how we never changed. I still remember how it used to be. I still think about our younger days, how we dreamed about a better life. Holding you so close to me, in the backseat of your ride. We fell apart, thought we lost everything, just lost in our memory. And I sure hope you do remember me like I remember you. Like I remember you. Thought we lost everything, just lost in our memory. And I sure hope you do remember me like I remember you.
Connection has been lost. All of the online networks are down. Biotechnology has been successfully implemented. The new era has begun. Systems operating properly.
day. Right there, you took my breath away. Young and pretty, was it just a dream? The next day, you called me up. You told me I'm your little buttercup. You came over and you fell into my arms. Well, I know what I feel. Please tell me your love is real. You make me smile when I think of you. If I am down or when I am blue, I can't get enough. You make me happy, I feel so fine. Oh, how I wish that you were mine. I can't get enough. Hopeless lover. I woke up all soaked in sweat, with chills running down my neck. I'm going crazy from just the thought of you. A long blonde hair and your beautiful smile. Your sense of humor makes it all worthwhile. Don't make me wait, it's not a funny game. You know just what I feel. Please tell me your love is real. You make me smile when I think of you. If I am down or when I am blue, I can't get enough. You make me happy, I feel so fine. Oh, how I wish that you were mine. I can't get enough. Hopeless lover, a hopeless lover, hopeless lover. You make me smile when I think of you. If I am down or when I am blue, and I can't get enough, can't get enough, I can't get enough, I can't get enough. You make me smile when I think of you. If I am down or when I am blue, I can't get enough. You make me happy, I feel so fine. Oh, I wish that you were mine. I can't get enough.
Meet the cereal kids are crazy for, Cthulhu. Start your morning madness with a bowl of morning happiness.
Cthulhu sale is ongoing now. You will take part. Save up to 33% off gem bundles. You will take part.
Crazy crispity, crazy crunchity, crazy
Select chests up to 50% off. You will take part. Boosters, avatars, wards, and more up to 50% off. You will take part. Party up with up to 3 times favor. Worshippers and XP. You will take part. This is your duty.
Crazy Cthulhu-y, Cthulhu. Surgeon General's warning, Cthulhu's are not of this world and should not be ingested by children or adults over the age of 80. Gems are not included as a prize because Cthulhu's are not real. Reality is meaningless, time is a construct. They not all hope when you ingest Cthulhu's. Use as directed, part of balanced breakfast. For the crispity, crunchity, crazy crunch, get cuckoo with Cthulhu.
You will take part.
Of a balanced breakfast.
Can we take a commercial break?
Hey there, Smite fans, Aggro here. Look, every single year, the SPL just keeps getting better. Season 7 was incredible, and in Season 8, I'm sure our players are going to take their game to the next level. But in order to do that, they're going to need the best gear they can get their hands on. And that's why I'm so excited to announce that the title sponsor for Season 8 of the SPL is Alienware. Yeah, that Alienware. Our players are getting the best of the best in computer gaming. These Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition PC setups are insane. Not only will these be the PCs that the players will compete on once we are in studio, but Alienware is also providing one for each player at their home setup to make sure their practice is as good as possible. Now let's get down to brass tacks. The specs on these Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition desktops are amazing. An AMD Ryzen 9 16-core processor.
That's a lot of cores.
That's plenty of processing power.
That's a lot of plenty of cores.
If you want to stream, this is the way to go.
I know a lot about my cores, so. I mean, Pilates, right?
64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM.
What? Is that true?
That is true. I mean, this thing has 64 gigs of DDR4 RAM.
Which you can do literally anything with.
Literally anything.
I've never had more than 16 gigs.
That's quadruple the amount I have at home.
And one of the hottest commodities in the PC world, an NVIDIA GeForce 3090 graphics card.
Insane how much better this is than what I have.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course. content's going to look good.
And what's the point of all the power if you can't see it? Players will also be using the Alienware 25-inch 240Hz monitors.
Man, when I load into scrims with this bad boy, I'm gonna feed so hard. And it's gonna be in perfect picture quality.
We are so excited to be partnering with Alienware for Season 8 of the SMITE Pro League. And the best part is, this VIP treatment, it's not just for the pros. You too can get the best possible SMITE experience. Just go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to get special discounts on some of Alienware's best products. Thanks again to Alienware. Make sure you're following them on Twitter and Instagram. That's @Alienware on both platforms. And you can join their community at alienwarearena.com.
Good afternoon, SMITE fans, and welcome for Week 8, Day 4 of the SMITE Pro League. And it's been a really fun Split 2 regular season so far, but of course, all of the gameplay previews that we've had a chance to see, even some of those in-studio sets, big thanks to our primary sponsor of the SMITE Season 8 Pro League, and that's going to be Alienware, our title sponsor. And of course, everything that the pros are playing on is all thanks to them. So you can head on over to smitegame.com/Alienware. Make sure to plug code SMITEAW to pick up some primary gear for your own at-home setup for your viewing pleasure or ultimate gaming pleasure. If the commercial didn't have you guys sold enough as is, 240Hz monitors make a huge difference in the world of gaming and for the world of viewing pleasure. So again, thank you so much to Alienware. You can also join their global community by heading on over to alienwarearena.com, as well as make sure to follow their socials on Instagram and Twitter. That's going to be @Alienware. And thank you so much again to Alienware for being the premier title sponsor here for the SMITE Pro League in Season 8. But of course, like I mentioned, this is the final week, the final showdown. Joining me for this first set of the day is going to be Mifflin. And Mifflin, pretty exciting time so far throughout Split 2.
It's just been great. I mean, the competition in general has been so wild. I mean, how many splits or previous seasons has there been just one team kind of riding at the top? Okay, well, I guess you could say the Olympus Bowl's kind of been doing that. But it's been very competitive here, and that's my main point. I've been absolutely loving every single second of it, and this is what we've been working up to recently, the playoffs coming up next week. I couldn't be more excited.
Yeah, with those playoffs right around the corner here, these teams really just trying to solidify those last couple of points in the standings wherever they can find them. And of course, for our starting set of today, we've got the Atlantis Leviathans, and granted, they're still trying to solidify that third place position, I believe. And heading on over into the schedule for this week, it's not just going to be the Leviathans that are the only team playing here today. Have to remember they're up against the Solar Scarabs, and while the Scarabs are no longer in contention for the Split 2 playoffs, it's still going to be a matchup that I think can help prepare them for Split 3. And not only that, but they have a chance to play spoiler, because I do believe that the Atlantis Leviathans, Mifflin, they're trying to solidify a 2-0 in this set.
Yeah, the Scarabs can no longer go to playoffs, but they can certainly ruin another team's odds at the playoffs, and the Atlantis Leviathans looking to make sure that doesn't happen to them. A little bit later today, J Dragons versus the Tartarus Titans, and if you guys at home missed it, if you're not following the Twitter, a little update here for you. On Monday, we're going to be playing that set that we missed earlier this week.
Yes, and that's going to be at 1 p.m. Eastern as well on the SMITE game channel, of course. And as far as the standings are concerned, as you guys could tell, everything fairly close as far as that top end is concerned. But again, friendly reminder, Warriors versus Kings still going to be taking place. There was just a little delay in the games from yesterday. So instead, tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, all the action is going to be right here on the SMITE game channel, of course. I don't know where else you'd want to watch your SMITE game Pro League content. personally
I'd
speaking.
be watching on the Hazer tailgate.
all right, Mifflin. A little toxic there to you know the.
Who's
the
that
league.
toxic to? What?
That's toxic to the production team, man. They put on such a good show
Yeah, you
for the
still get
main
to see
channel.
it.
For the main
Maybe
channel.
it's toxic to the casters.
You don't want to hang out with Smite Game Chat?
Yeah, I love Smite Game Chat, and it's not just because I owe them a lot of money.
That's fair enough. I don't know if you're necessarily obligated to say that, but jokes aside here, Mifflin, like I mentioned, this first matchup with the Leviathans versus the Solar Scarabs. Leviathans, they've looked like one heck of a powerhouse team. A lot of star power really on the rise here, and I think a lot of it also beginning with that duo lane.
Yeah, Rongyu in particular, I'd have to say, man, this guy's support is next level, especially when he's playing gods like the Horus. He's one of the few people that I like actually seeing play Horus. I'm speaking to you, ranked players, casual players, and just about everyone else in the league.
Jake is crying in the horizon.
Look, Jake's good, okay? Jake's real good, but he's not Rongyu Horus, okay? He might be able to contend with the Rongyu Ymir, because they're both two of the best Ymir players that I think I've ever seen. But
genetics.
As far as
sad.
Leave. Stop it. Let me do my thing, okay? Other support players. I'm sorry. I'll talk about you when it's your turn. For now, we're talking about the facilitator for the Atlantis Leviathans, Ronnie Gu, and he's nuts.
You know, I gotta mess with you a little bit, Mifflin, but I'm right there behind you personally. I think Rongyu has definitely been a fantastic. Oh, Ronnie Gu, you're right.
Yeah,
You're right. Ronnie Gu has been a fantastic member for this Leviathan squad. I mean, frontline facilitator to a T. But the most impressive part, I think, is how he's able to maintain both the initiation side of things as well as the peel-heavy centric gameplay focus as well. That's not an easy feat. It requires, I think, a lot of attention, especially when you're looking at the minimap. And as far as inbound is concerned here today, we know for a fact that Ronnie Gu, he loves his Umoja, and he certainly loves playing the Fafnir as well. And I think that, all things considered, Mifflin, Rongyu, certainly a strong contender for a top support.
I think so, but as you highlight, does have some a little bit of competition here inside of Inbound on the other side. And Inbound has made some wide steps as far as his gameplay is concerned between both seasons so far. So maybe we go into that a little bit later, but get excited for it.
Hey, I mean, man of the hour for a reason. We've actually got Ronnie Gu standing by here with us today for the pregame interview. Rongyu, is it Rongyu or Ronnie Gu? I mean, which would you prefer for today? We talked about this a little bit last night, but you know.
I think Rong is fine. Ronnie Gu, it's a little different. I don't complain.
No complaints. Hey, well, I mean, but you've got to be used to taking a lot of hits personally. I mean, being the support player for the Leviathans, I can only imagine what kind of dependency these guys place on you.
Yeah, I mean, peeling for Shinto, peeling for Sabma, it's a lot of work, to be honest. But, Paneram helps, Jarkor helps, and it's fun to play with the boys, so it's okay.
And as far as you guys are concerned, I mean, you know that you're locked in for the playoffs. Seeding is still, pretty much solidified. But as far as those playoffs specifically are concerned, what are or who are some of the teams that you guys really have your eyes on right now?
Probably the Bolts, just because they beat us in the past two playoffs, I think. And yeah, just hopefully this time we made to finals at least.
Well, it should be an interesting time for sure, but as for right now, I'm going to wish you the best of luck in your set up against the Solar Scarabs, and thank you so much, Rongyu, for joining us on the pregame interview.
Thank you.
Gotta have a little bit of fun from time to time here, Mifflin. Rongyu, as you can tell, always a member, is in high spirits. There's something about, coming from a Hispanic family, and then your mom only speaking Spanish as you're growing up your entire life, and then for whatever reason, when I read Spanish words, it just happens to naturally apply an accent. I try to avoid it from time to time, just to appease people, but sadly, it is just a side effect of coming from a bilingual family.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and move away from that. Instead, we can move towards Inbound, someone that you could tell earlier on I was hankering to get speaking about. And Inbound is a player that has been improving a ton throughout the year, the last couple of years, in fact. You did bring up the Umoja gameplay recently, and I think it is apt that we start with this because it is a contested pick between both of these players, Rongyu and Inbound, but only one of them's got a greater than 10% win rate on that god. Inbound struggling a little bit
And
on this pick, but he doesn't stray away.
Oh, I was going to say, we do also tend to just see a lot of aggressive picks in general from Inbound, and I think as of late, he's definitely been straying a little bit more outside of just the pure aggression type of gods, like the Fenrir, like the Hercules, but here today up against the Leviathans, Mifflin, do you think that Inbound is going to remain being a focal point? Because so many teams have a tendency, I think, to just ban a lot of Inbound's preferred picks, and with the way that the Solar Scarabs have been looking with the additions of Stort and Scream, it could be worth noting that trying to put that dual lane into an awkward position might be best for the Leviathans.
Yeah, I think it's very unlikely that we see something like a Hercules ban. Yamoja might get banned out. We might also see the Leviathans try and prioritize that pretty highly in their pick order. If I had to guess which direction Inbound is going today, I think it's pretty likely we see something like the Fafnir or even potentially that Hercules if he is looking to get aggressive. But it's hard to say. Inbound has a pretty large god pool, all things considered.
How disruptive do you think it would be for the Leviathans as well if Inbound is just looking to really settle in for that aggressive playstyle yet again? Because you have to remember, Inbound, as an aggressive player, Leviathans are aware of this, but Leviathans are also a team, I think, and from what we have seen out of them so far here in Split 2, certainly prone to adapting relatively quick.
Yeah, I think if Inbound gets over-aggressive, it's pretty likely that he gets punished, right? Especially considering that the Leviathans had all of last year under the moniker Team Sanguine to practice as that counter-puncher type style, so maybe Inbound has to rein it in a little bit here, but very recently, I think the Leviathans have kind of shifted their own style a little bit more so towards that early game aggression, especially with Zapman joining the team. The Z-Man likes to jump in aggressively. That's something we've all known since Season 0, like launch tournament. Dude's been jumping on waves. I think he's going to do it here today.
I gotta say, though, I've been relatively impressed with the way that a lot of the mid to late game shot calling has been going for the Solar Scarabs. I think that's part of the reason why we've been seeing this team start to go a little bit more hand in hand with some of the top end of the league. And Mifflin, heading into picks and bans for game number 1 here today. You were mentioning the Fafnir. We talk a lot about this Yamoja, but do you think that with the Leviathans in that first pick position, they're going to try to focus a little bit more on locking in a god for Shinto or beneath them? Because Osiris, Gilgamesh, Raijin, they're all picks that the Leviathans have tons of success with. And that Raijin especially, I think, is something that it probably shouldn't make it through this game.
No, I agree. Raijin is a pick that Shinto could absolutely dominate the battlegrounds with, but if I'm going to by history at all here, the Leviathans are a team that tend to kind of cater to Shinto a little bit, not just in P's and B's, but in the game itself. They make sure that he is completely comfortable. So I think to answer your question, you'd have to ask Shinto whether or not there's something he actually wants today in particular. If Shinto wants Hades, he's getting Hades. If Shinto wants Persephone or even Morgan Le Fay, or if they really want to push it and get him Tiamat, I'm sure the Leviathans could kind of construe bans in such a way that it does allow him to play that. But so far, the only mid laner banned out is Yanis, and, well, that's targeted towards Boronic.
Boronic has definitely looked incredibly strong whenever he's had a chance to get the Giannis, largely because of the fact that he's had a couple of highlight clip-worthy moments, I think, with his utilization of the portals. He is definitely a Giannis player that loves trying to help his teammates in and out of sticky positions, and, well, as far as the Solar Scarabs are concerned, it's going to be all focused towards the Guardian Tree currently, and Fenrir now going to be the final ban here for the Leviathans, but Raijin still up for grabs. Gilgamesh still up for grabs, and the same could be said for Osiris here, Mifflin. However, I think that for the Leviathans, they've got to essentially decide between the potential of Solar Scarabs getting both Osiris and Gilgamesh, or if they just feel it like a Raijin is definitely worth it.
Yeah, there are 3 priority mages still available: Raijin, Morgan Le Fay, and Persephone. So I think that you're right to say that Leviathans have a decision to make here on whether or not they want to allow both of those warriors through, and this is the best decision I think they could have made, picking at least one of them, because no way Solar Scarabs taking 3 mages, and, well, they're not really capable of doing so with only 2 picks available in that second slot. But now the Scarabs are going to get the pick of the litter. They can go any way they want with their mid-mage and still round it out with the warrior. But Gilgamesh still available. Could be the Leviathans taking both.
Possibly. It all depends on how the Leviathans feel about this Osiris when paired alongside the Gilgamesh. It does introduce a lot of heavy dive potential, that's for sure. And even with that Odin cage, I don't think that Osiris and Gilgamesh are really all that impacted by the Odin, so to say. I mean, they both have very strong escapes and even initiation points into the ring if they so desire. Winds of Shamash, I think, an excellent tool at combating a lot of that Odin pressure. And the Izanami, a really early lock-in pick here for Zapman. Now, as far as Izza is concerned, Mifflin, why do you think Zap is prioritizing her over everything else? Because we see so much Heim from him as well.
I think it's 100% got to do with lane pressure. In Smite Season 8, it feels like lane pressure is the name of the game. If you control mid push or duo push, you could have a complete opening towards the red buff. You can control the neutral camps. You can start invading these purples. And what better god to establish pressure as a singular pick than the only one in the game that is hitting every single minion with every single auto attack. Piercing autos all the time feels pretty good inside of the long, but that is leaving all the mages still available. Leviathan's likely going to be needing a couple more bans towards Shinto.
And it seems as though the Solar Scarabs, they've got a couple of strong assets, I think, for following up inside of that Odin cage. I like the Terra because she's going to be able to cover that entire area of the cage with a possible root opportunity after the fact. And Raijin, of course, has best of both worlds. Got the range from the Taiko drums, also has the up-close and personal damage from the Percussive Storm, and some other features. So as far as this top three out of the Leviathans is concerned, Mifflin, what do you think is the overall mindset for this type of draft?
Assuming that it's Osiris jungle, then it's likely going to be early game aggression, trying to isolate whoever is immobile on the side of the Solar Scares. But having not seen the support or the solo, or no, solo is locked in, the jungler. No, wait, what am I talking about? I'm talking about the mid right here. Not seen the mid for Shinto, I think that it is a little bit harder to figure out what it is they're trying to do.
Who's to say it's not Izanami?
Well, I'm here to say that. Me, the analyst, is saying that it is pretty unlikely that it's Izanami mid. Once we start to see that mid laner locked in, whether or not it's going to be a late game hyper carry or something that can get aggressive in the early game, that's really we're going to start to figure out where the Leviathans are trying to go with this draft. Because of right now, Cerberus can act as a solo agent inside of the short lane. Osiris is going to be able to find pressure regardless. Mannequin Scepter plus Stone Cutting Sword kind of affords you that in the build itself. And then Izanami obviously looking to establish pressure as well. So off of just the Hunter and Jungle pick, it's an invade style composition.
Well, Persephone, it could be looked at, but it's going to be the Merlin almost immediately as a response here for the Leviathans. Really like this pick, though, because as far as frontline is concerned, Merlin almost always noted as one of the best mages, I think, for kind of just chunking through and just having so much objective damage as well. So I think the Leviathans are certainly looking strong as far as trying to utilize some of that early game pressure, Mifflin, and essentially just build it into more of the objective team fight gameplay. I like their counter initiation measures as well to deal with this Terra and Odin inside of the Odin cages, but I'm definitely excited to see what goes down in this dual lane because Zapman, Stuart, it almost feels like Stuart is kind of Zapman's mentee in all honesty. I think that Stuart has a lot of respect for Zapman. He's been very open about that as well, and to see him with the Heim against Izanami, well, some might regard it as a bit of a counter matchup because Heim does have that vision thanks to the way that his kit works. So Izanami not necessarily the safest in terms of looking for that aggressive assassin invis style of play off of her 3. So Zap might have to be a little bit more careful here. Heim's definitely a hard hitter.
Yeah, Heim can chase you down, but if Izanami pulls ahead whatsoever, she's got a incredibly strong stim, burst damage inside of the ultimate. It looks to me like the Leviathans are trying to send a message through this dual lane. Surket and Izanami together is a ton of kill pressure. I mean, Surket ultimate immediately into Iza ultimate, likely doing upwards of 50% of your HP bar at level 5. I think it's a hard-fought journey now for the Solar Scarabs, who throw a little bit of a curveball with their last pick. Horus locked in. Does that mean we're going to see a Odin jungle Terra solo Horus support? I think that might make the most sense to me.
Could be a Terra jungle for Scream. I don't think
that.
It's outside the world of possibility. I think Scream is definitely a pioneer of the Terra jungle lifestyle. I think the only person I've ever seen really rocking that with them would be like Lasbra, but Terra, she can work in the jungle. And I know it sounds ridiculous, Mifflin, but I really don't think that it's impossible. Plus, Odin just feels a little awkward for what it's worth inside of the jungle position.
Odin feels more awkward in the jungle than Terra jungle.
Yes.
You're going to say that to my face right now on this desk. Get the the camera back on Taco because she is clearly out of her mind. Odin has history in the jungle, and you just listed the only 2 players on the planet to have ever played Terra, and you're going to look me in my eyes and tell me that Odin's more awkward? Chat, I am so sorry that Taco is so out of pocket at this point. But here's the thing, Taco, about how you said Terra can work in the jungle. Every god can work in the jungle because they're all capable of dealing damage to jungle camps. I'm tilted. I'm so tilted right now.
Mifflin's upset. Tell me how you really feel. Lay
I
it on
did.
me.
I literally just did.
What are you gonna do if it winds up being Scream with Terra jungle?
I'm gonna call it a Leviathan's dub immediately.
Fair enough as is, but I guess getting back to a little bit more of the specifics though, and again, it's not a guarantee by any means that it's Terra jungle.
I should hope so.
I just think that between Terra and Odin, relatively flexible, but seeing that Horus lock in, and kind of have a hunch that this might wind up for inbound. We got a chance to witness Rongyu on the Serket support once already, and Serket seeming like an incredibly strong pick here for the Leviathans in general because she has so much harass potential against the likes of a Horus, Terra, and Raijin.
And it just fits Rongyu's playstyle so well, Taco. I mean, this guy might just be single-handedly the most annoying player in the SPL. He'll sit inside of ambush in the middle of their mid lane and just wait for anyone to walk within 40 units of him, come out of the stealth, blink on you, and then burn your beads. And that's his whole plan. Then he's going to walk back to his tier 1 tower giggling. I think this god really does fit his style, and it fits this composition.
Well, it'll be an exciting one for sure between the Atlantis Leviathans and the Solar Scares as we head into game number 1 with J-Mac Tucker and Aggro take all the action.
Let's see where all this nonsensical does lie, and it is gonna be the Terra jungle coming out from Scream. We already know where Mifflin's hands are lying with this one. He's calling this a Leviathan's dub, but Aggro, we'll have to see where this one actually lies through, and luckily we have Doug to bring us all the action. And
unreal.
You know, I'm gonna agree with Mifflin here. Terra jungle is probably even more awkward than the Odin would be.
Yes.
In this instance, because her level 1 is not that great. Her level 2 is okay. In fact, her level 2's gotten a little bit better. I've actually been seeing a lot of tech that I actually found out about just recently, that as she's dashing, she can collapse the walls in, gets the stun, and breaks the wall for a ton of extra damage. So level 2 is going to be crazy, but level 1 Terra is not so hot.
No, and here's the problem with Terra jungle. Obviously her monolith doesn't clear, and it's an 18-second cooldown. You've also got Screaming. If that sickle had landed, he would have probably gotten a little bit in trouble there. Your 1 is a 15-second cooldown, and your 2 is a 15-second cooldown. What you need as a jungler is the ability to clear quickly, and he just doesn't have that on that pick, and that's the problem. Terra's good, but can't clear the jungle, and that's like the #1 thing you've got to do.
And the extremely long cooldowns certainly do not help that. Damage value is going to be a little bit low. You're going to require some cooldown if you want to be able to make that work out for you. So we'll see how it all pans out as the game goes through. So Inbound had a really nice double knock-up against Zapman and Rongyu, kept Stewart alive there. Otherwise, that may have been a first blood going the way of Zapman. But Rongyu pulling out the Serket support again. He played it in his 3rd game against the Bolts. And when they had this Odin locked in, I was looking through. We saw the Cerberus, we saw the Osiris, and I was thinking, what supports are left that can get out of cage? Well, Fafnir got banned away. Well, Rongyu did play the Serket, so I was actually excited to see that he got to bring it back out for this game.
He looked really good on it in that Bolt set, so I'm not surprised to see him go back to it. A little surprised in the sense that this might be a pick that you don't want to telegraph to the rest of the league right before playoffs that you value, particularly up against maybe Terra. Maybe that's I believe that Jake played the Terra in that game, so maybe that's a trend we're starting to see develop for the Leviathans right before a big event. But either way, Rongyu's got a big enough god pool that it's not going to be an easy task prepping for this Leviathans team anymore. I think that they've shown me enough to know that they can adjust the play style a little bit. I still, when it comes down to playoffs and all that time, we're always going to talk about how clutch this team can be, but we'll see. I'm expecting big things.
And speaking with playoffs, Leviathans do still need to get this win here over the Scarabs. They can't just lollygag around and go, okay, whatever, it's just a set we get to play. Scarabs can't make it in here, but as they talked about earlier on the desk, and as Mifflin pointed out more specifically, they still have a chance to ruin the Leviathans' shots at a higher seeding when it goes towards playoffs. So Leviathans still have to play like it's a full series matchup for it.
And it matters quite a bit to get that 3rd seed guaranteed, because that would send you against the Warriors instead of the Titans in your first round quarterfinals. And no disrespect to the Warriors, but the Titans have been playing really good Smite. The Warriors still looking like they're trying to figure it out a little bit. I would much rather play the Warriors and the Titans round 1, especially with layers in the jungle now for that team. So definitely going to be a pretty worthwhile seed to secure.
I'm curious to see where Scream goes with this first item as he's gone towards the restored artifact. So I'm curious if it's going to be the Chronos Pendant to get him some cooldown to help those extremely long cooldowns that this Terra does have, or maybe he's just going to go for raw damage. Well, for the time being, Leviathans will go for a kill. They'll locate inbound in the jungle, get his beads, and take his life. Wrong you on the board first.
And that's just a good rotation over from Panatom. He's able to get there pretty quickly and has level 5 already, so he's ready to fight and be pretty strong. A little surprised that Inbound has gone for Purification Beads against this comp. I mean, he's going to get all in on by the Circuit either way. And the Horus mobility, fairly conditional, needing an ally around to use that Protector Surge. I just feel like Horus without Blink isn't a character that I have to respect a whole lot. And without, if you're a Merlin, that's a Blink initiation you have to respect and have to keep Flicker up at all times. Or even if you're Izanami, that's a character you've really got to be worried about walking into your lane or ganking you out of the jungle. With the way that with Inbound having beads, all Zap has to do is hug the left side of the lane, and I don't see how this Horus could really scare him.
In fact, you do see Inbound just having to walk against them. Wrongyu tries to go for an aggressive maneuver against Stewart, but Stewart has the Bifrost up and available to go back. That'll be on cooldown for a little bit while longer. But yeah, I mean, no Blink on Horus. You can get either a Blink stun, get the beads, you can get the Blink knock-up, and then you bait out the beads afterward. But with no Blink, it's going to be hard for this Horus to get towards the backline. He does still have that ultimate if he wants to go for some kind of attempt at a gank in one of the lanes. It's something that with no wards, you'd have to be able to just kind of know that that's coming. You do get a little bit of a telegraph of that circle at the base end of it, but you can be curious as to where the rest of it goes. Ultimate from Panatom. Finds Solar Troll, but he's got the cage, and he'll take one step one way and one step the other, but still ends up getting stunned. However, he'll have more than enough health to stay alive.
Really nice juke there from Solar Troll. Knows that Yarkor is going to use his jump in order to get out of the cage. Pretends to go one way, and then the door's still open to him. He can come back through, but Yarkor cannot, even with Panatom in that corporeal form, being able to walk through those player-made walls. He needs the damage and setup there from Yarkor. It needed to be a Stygian Torment in order to pick up Solar Troll to secure that kill. So as long as he jukes out the Cerberus, he's going to live, and Solar Troll does just that.
Panatom instead, after a failed gank, will go back and start clearing up his side of the jungle, and the Leviathans will clear up the left side Scorpions. So that's both Scorpions now off the map, as they were able to take that one even despite the loss of the gank. And it will be a Chronos Pendant for Scream, get some early cooldown online.
He's made it through the worst part of the game for Terra, and he's even. So, as bad as I think the early clearing has to be for this pick, and it's got to be horrible. You can do the 2-1 combo and insta-clear one buff, and then you have no abilities for the next 15 seconds. So that was where the problem was always going to be. But now that he's got his Chronos Pendant and going to really cut a lot of that cooldown pretty quickly, I don't mind it.
Stewart caught up with beads. Has to use them to get through the Bifrost ultimate from Wrongyu expended there, but making sure to get the beads off of Stewart will be a big pickup for him, because now it's a call for Panatom to make a rotation over if need be.
Already Stewart getting the treatment in this game. I mean, how many times has Wrongyu been jumping in on him? That's 2 or 3 at the very least in less than 7 minutes. Now he doesn't have Purification Beads, so that all-in combo is going to be that much more potent. And Wrongyu's done a good job of being aggressive without having to use this Blink that he's picked up. Inbound doesn't have his, but Wrongyu's really a fan of using that ambush stealth in order to set up these ganks, and he did it well up against the Bolts, and I think he's in a good spot now here up against the Scarabs.
And while we see a double Chronos Pendant on the side of the Scarab, Shinto has picked up a Rod of Tahuti first item. Kind of the old, now for a while it was meta to pick up the Rod of Tahuti first, but it reminds me of the old Lassus mentality is, well, I was going to buy a Chronos Pendant, but I had enough for Rod of Tahuti, so why not just buy a Rod of Tahuti?
Why wouldn't you? Does a ton of damage, and now Scream used both dash. Wrongyu decides against going in with that ambush, and again, he will sit here and wait as long as necessary in order to try and make a play, but I believe someone just pinged him out, so don't think he's going to be able to do it. I've got no problem with the Rod first. Feels good.
Lincoln gets beads away from Baronic, and that's going to be another big pick there for Wrongyu. So all that patience did finally pay off. Used his Blink to get it, but he's going to take that trade every day of the week.
Zap on the run here from Stewart, who does have his ultimate, but Zap doing a good job of baiting Stewart in. Silences him, but that doesn't interrupt that channel on the Bifrost, and as a result, Panatom not going to be able to find the kill.
Man, isn't it just fun? You think you've locked down this Heimdall, all said and good, and then he just Bifrost away halfway across the map, and all that work you put in is for nothing.
Well, it's a fairly long Bifrost cooldown, but Stuart did a good job of moving his Bifrost crystal up, so it won't be as long as we've seen. Pretty quick teleport. So it looks like Inbound just used his ultimate, trying to set up a dive with Scream onto Zap, but Zap has finally reset. I think that might be, I couldn't tell if he had backed before that. Don't remember if he had bought that Ichaival, but either way, gets his charged bow and nice in a strong position now. This is where the Izanami can start to take over the lane because her wave clear already so good with just the auto attacks, but now even getting that mini Odysseus bow proc ups his clear speed pretty significantly.
Looking across the board for the supports, Rongyu has gone for his Gauntlet of Thieves as a first item rush. Already almost has it fully stacked up. Meanwhile, Inbound went for a Blackthorn rush. That item just got recently buffed, gives you 400 health now, but compared to the 350 it gave, so 50 more. It's still a crazy number, and you throw it on any physical that's able to pick that one up for. It gets a little bit of cooldown reduction when he's over that mana threshold, but now he's delaying his Gauntlet of Thieves comparatively to Rongyu, who can just go back and work towards his Blackthorn. He'll have it and a fully stacked Thieves before Inbound can even get his Thieves going.
And just making sure that you could actually put some threat on the enemy pack line as Horus, because getting that extra power, what was 40 power on Blackthorn, that actually matters in the full combo. Instead of doing, I don't know, let's say 25% of someone's HP bar with Thebes, all of a sudden you're doing 45% of someone's HP bar, and that makes a really big difference in your kill thresholds that your carries need to do. I love warrior supports who can really put pressure on the life total early.
Baronic no beads, gets away from the Cobra's Kiss from Rongyu and puts a lot of damage right back at him, but Baronic is a little unhealthy himself. He uses 2 of the Taiko drums over towards the red camp, thinking that somebody had snuck over there. So he saw Zapman making his rotation through. Not sure if he got caught in a ward there. Looks like he did right at that top end of it. But one thing I'm also seeing from both these supports we haven't seen in a while, the Ward Chalice has been picked up. And maybe they're paying attention to those stats that Gormai's been putting out on Twitter. I think he said, like 72 or 78% of games where the team has the most wards they win. So maybe they're trying to keep that stat up a little bit.
Well, the wards are going to not help him here as Gold Fury has already fallen. Leviathan's able to snatch that one away. Had the ward vision on it, make sure the Scarabs do not sentry ward there. And Merlin's strength comes into play yet again, especially when you've got Rod up to Hootie already. Love that call from the Leviathans, and Inbound could not get there in time. All of a sudden, it's just 1 kill, J-Mac, but it's 3,500 gold in the lead for the Atlantis Leviathans. They've just controlled all of these neutral camps. And the Scarabs comp doesn't really do a great job of fighting you at this point in the game. I mean, the Terra jungle wants some extra time in order to scale up. You don't have Blink on your Horus to get your fight started. Don't have Blink on your Terra to get your fight started. Who is starting the fight for the Scarabs pre-12? Unless the Lord Troll rotates, I'm not sure.
Right now we're seeing 1,000 gold separating the mids. We'll hold that thought. Stewart uses the ultimate to get away. Instead, it'll be an ult against Inbound and gets his Purification bead, so he'll have to walk away for the time being. Panatom gets stunned by Scream, but we'll just go back towards the camps. And looking back over the net worth, it's about 1,000 gold that separate these mid laners and 900 that separate the support. So well over half of the gold lead is just coming from those two fronts alone.
Telling me that a lot of mid camps are going the Leviathan's way, which it makes sense when one jungler is Terra and the other one is Osiris, where Osiris oh, excuse me, just hiccuped. I was too far away from my cough button. I couldn't hit it. Oh, unlucky. Look, Osiris is like the best jungler in the game right now. It is due in large part due to his clear speed. The mannequins plus stone cutting and Ichaival, they just let him clear the jungle instantly because he doesn't worry about his cooldowns, which are already really short, by the way. Terra doesn't have that issue.
Rongyu Blink gets both with the Cobra's Kiss, looking for Baronic. He has to leap away, ambush in. One more base is still necessary, but he gets taunted and feared away. Rongyu cannot close the gap to find Baronic. Inbound comes in with the save, but Yorkor is here to make sure to seal the deal. Inbound cannot get out of there quick enough with his teammate. Instead, it'll be the mid laner falling down.
Scream goes in, and the combo from Shinto will not land, so Scream won't get punished for it. Here comes Solar Troll immediately out of that engagement because Panatom still had his blank, had to use the ultimate to get away. But it ends up still being a big old 0 in the kill department for the Solar Scarabs after that.
They are fishing for a kill in mid. Meanwhile, Zapman has to use his Aegis and his beads to get away from Stewart, but with the Aegis and beads, he has no way to respond back to it, and Stewart picks up a nice solo kill against Zapman.
I will say, I'm pretty sure Stewart crit him on back-to-back autos with a 0 stack rage. If that's Maybe it was the tower shots doing that much damage to Zap, but I thought I saw some pretty big numbers come through there for Stu's auto attacks. And if that's the case, then I'll give credit to Zapman on expecting to not get double crit back-to-back like that. But how about giving the rookie some credit as well? Stewart has been getting the treatment all game long, consistent pressure onto him, particularly from Rongyu. He survived each gank, hasn't died, hadn't given up too much farm, and now finds a solo kill against the 2-time underneath his tower. Nicely done.
That just punishes Zapman for going too far forward. Almost, not quite maybe pulling an old school Zapman, but Zapman had no right to be trying to box under that tower. As soon as he got hit by the Gallarhorn, he turned to try and fight. And you got to realize there's Zapman, there's still a tier 1 tower, and you know, maybe almost 14 minutes in, but that tower does still hurt when you don't have any protections online.
Yeah, not going to take very long for the tower to punish you in that situation. So that's a good sign for the Scarabs, because they needed something in order to start to go their way. I mean, the way that the middle of the map is going, with Shinto up 2 levels over Moronic, Scream is still fairly far away from being at his most effective point in the game. Inbound still without Blink, so can't really get any fights started. That is going to be the lane now that the Scarab should start to lean on. Can we keep punishing Zap? Because now he has no relics, so someone's got to get over there and try and make a play happen, because that's got to be the win condition now for the Scarabs.
I'm curious if those pings were actually from the Leviathan side, pinging like, hey, here's where I'm standing, maybe make something go over here, or if that was the Solar Scarabs recognizing that Rongyu was stealth there, because there's a ward directly in the middle of the lane. A ward you don't see very often, but with how Rongyu plays the Circuit, it's very well warranted, making sure to keep vision in case he does try and pull a stealth in the middle of the lane just like that.
Exactly. The way he does it is that he waits until there's not a minion wave and then walks it in stealths when no one's around. With that ward there, you won't get caught up.
Moronic gets caught out by Rongyu, but it's Rongyu who's in danger. Never mind, make that Moronic who's in danger. Shinto and Panatom team up inbound, trying to get him and his teammate out, but it's only going to be inbound, making it out of there as Panatom picks up Scream in the process.
Yeah, so when the Merlin's level like 17, he just doesn't care about what else is going on in the fight. If he full combos you, you're going to die, especially with this build that Shinto has. So much damage. And now Inbound has got nowhere to go.
Inbound stuck under his own tier 1 tower. That one will fall down alongside him. So that'll be 5 kills up on the board for the Leviathans, and pushing that gold lead to 6,000 gold, close to 6,500. And with this Primal Fury up and available, they're looking to extend it even further.
Not going to take them long either. The Leviathans are starting to run away really through the mid lane. And that's one of the things, is that this Merlin, you let it free farm. Shinto, we talk about how much farm he gets all the time. That's going to happen no matter what. You've got to find a way to put some pressure onto him. And now you're just, when you've got a full damage Terra jungle, Screams just gets one shot in all of these fights. It doesn't get a chance to get his damage off. And that's what the meta is in the jungle right now. It's not that you're able to gank these laners at 16 minutes. You know, that's not a Terra jungle exclusive problem. But look at the junglers that are being successful in the meta right now. It's Osiris, who can still put some threat on you even when behind, who's tanky even when behind. It's Gilgamesh, who can CC you. Those are the sorts of things that I think are the most successful in the jungle right now, and that's just not the case with the Terra, who will CC you, I suppose, but if you just beat that CC, if she's full damage, you just kill her.
And because all this action's been happening in the mid, SOT hasn't even had much of an opportunity to try and make an impact with this Odin. This first pick priority that the Solar Scarabs have drafted for, this central point for them, hasn't even had an opportunity. You see goose eggs across the board for it, and it's not because he doesn't want to get into the fight, it's because he never has a chance. Hardcore has kept him in this lane the entire game. We saw Hardcore make one rotation over, get one kill, go all the way back to the right side, and that's where he's kept SOT busy.
That's his job in this sort of game, is we know the Odin could actually turn the tide of these fights. I'm just going to sit in lane and force him to keep answering me, because otherwise I'm going to get too much farm, he's going to fall too far behind, and it's going to be too easy for us to just disengage whenever he's around.
Stewart uses the ultimate and sends one through the realms, and able to get through the Bifrost back to safety of his own. Loses about half of his health in the process of it, but Rongyu not too upset taking that trade.
The Inbound still cannot close that gap because he hasn't bought a Blink. He's got Bracer of Radiance now as his second relic. And look, I think Bracer is really good. I think that this is, if the Horus can't be your initial engage, then he's not worth picking. And that's the real problem right now for the Scarabs, is that at least Scream now has Blink, at least Solar Patrol should start to be in some of these fights, so you do have a dedicated fight starter, but it's not going to be easy when the Terra, whose full damage is level 15, and Solar Patrol doesn't want to be the first one in as Odin for the vast majority of the time because he wants to get follow-up value out of his cage. He wants someone else to go in, force Merlin Flicker, force Izanami Dash, and then he can go in with the Blink and cage these priority targets and hope for some follow-up after that.
And in spite of all the pressure that Stewart was able to build for the duo lane, even with Bobby having to rotate out and focus more towards mid, he's the one who ends up losing his tower first, and Zapman just holds him there, just like the same thing with SOT being held in solo lane. Zapman has kept Stewart in these duo lane matchups and doesn't allow him to rotate over, and because of that, him and his team are able to stand behind and say, all right, Zapman, just do what you want for the first 20 minutes of the game. We trust you. You'll get to that late game stage and then just come in and start swinging. Well, that's what he's doing now, is he's got a slight lead as far as the build goes. He's about a half a level over Stewart for the time being, and they've evened up that experience gap.
Very good spot moving towards these objectives. And Zap, is going to be going this crit-oriented build. It's what he's really liked these last few weeks. Really much better at doing the objectives, which is a key factor in this meta. How long it takes you to do things like Fire Giant matters quite a bit. The crit build helps you more so than the auto attack build in that way. Even on Izanami, who typically abuses the bow build the best because she's got one of the best Tims in the game, Silver Branch does a lot for that character with the power that it provides once you get over that attack speed cap. A little surprised we see him go it even on Izanami.
Rogi looking for inbound. He takes about half of his health with just a single combo, thanks to the help of Shinto there to make sure he can get some additional damage alongside it. And Shinto has finished up a Soul Reaver to add a little bit more power to that punch forward. Rada Tahuti, Divine Ruin, Obsidian Shard, and Soul Reaver. Shinto swinging, and he hasn't even finished that starter item just yet.
30% pen. I mean, he's got everything you really need outside of some cooldown reduction, but as you mentioned, he hasn't upgraded his starter quite yet, and once he gets that, that's an extra 10% cooldown for this Merlin, assuming he goes for the Pendulum of Ages. So you're in a dominant position right now with Shinto. And I want to see the Leviathans. I mean, they're up 9,000 gold. I don't know how much more you have to farm for. I mean, maybe Shinto getting that upgrade is the last thing they need before they start just grouping around fire and going for it. But they're in a position now where they're not going to get that much stronger over their opponents. They're going to keep getting stronger, but so are the Solar Scarabs. Some key items being completed there for them. I mean, Baronic's nearly done with his Soul Reaver. You don't want to let that Raijin get that. Would get out of the early game with this type of deficit without really punishing him for it.
Leviathan start grouping around the Gold Fury, and just as quickly as they took Primal last time around, they'll also take this Gold Fury, and there's no answer back from the Scarabs. They're unable to find a path to even try and stop them just because they're so far behind in gold. They're lacking some of those big power spikes like the Soul Reaver you mentioned for Baronic. Stewart hasn't finished off that 5th item just yet, where Zapman's already got his dominance online and is starting to push up these lanes one more time. We see Zapman rushing up ahead. So at this point, where the Solar Scarabs kind of make their stand, does it have to be at that Fire Giant, or do they just kind of have to wait until these Phoenix Sieges come through?
I mean, Phoenix Siege, you assume you're going to lose all 3 towers at the same time. You're going to be down 14,000 gold, give or take. Maybe a little bit less than that, but pretty close to that amount. Would you rather take a fight down 10k at Fire or down 14k on Phoenix with them having Fire Giant? I think I'd probably rather take the Phoenix fight, but I'm not liking either end of my option. You're really hoping that Scream can just get a big Blink ultimate and one-shot like 2 people. That's your hope, is that he's going to get a good ultimate off, and Baronic's Raiju is going to multi-proc that damage, and you're gonna win the fight that way, because that is the only path forward I see for the Scarabs.
It looks like the Scarabs are setting up a defensive around that bracer. You see it dropped right up at the top side there by the Fire Giant pit in their main little corridor, but it's immediately going to be stripped away. Now, that'll take 20 seconds off its cooldown, so inbound will have it back up soon, but that soon needs to be sooner, as the Fire Giant is already under half health. Zapman and Panatom are swinging away at an inbound, wants to try and get in, has to use his speeds away from Hardcore's ultimate. SOT gets caught in the midst, thrown into the middle of 5 in the cage, is only going to delay his life for just a moment as Panatom leaps in to take him out.
And inbound didn't end up going in with that ultimate like I thought he might. Baronic's ultimate not going to find anything. And that was the dream right there for the Scarabs. Scream gets a big Blink ultimate, ends up disengaging. How much damage is it going to do in it? it did damage. You know, it was noticeable chunks coming off the Leviathans, but I'm still seeing 5 people alive for the Atlantis Leviathans, and that is all that matters at the end of the day. It doesn't matter how low they got, they're still here.
They actually left that Harpy there. I don't know if they just like miscommunicated and think they were going to get the last basic and they're just letting it sit there, or is somebody going to go clear? No, they're just going to leave it up there instead. Now Leviathans go back towards the Fire Giant one more time, starting it up. Zapman and everybody else will be here. Medusa has highlighted a rod of Asclepius picked up by Scream to get a little bit of extra healing for it, but all that healing's not really going to do them that much to try and stop this Fire Giant, as it's already gone. Now the Leviathan can start pushing up some of these towers, and the first one in their sights is going to be the Tier 2 in solo. They may be able to look towards a Phoenix. Stewart isn't back yet, and neither is Scream.
They're starting their channel their backs, but it's not going to take Zapman long once you get here. The good news is Scarabs don't have to worry about a wave for a little bit. Leviathan's wave is on the way, and that's why they're still here. If this was going to be a backdoor situation, I think they'd already be back in base and resetting, but you got a wave coming, so why not try our hand at it?
Hardcore walks forward, try and get a stun against SOT, but doesn't find it. Instead, now with the minion wave here, Zapman will start throwing basics at the Phoenix. Takes it down to just a little around half health before he has to walk away, as he's starting to take a little bit of damage from the rest of the team. Now SOT sitting at half health. That Merlin is starting to hit hard in that ice stance.
Yeah, been hitting hard for a little bit as Wrong. You goes in, finds Stewart.
And into the backline, ultimate out of Scream, hits quite a few players. Shinto has to use the Aegis to walk away, and now it's just Panatom left in the middle of everybody. Inbound, channels the ultimate, but doesn't get anything further from it. The walls collapse in for Scream, but a nice Cobra's Kiss from Wrong, you will push him away, and now the rest of the Leviathans hit back out.
That was such a smart play from Zap. He turns around and throws a couple of autos in order to bounce the Odysseus bow towards Solo or Troll so that SOT can't blink Cage. That was such a smart play there from Zap to keep SOT in combat. That's one of those, I mean, you're not trying to lay that out in the game plan that, hey, I'm going to turn around and Odysseus bow him. It's someone's like, hey, Zap's probably just thinking, did he blink Cage anyone that fight? I don't really think so. And just knowing that that's an option, great game sense coming there from the Leviathan's Hunter. But I mean, that was as good of a fight as the Scarabs have taken all game. Then that's the thing, is that now it's not Terra jungle. It's just you have Terra on your team, who's built full damage, but you know, still a Terra at the end of the day. And if Scream can continue to get good ultimates off that hit Shinto and Zapman, all it takes is one Raiju through the back of the fight to proc it in order to really turn the tides. Because remember, with Terra ultimate, you can't Aegis the damage. The stones, you take damage when the stones fall off, and the stones fall off whenever you take damage. And if you Aegis, then you don't take damage, and the stones don't fall off. So it doesn't happen until it's already guaranteed to be procced.
Kind of that catch-22 situation. I need to take the damage, but I don't want to take the damage, but I have to, but I can't. So Bronic used his own ultimate, try and push everybody away, but that's trying to push them away from a mid lane Tier 2, which they don't care about. They're going for the left side Tier 2 tower. Inbound in the middle of 3. Shinto puts a lot of damage against him, gets the Arcane, gets the beads away from Bobby as well, as he has to dash away back to the rest of his team. He'll heal up a little bit. SOT blinks in, gets a Cage on 3.
Good job, and a big jump as well, but the rest of the team just a little bit too far behind. No one else can get close, but Wrongyu, he's not getting close. He's going in.
He's going to dive and find Baronic and throw him right into the Dark Portal. Zapman gets the credit for the first kill. Stewart takes half of his health from the spit from Hardcore, and Solo Troll is trying to play the front line for it. Dash from Scream, the wall breaks and takes down Wrongyu, but the left side Phoenix is already gone. Scream under half. SOT is trying to zone them away, but it's too little too late for Stewart. He falls down to Panatom, and SOT may just get burned down by Shinto. He's going to run away, get out of the Dragonfire, but the Titan is not the primary target for the Leviathans yet.
Kills are the call, but Zapman falls to Scream, and now it looks like the Leviathans might not get their opportunity to end. Still looking for this Terra, and finally Shinto finds him.
That fire is just a little bit too much for him. Inbound steps inside the Dragonfire, and Panatom picks him up. It's just SOT alive, but with only Shinto as the primary damage dealer and Panatom both being so low, they're not going to be able to push in towards this Titan because Baronic is up in 5. So they get the left side Tier 2, they get the left side Phoenix, but they end up losing on quite a bit as well.
And still end up getting the priority Phoenix. Fire Giant, I believe, just fell off, so they're now able to just back reset, go for the next Fire Giant. Could they have ended there? Probably. You know, that wasn't the ideal scenario for the Leviathans, but they get what they needed. They still don't lose that much. The Scarabs get some extra time to farm, but that's about it.
Panatom will be left alone to finish the Primal Fury. Shinto already had left and decided to go for his red buff. They'll all go back to base and finish off, or maybe finish off those final items. They have over 3,000 gold in hand apiece, so that'll be a Soul Gem for Shinto and a Kin Size for Panatom to round out their build. They already have the Mannequin Hidden Blade build. Pendulum of Ages has already been completed, so both of these players now sit in full swing and with some red potions for some extra bang.
On the other side, though, I mean, Scream has his Soul Reaver done. That helps to the one-shot ideology of Terra Jungle. Chin Size now done for Stewart. Remember, the Scarabs went into that fight losing a lot of relics. Baronic didn't have his ultimate or his beads. That's why Rongi was able to find him so easily with that last breath and toss him into death. Scarabs do get some tools back for this fight, but didn't do the best job at pushing out that fire side wave. They or the duo side wave, excuse me, with the fire minions. That's going to start to put pressure right away. They needed to you got to kind of push that one all the way down to tower, but do it at the right time so that the Leviathans don't just kill you while they come out of base.
Zatman's got his Deathbringer finally finished up and a fully stacked raid, so he's got quite a bit of crit chance available to him, and those crits are going to hit just a little bit harder, especially when he has that stem popped for that extra attack speed. He's going to be capping out there most likely with those two bows built alongside him, so going to be a little bit dangerous for these Scarabs try going into the backline, but it seems they've kind of been sleeping on the damage that Scream was able to put out. He got 2 kills. Not going to say by himself, but he was able to finish 2 kills alone in that last fight just by breaking those walls and slamming one, taking down Rongyu, and then the second time taking Zatman.
Now he's got the Bumba Spear, so gets percent power after clearing a jungle camp. That's a really big power spike if you can use it properly. Just keep one of these camps up for Scream to clear and kind of keep that rotation going. That's the right idea here for the Scarabs. It looks like the Leviathans are willingly waiting until this Fire Giant gets enhanced. They haven't started pulling it quite yet, but this is the right idea, I think. Go back, pull it now, get it to 30 minutes, and then kill it right as it gets enhanced.
SOT gets caught by Hakor and Panatom trying to walk in towards Fire Giant. It's down to half, inbound, looking for a target, dunks only onto Rongyu, who's immediately going to respond with his own ultimate. SOT drops the cage. Zatman is in danger, being chased by SOT. No one's there to zone for him. Rongyu has to go through, but the Bird Bomb from SOT is enough to take him down. It's Baronic in danger, and inbound comes back to his rescue.
Rongyu with a great taunt finds Baronic, and now Panatom dealing with Scream, but Shinto trying to win his one up against SOT.
SOT has to leap away because now it's 4 versus 2. Inbound dashes give SOT a little bit of extra healing, but now they're staring down the barrel of the shotgun of the Leviathans, and meanwhile the fire minions all pushing up the left-hand side. Inbound is just being kept busy by Rongyu. SOT is trying to keep the rest of them occupied.
Taunt doesn't land there from Rongyu, so inbound will end up falling to Shinto eventually. But as you mentioned, J-Mac, left side fire minions still pushing. Still 18 seconds for the next respawn. The Leviathans don't have their hunter, so it will be harder for them to go for EFG. They decide that they're going to push this mid lane tier 2 instead, wait for Zatman to come back up, and then head back. So not too bad of a plan. And you see the composition plan start to materialize there for the Solar Scarabs. You know, Scream goes in with help from inbound, gets him directly into the back line right away, just drop shipped into the back, ends up getting his ultimate on both Shinto and Zatman. Then Solar Patrol goes in and gets their movement abilities, and the Aegis from Zap, again, can't Aegis the Terra ultimate. Eventually it's going to get popped, and it does, and that puts him low enough that Solar Patrol can finish him off. But if Zap and Shinto do a little bit of a better job still separating, but not separating quite as far, that they could stay a little bit closer together so that Shinto could have peeled for Zap, given him a Soul Gem proc, healed him up a little bit that way, that would have probably changed the tide of that fight a little bit more. Leviathan's backline just on slightly different pages.
And SOT does good of keeping Zatman out and killing Zatman, but right now if you're looking at the player damage charts, Zatman's not the issue. It's Shinto, 32.7k damage from this Merlin, and it's only going up every single time he throws an ability out against those Scarabs, and it's only going to get worse for them. Now, he is full slot, so he can't really... Theoretically, he can get more power if he gets this Enhanced Fire Giant, gets an Elixir online, but he's hit his build's top state for the moment. Fire Giant started up one more time. Zatman and Rongyu, the only ones in the pit to take the damage for it, and they're shredding through it pretty quickly, down to half health. SOT has to stun Panatom, walk away. Rongyu goes in for the engagement.
Oh, Yarkor jumps into everyone, but another good ultimate from Scream. Solo Patrol cages too, but Stewart's already gone.
Stewart is gone. Inbound and Baronic are both so low. Hardcore is looking for the zone due to try and keep them down and keep SOT busy. While Hardcore finds one, Shinto takes down SOT, and it's 3v1. Hardcore is taunting in front of them, saying, yeah, this is all that I need. I am the front line for this team. I am the carry for this team. Triple kill for Hardcore. Puts 4 in the dirt, and the Solar Scarabs will fall game 1.
Look, I mean, the minions were going to do the job anyways. They didn't even need to win the team fight this hard. But of course they're going to. Leviathans nearly clean sweep the Solar Scarabs there in that final team fight. And that's just the CC and control that they had. It was a decent start of that fight for the Scarabs, but still ultimately not enough in order to make the fight go their way.
Might as well go for one last little kill. Now they do end up losing Hardcore. So just as soon as he got that rampage, he ends up losing on the tail end of Leviathans. They came out to play in that last fight, and they got a big win, big pick for themselves to really escalate that.
And remember, this set does matter quite a bit for the Leviathans to make sure that they get that 3rd seed, guarantee their matchup up against the Oni Warriors at Phase 2 playoffs. And people might be, I'm sure, people are going to be memeing Scream for that pick and all that kind of stuff. And look, I don't think it's good. I think I'd made that pretty clear. But this Scarabs team, it doesn't really matter that much if they win or lose this. They're trying new things. They're trying to find their identity as a team. It doesn't offend me that Scream went Terra Jungle. I just don't think it's particularly good.
Didn't work out too hot for them here in game 1. We'll see if they can pick it back up in game 2. We'll take it to a break and bring it back to the desk.
Hello, Smite fans, and welcome back to the Smite Pro League powered by Alienware. But I'll tell you guys one thing. Alienware is not the only awesome sponsor that we have going for us here in the Smite Pro League. You can also support the league directly or support some of the teams yourself. The choice is really yours for the making. And if you head on over to shop.smiteproleague.com, you can look to pick up some merch for, like I said, showcasing your exact love for all things Smite Pro League, or getting a little bit more fan-specific, some of those team merch options that are available as well. And chat, I get asked a lot, why do you like wearing beanies so much? And the honest-to-God truth of it all, chat, is that I have to wear this beanie in order to contain my massive brain, because when it comes to Smite game analysis, Mifflin, am I wrong? Ever?
Taco, I'm going to answer your question with another question. Let's wax poetic for a moment here. Is it the job of the analyst to predict what is going to happen or what should happen?
Both.
And that's what we did. You did what would, and I did what should.
I don't know if you did that. You went on a 30 to 45 second rant about how I was out of pocket.
Clearly, they lost by like 25,000
to be proven 100% wrong because what's that production? Oh, that's right. I had 100% predictions the week before this, and you dare challenge my analysis, you goon? Never.
Play the replays, production.
Never.
Now that we're
Again.
doing stuff or whatever.
Jethins, you may play the replays.
He's doing it because I said
as much as we need you to. I do want to give Mifflin a little bit of a breather room here to try and recover from that massive L he just took against me. And Mifflin, a fair point to what you just said as well. A bit of an L as far as the gold is concerned here for the Solar Scarabs. This one got away from them pretty quickly. Leviathans definitely making fast work of everything that was available on the map.
Yeah, I mean, they, in this particular match, were the better team, and they had the better draft. And now I'm not going to say it's because Terra was in the jungle, but I'm not going to say it wasn't because Terra was in the jungle. Can it work out, Taco? I think it can in your ranked games, absolutely. In competitive play, I'm still a hater, all right? And I've been divergent with the pros a couple of times in the past. In particular, Jean Quidra in general is not a god that I think is incredibly strong and has a 5% win rate. Terra Jungle now at 0% win rate. And I'm going to go ahead and keep saying it shouldn't happen.
That's fair, Mifflin. I mean, there are those of us who can break down, analyze, and assess what is to come, and then there are those of us who have a reluctancy towards being able to look further with the Smite Pro Play visions, and I'll let you decide which of those categories you fall into for the time being, Mifflin. But as for right now, Solar Scarabs, they are looking for a bounce back after that Game 1 defeat, and again, relatively tough stuff there, especially when you look at what went down in that mid lane. 40,000 damage from Shinto. My man's was free casting as much as you could possibly want to.
Yeah, I mean, Rongyu was just sitting invisible in the middle of his lane over and over, just blanking on Bronic as he tried to step up and clear the wave. Worth noting, though, for the Solar Scarabs, one shining point for them, which was not the Terra Jungle. It was Stewart inside of the long lane who was able to find a solo kill on a Zapman, finding 2 crits in a row with only 30% crit from that rage. That is astronomical odds, and Zapman loses his life. But Goremizer in the back, in the green room, dropped me a pretty fun stat. Stewart, now with 20 games under his belt, has just tied Paul for deaths inside of the league, who has 56 games played.
Although Stewart's death count really not as high as some of the others on his team in that Game 1. That was also just the Leviathans, I think, just fully making work. Once they got a nice experience and gold lead established, Mifflin, they made sure to do exactly what they do best. They played it around the objectives. They stripped the map apart as much as possible. Didn't really leave any sort of recovery options there for the Scarabs to work with. And as far as Stewart is concerned, I mean, I think it's great to showcase to Zapman at the very least that, hey, you can't just eat 4 tower shots and then expect to walk away alive here. So I do like seeing Stewart be able to punish Zapman on the back end of that. Unfortunately, it just didn't really get a chance to amount to much of anything else here. But Game 2, Mifflin, like I mentioned, what's some of the changes that you think need to take place, aside from the Terra Jungle, because I already know that's going to be the most obvious one you point out, but I think it's also important to note that Scream was honestly the only one who wasn't behind on his team.
Yeah, he did have, I think it was 4th highest damage inside of the match, but so I guess, sure, Taco, Terra Jungle could come back, but I don't think it will.
Don't know if it's the look that the Scarabs need right now.
Let's get him back on that Bastet. That's what the Leviathans were scared of in Game 1, banning it out in the second phase. If I want to see anything different from the Solar Scarabs this time around, it's early game aggression. Let's get inbound on those Hercules or Fenrir-style picks. Let's get Stewart on something that is a little bit more aggressive inside a lane. Seems like Heimdall was drafted for the safety, as you highlighted earlier. That solo kill was off the back of Zapman going for an attempted tower dive. Maybe have something that can match the aggression that we know inbound is looking to go for. Something like an on her, maybe a Hercules on her lane if I get my way in particular. And from there, trying to root that aggression. That has been the strong point of the majority of the Scarabs matches is the early game. From there, then try and push it out further.
Well, you're talking about wanting to see some more aggressive picks here for the Solar Scarabs, and as we head into the picks and bans for game number 2, the drafts are definitely open, I would say, because Leviathans are going to be in that first pick position. Solar Scarabs feeling as though they're better off taking the response section for the time being, but I actually think I would like to see the Solar Scarabs prioritize Cirquet a little bit earlier on, and Zapman, he's just letting the fro go.
Yeah, this is a good look for Zapman. No longer a samurai and now I almost said clown, but he's clowning the enemies, so I can't even say it here. Zap just looking good and looking like he's having a fun time. Yeah, I think that bans largely are going to look the same here. The Leviathans seem to have really rooted out what they're worried about from the Scarabs in particular. It's this Yanis ban towards Baronic. He is not allowed to play that pick anymore. Artemis, the exact same as Game 1 as well. Where we're starting to see the adjustments, I think, is going to be in the actual picks themselves.
Well, and that's the thing, is that Leviathans, like you just mentioned, they're going to look for a total repeat of Game 1. They're not really the ones in a position to have to feel as though they need to switch their picks and bans here, given that they had so much success in Game 1. But Solar Scarabs, they know for a fact that if the option is left open, Leviathans will almost always look to take that Osiris. Granted, Gilgamesh could be another strong contender here for that first pick position, but I think the point that I'm really trying to get at is Rongyu got 5th pick Cirquet in this Leviathans draft, and then Solar Scarabs took a Horus into that. So I don't think that it was overconfidence by any means from inbound on his end. I think he truly believed that the interruption from the Horus would be strong, especially against the Cirquet whenever she's trying to look for some further dive and commit potential. But with Osiris being banned, Solar Scarabs, they had Tiamat in the game before. They're going to let Tiamat go through this time around, and I was talking about that Cirquet as a possible pickup here for the Solar Scarabs. Not sure how ideal that would be, though, against the likes of a Tiamat.
No, not many things feel so great into the mother of monsters, Tiamat. And Tiamat is a god that is just so plug and play at this point. I mean, she can fit into any singular composition. You don't necessarily have to draft around her. It's not like Morgan Le Fay being so immobile. You kind of want to draft some peel. Instead, it's Tiamat does a ton of damage. She does it from far away. She spawns her own peel. She can literally spawn a tank or a tornado to run at you and then leap away and become tanky herself. Incredibly strong. And the Leviathans are a team that have plenty of experience playing the meta pick, so I'm sure they're very happy able to find that one in the first slot.
Well, despite how heavily Moronic was being harassed in game number 1, he seems content to try and run it back with the Raijin in game 2, and I still like this look for the Solar Scarabs, Mifflin. They've got 2 incredibly aggressive, strong, early to mid-game gods, and Cerberus, I think, fairly flexible. As for whether it's going to be in solo or support, to be determined. I think that really just depends on whether or not the Leviathans are going to be willing to solidify some of their frontline pieces. And what do you think is the best way for the Leviathans to essentially complement this Tiamat pick?
Anything that can utilize that mid-game. Mid-game is really where Tiamat starts to hit her stride. She's not necessarily an early game god, or you could draft early game and just try and make it a bridge for her into the late game. Both gods being hovered right now, Ymir and Gilgamesh, do operate to generate pressure on their own. I think I would have preferred to see the Ymir just because I'm such a huge Rongyu stan, but hard to argue against Gilgamesh in of itself. Does have okay flex potential if we're talking about SEC. Could go support, could go jungle if we're talking SPL. Likely going jungle unless you're fine. Okay, you might see it in like soul lane exactly one time so far this year. So Gilgamesh likely is going to be for Panitom on the side of the Leviathans. And already, I'm a huge fan of this draft. And it's not just because of the Tiamat, but I would say it's like 95% because of the Tiamat.
Yeah, it's hard to not be a fan of Tiamat-based drafts just because we've seen the level of success that so many teams have been able to have whenever this god pick gets let through. And as far as the Solar Scarabs are concerned, they've got their own work cut out for them here in Mifflin, because Rom, Gilgamesh, first thing I'm thinking of is this Raijin. When he goes into those Taiko drums, he is not the most mobile god of all time, and Astral Barrage, Winds of Samash, I think both excellent dive utility features that Leviathans can utilize here to essentially take Baronic out before he's ever even really able to get his damage off.
But Baronic does have the benefit of playing a early game aggressive mage. The second you get that Thunderclap available to yourself, can use it to close gap onto this Tiamat at level 2, and with the help of a jungler, hopefully be able to put her down before she hits her stride. Izanami is a third lock-in overall for the Solar Scarabs, taking a shot towards the Leviathans here. Maybe young Stewart says, I can do it too. Maybe he can, but it's a little bit more aggressive, which is exactly what I wanted to see from the Scarabs.
Almost wonder if Rongyu might decide to take the Horus this go around, just because I like the idea of a knockup as far as interrupting the Izanami and the Raijin whenever they're trying to channel their damage. I also like it in the sense that the multi-use of dashes and the ultimate in general would give the Leviathans a pretty strong edge in terms of just looking for that overall collapse, because that is the main thing that I'm kind of getting from this draft out of Leviathans. They just want an all-in kind of collapse sort of composition, and they've got that so far with these top 3. Definitely still need a little bit more as far as crowd control is concerned, especially when you're trying to deal with the likes of Hercules, which I'm assuming might be headed for Bobby.
Yeah, that is, I mean, you said that Leviathans have a run-it-down draft. I think the Solar Scarabs picked themselves up one as well. Raijin, early game aggression. Cerberus can do it all on his own inside of the Soul Lane, and Hercules and Izanami together pull into Driving Strike, immediately into a slow or a silence if you survive the slow and a couple auto attacks from Izanami, even if she is, I'm not even convinced that she's going to be forced to use her ultimate with all the damage that's coming from this dual lane already. Decent disruption in the backline as well. The Solar Scarabs not so worried about their CC, and to speak to your point, the Leviathans do have a little bit of CC inside of their draft. They've got slows and knockups. They've got a couple of stuns as well, but all very hard to apply and all very single target from just Gilgamesh and Tiamat. Horus, though, a little bit more single target CC, but definitely easier to apply and definitely something they're used to playing around.
And this RDO, I think, just to try and introduce a little bit more of not the all-in on the single target CC. I think that RDO's Cripple Field is going to be incredibly impactful, especially against the likes of that Raijin, Izanami, and Hercules. Could be difficult for them to escape from that Cripple Field, and with the Eagles Rally now being the final component here for the Solar Scarabs, there is a lot of dependency on this physical, especially the double physical front line. Granted, they do have the Cerberus, but again, Cerberus is a god that I think can be great as far as initiation is concerned, but for the Solar Scarabs specifically, they're going to have, I think, to really prioritize that early to mid-game Mifflin, because I don't feel as though this is a composition that's really intended for this game to go late.
Taco, I'm going to ask you a question here because I kind of blew myself up last time around. Who do you think the jungle is for the Solar Scarabs? If it were up to me, I'd probably put Hercules in the jungle, Bellona inside a solo, and Cerberus in support. Or potentially you can switch around the Cerberus and the Hercules if you so choose. But where are you at on it?
That sounds the most likely. Personally, because it's Scream, I wouldn't be surprised if it wound up being a Bellona jungle. I think that is something that kind of caters to his playstyle. And he's just always been a little bit more prone to the unconventional, although...
Yeah, clearly.
I don't think that it's unlikely for Hercules to wind up as the jungle either, but I find it hard to believe that the Solar Scarabs would want to put inbound onto either the Cerberus or the Bellona, just because he has felt the most impactful whenever he's gotten gods like the Hercules in that support position. But if it is Bellona in the jungle, it might be tough for Scream to find that lockdown potential against the likes of a Gilgamesh and Tiamat.
Yeah, just really the Eagles rally for that lockdown CC. So you heard it here first on the desk. We don't know what the jungle is going to be for the Solar Scarabs. Hard to say going forward, but a couple of options for them inside of the draft. The Leviathans, on the other hand, a very clear and concise composition here. Great CC, good lockdown, team fight sustain as well, should ring true from the RDO. If I have to favor one draft, and I do, because that's how it works, I'm probably going with the Leviathans here.
That's fair enough. I'm on the same page as you with that one, Mifflin. You don't have to worry about that. That's something that we can definitely connect with and agree on. But game 2 about to be underway here. Atlantis Leviathans versus the Solar Scarabs. Can the Atlantis Leviathans bring it home in 2-0 fashion? That's for the casters to help us decide.
Thank you so much, Taco and Mifflin. The question that everybody wanted answered, where's the jungle going? Well, it's going to be Bologna this time around, so it will be inbound with his signature Hercules support pick. J-Mac Tucker and Aggro here, joined by Doug one more time, bringing you guys game 2 of Leviathans and the Scarabs. And, well, game 1 didn't look so hot for the Scarabs. The Terra jungle didn't quite pan out for them, and, well, they're just getting out-damaged pretty much on all fronts by Shinto alone, sitting well at the top of the charts for it. We'll see if they're able to pull it back here in game 2.
Yeah, pretty crazy that Shinto kind of dominates you game 1, and then you go, yeah, let's give him Tiamat game 2.
Don't know about that.
Let's see what happens there. Surprised to see him get his hands on that pick, but good little warm-up for him before Phase 2 playoffs on that type of selection. As for the Bologna jungle, it offends me a lot less than the Terra jungle, for sure. I think Bologna jungle is absolutely okay. That's as far as I'm going.
Dives on Stewart. Inbound has to use the pluck in order to pull Rongyu away from Stewart. The Banana Man Bobby coming through with the nice Master of Peel available for himself to get there. I had to say it one time. I
don't understand.
Banana Bobby, because he's got good peel. Like a banana. You peel a banana.
Okay, I still don't understand where the banana is in all of this,
J-Mac. You peel a banana.
Right.
It's good peel.
Okay. So that makes him a banana. But
yeah, because he's got good peel.
But if that were to work, he would need to be doing the peeling.
Okay, I was told that you can blame Nathan in Inbound's chat for that one. He told me to say it, so I got it out there for him. Now we don't ever have to worry about it
all right,
again,
Nathan, here's the deal. Unlucky for you that I was on this cast.
Yeah, it really is unfortunate.
Everyone else would have let that slide, but I will not. It makes no sense, and I won't appreciate it.
Well, you had your one chance, Nathan, in Inbound's chat, so there's a little bit of shout-out for you there. But back into this game, Rongyu now picking up the horse for himself. He saw Inbound play and went, oh yeah, that's kind of a fun guy. Maybe I should try my hand on it. And decides to pick it up to go up against Inbound to try and match some of that early aggression.
And immediately, Blink pays off for him that he can actually get a fight started with that Blink. And remember, Rongyu played this pick a ton at the beginning of Season 7. This was really the combo that he and Netrioid were running to kick off the season, so you know he's comfortable.
Double knockup and a double slow coming through. Stewart sitting inside the minion wave, and Zapman has to roll away because he's taking a little bit too much damage from the minions. Doesn't have the same luxury that Stewart has of having all of his basics be able to be boomeranged, and Panatom will dive the Tier 1 tower for SOT at only level 4. First blood goes the way of the Leviathans, and they may be able to get more in this duo.
This Inbound is so low, and no blink for him either, but no blink for Rongyu for the next 39, so it seems like Inbound won't get punished, but this should open up a pretty easy purple buff invade, knowing that he has to go back to base. Good start for the Leviathans across the map. They make plays over here, and now Stewart
gets caught out. The stun and the cripple are good to hold him, but the stealth is enough to sneak him away from Zapman and Rongyu. So Stewart makes it out, still holds on to his beads through all of that. If he dies with beads up, that is an extremely greedy play by Stewart, but he does make it out.
Ironic gonna dash in on his rotation, but a little bit too late in order to secure the purple. So the Leviathans duo lane get away with their thievery, and now are able to clear out, get their own purple, and reset for Zapman to come back with a full Ichabal in comparison to Stewart, who only has that Hunter's Bow. Big advantage for Zap in that lane.
Scream going to take a little bit of damage from the Cyclone thrown out by Shinto as he's now hit level 5 on this Tiamat. 99% I think is what I saw for the pick ban rate for this god, and more often than not it's been banned. I think it was 77% of the time this god is banned, and well, there's a reason. So when you let Shinto kind of free cast on a Merlin game 1, I don't think Tiamat is the option. I would give him game number 2 to allow him to free cast.
No, but you can't necessarily give Panatom Osiris either. You know, there are a lot of picks that feel pretty good, but Veronic in trouble. Ooh. Didn't even get his leap off, even with the purification.
Consumes enough damage. Knockup is good in the wind to Shamash from Panatom, and Shinto will let Panatom try and seal the deal, but Panatom can't close the gap. The slow, not enough for him to close that gap, so Scream will just barely make it out with his life.
That is the most psycho play I've ever seen in my life. Did you see Scream's health bar? And he had ult, and he had mana, and he didn't use it. That is craziness. And he lived. He got paid on that play.
Same thing happened to Stewart earlier.
That is crazy.
Same thing happened with Stewart under the tower, right in front of his tower line. He had the purification beads, got hit by stun, decided, I don't need to use this, got hit by knockup, said, man, I still don't need to use this, got hit by the cripple, and said, man, I don't think I need to use these beats still. Maybe he'll use them now as Rongyu dashes aggressively against him. Up in the sky is Zapman looking and waiting for him to pop out of the stealth. Needs all 3 shots to take him down. Instead, he'll only get 2, and Rongyu will take the final basic to drop him.
Yeah, these two already playing their aggressive duo lane very well. You can see Rongyu having fun in the player cam. I mean, these two are synergizing really well together already, and that is a scary thought for the rest of the SPL if Rongyu and Zap can become one of those premier duo lanes.
Inbound will get beats from Zapman with a blink driving strike.
My God,
to
he
push
even
him
uses
away.
his relics.
Look at that, he used it.
He does it all.
He got a nice relic. He doesn't get the kill, he gets the assist, but he gets 2 out of the 3 snipes, and Rongyu, well, he'll take the basic for it to get his. Rongyu says, you know what, supports need the kill sometimes.
Yeah, he needs it, and on Horus he actually puts it to fairly decent use because you can end up putting yourself in a position where, like I was talking about in the last game, you just deal more damage than they're ready for. And look at this, Rongyu's on the way, but so is Scream.
Zapman gonna roll away to try and get safety. Rongyu gonna zone for him. The boulder misses. The Eagles rally just a little off the mark, but not the bludgeon as Scream able to rotate over and get a nice kill to put Zapman down.
Needed to, because he was gonna start to run away with this lane if he was able to reset and just buy his full Ichval, whereas Stewart still has not gotten that. And Zap hadn't backed yet, so he was being pretty greedy, sticking around for that amount of time. But big wave, Rongyu's gonna be able to hold at least a little bit of it and try and get Zap back and keep picking up that XP and put himself ahead of Stewart once again.
Our quarterback on this RDO, I think it was banned away from him game 2 of their set against the Bolts and had a strong performance on it game 1 and then game 3 when it somehow got let back through. So no surprise to see him go back to it when it wasn't banned from him like it was game 1 of this set. So Hardcore back onto the RDO, but it's kind of that tale. It's like, yeah, you did really good. You did well with RDO, but you kind of played RDO. Scream's kind of getting played here in the mid lanes. Wins a Shamash drop through. Panatom picks up the kill, and Baronic unable to save his jungler. Shinto in danger, has to use his purification beats. Panatom leaps in, drop kick against Baronic, and a dash in from the support. Rongyu gives a little bit of extra help to Shinto to let him stay alive, and manages to turn around and get a second kill.
Never has it been more of a protector's surge than in that moment for Rongyu. That heal and prots coming through absolutely massive, keeps Shinto up and alive, and keeps him in a great position to carry this game. Level 9, highest level in the game, has the Rod of Tahuti already. Difficult to handle a Tiamat when she's this far ahead. See the damage output he's putting out already, putting a lot of pressure on a Veronica in this lane. Doesn't take long for that Tiamat to start to swing.
Hardcore will get the experience for the blue buff and get the full credit for his wave. And Shinto, even though he lost on his purification beads, Rongyu with a nice save, keeps him alive and allows him to stay deathless so far coming through. I don't think he died at all during that last game either. So it still remains deathless up and towards the second game, and sitting at 1-0-2 on the Tiamat. Rod of Tahuti, a first item again for Shinto, getting that big power early on. Rongyu goes aggressive trying to take away the red buff, and looks like he may have been successful in doing so. He'll dash away with his life and make sure to keep Shinto at bay as well.
And that's just a frustration moment because Baronic's already so far behind of Shinto, and now he loses his red buff. Rongyu's going to go pick it up to add some insult to injury and continue to put some pressure onto Baronic and Stewart on these dives.
Scream looking to dive Shinto, and Solar Troll is there as well. The Ghastly Breath maybe just be a little bit too much damage, and the boulder to seal the deal. Inbound gets credit for the kill, but they may lose Baronic in the process as Panatom rotates in. Drop kick Scream against the wall. Double kill for Panatom.
Solar Troll in trouble. Here comes Zapman on the rotation, putting snipes towards Bobby. Doesn't quite get him, but Rongyu still got Blink.
Third one is ready for Panatom. He's trying to get those kills and will be successful in getting so. Triple kill for Panatom, now diving towards the tier 2 tower, but not going to be that greedy to go too far in. Instead, Hardcore will dash through, but it puts a trip on the board for Panatom.
Look, you get Shinto, great. You know, we set him behind, we're feeling good, we're taking down the Tiamat, and then, we lose 3 all to Panatom, who is now 6-0, by the way, in this game. Quietly, a 6-0-1 scoreline for the Gilgamesh after that last triple kill. And Baronic continues, even in these plays where they get the kill, he dies, and as a result, will not start to catch up.
SOT walks forward. Rongyu caught him, and Shinto is the one to take him down. Just greedy play by the solo laner, walking up so low in health, thinking, surely nobody's going to be here to punish me for this one. And well, there was Rongyu waiting around the corner, hits him with a nice fracture, stuns him, and then gets the knockup and set up for the kill for Shinto. But I wouldn't necessarily call Panatom 6-0 quiet. He has been aggressive on this map.
He's He's been all over the place. Duo lane, mid lane, solo lane where he got the first blood. He's put his hand in every single lane so far, which is the ideal performance from a jungler. I mean, I was so impressed with Panatom during the land set that they had up against the Bolts earlier on this week. If Panatom can keep on playing like this, the Leviathans might be front runners to win Phase 2 playoffs, because when they add that type of dynamic where Panatom is really just hard carrying in the early stages and then handing the ball off in the late game to Zapman and Shinto, what are you supposed to do?
Oh, Baronic gets caught, has his purification beads, but doesn't use them just yet. Gets slowed by Rongyu, and it's a little bit of time before Panatom is able to show up. Instead, he'll just drop kick the minion wave for some extra XP. But look at this level disparity we're already seeing in the mid lane. 3 levels ahead for Shinto.
And that's in 10 minutes. I mean, he's level 13 and 10 minutes into the game. That's crazy.
Stewart in danger, has the Dark Portal to save his life, and that's the only thing that's probably saving his life there. As Rongyu and Panatom were looking to be more than willing to dive that tower if necessary, but get stopped in their tracks.
That was a really nice ultimate there from Stewart to save his life. So at least you get something there that he doesn't have to expend too much, though I guess he did have to beat. So, okay, yeah, that's pretty bad. Never mind. It was rough for Stewart there, even though he lived with a nice play.
Scream gonna stop this Greatest Scorpion from being taken. Instead, he might look to take it himself and will be successful in doing so. Zapman a little late for the snipes to try and steal that one back away from what was stolen from them initially forward. Inbound and Scream running forward, trying to find Rongyu. Even SOT has rotated all the way to this side of the map yet again, and is met by Hardcore, who blinks in, gets a double stun on Scream and on SOT. He's going to get caught up in the midst, has to use his Stingent Torment to try and get away and try and save his life, but it's not going to be enough. Shinto picks him up.
And now Inbound is left in no man's land. He's going to fall. It's Hardcore who ends up getting that credit, and the Solar Scarabs just don't have an answer to this Leviathan's roster. The XP differential is just too much. Panatom ahead of Scream, and of course Shinto so far ahead of Baronic.
Leviathan say, hey, thanks for taking that Scorpion for us. We'll go ahead and grab the prize afterward. Gold Fury goes their way to further extend this already monumental lead they've built in just not even 12 minutes. Over 5,000 gold separating them, and the experience is looking fairly similar. 2 levels in the solo lane, 3 levels still with mid, and a level in jungle.
Rongyu's already used his mobility, but jukes 3 out of 4 Taiko drum shots, and they could have all landed. He could have had 7 Taiko drum shots, and I don't think they ever kill Rongyu from that position. Just too far ahead on this space.
Panatom drop kicks to secure the red buff, taking that one away from the Solar Scarab. So another red buff invade goes the way of the Leviathans, but not to no avail. They do manage to strip away beads from Panatom. They get his ultimate as well. That'll slow him down for just a couple minutes.
Gotta kill him now. I mean, what a shutdown you would get if you did. 6-0 on this Gilgamesh right now. That is Baronic. If I'm Baronic, I'm like, yo, can we just chase this guy and kill him? If I get that kill, I'm back in this game, because that is really the level that Baronic is at right now. He's not that far behind of everyone else on his team, you know, or even everyone else on the Leviathans. He's a little bit behind from Hardcore and Panatom, and that's to be expected when you're 0-3. But Shinto's level 15 is mind-boggling this early on. It feels bad to have to compare Baronic's farm level to Shinto's and not just the rest of the squad.
Zapman catches Stewart on a ward, but he doesn't know that Inbound is waiting behind him. Blink through with the driving strike, but Zapman doesn't have his beads available to him and won't have time to get up in the ultimate. At this point, it's just a turn and run as fast as he can, but Stewart will catch him and get another kill.
Nice little play out of the dual lane there for the Scarabs. Finds the lone member that they can punish, but SOT getting punished on the opposite end of the map, but a good blink might have saved his life.
Rongyu's got a blink in return. Fracture is good to stun him in place, and Hardcore here has an extra stun of his own. Throws out the cripple field to make sure he can't run too far. Shinto spins in the ground and stance ultimate, try and get some damage, but SOT is still living until Panatom rotates over and drops the winds. He managed to make it out. Eagles rally from Scream, and Baronic shuts down Panatom, who walked just too far.
Exactly what the doctor ordered for the Scarab. So now they kill Zapman. Baronic gets the shutdown on the Panatom. That is massive for the Scarabs. And look, they're still down 4,000 at 14 minutes. It's still a huge lead for the Leviathans, but they're starting to make it happen. They get what they need. That's the first 2 boxes checked in the comeback sheet here for the Scarabs. Just a matter of doing the next few things, which is making sure that the Leviathans don't get any major objectives, continuing to defend our jungle as best we can, but not dying for things like a purple buff or a red buff. Really making sure that you're keeping stock of what counts, which are the Primal Fury, the Pyromancer, though lesser so, and the Fire Giant.
Doesn't also tick one of Zachman's boxes, feed in the game and then come back to help your team win there. So, yeah, you get a nice little check mark for the Scarabs, but even Zachman's keeping tallies on his little scoreboard for himself. Stewart backing in the lane, inbound, trying to look for a rotation here, has a ward for himself. Zachman doesn't spot him, instead he'll be the one to walk over the ward. Inbound going to try and bully him out, manages to strip away the Harpy from Zapman, but Zapman will be fine as he rolled away from that knockout.
Right now the Leviathan's going to group up on this right-hand side. Just keep the pace of this game high. No reason to let the Scarabs just farm up like I was just talking about they needed to do. Keep the pressure on them and make sure that you're going to keep your eyes on those objectives. The Scarabs know they need to defend, but know that they likely can't if they're on time. Zapman once again ends up getting caught. Good ward coverage there from the Scarabs. Look at the sentries they've placed on the entrance, making sure that Zap won't have any sort of safety. And they're giving themselves a win condition, putting their eggs in the Stewart basket.
Looking to crash in the skies as Rongyu cuts off the path away from Baronic, dashes in, gets the Taiko drums immediately. Panatom taking a lot of damage from it. Boulder from Bobby is going to be good for some damage, but not enough to save Baronic as he falls down. Panatom runs back to the winds, but gets caught by SOT's ultimate. And now maybe Shinto, the one in danger. Scream picks him up. It's just Rongyu and Hardcore here in the mid lane to defend against 4.
Oh, nice blink pickup there from inbound Hardcore. Toss back into the teeth of the team, but I don't know if they have the damage to take him down.
He's got the cripple field to get away, and Rongyu will immediately dash over towards him to give him a little bit of extra sustain. Eagles rally, gets the beads instantly. The healing is good, but not quite good enough. Stewart has enough basic attack damage to drop him down. Now Rongyu is caught inside his own tier 1 tower, sitting at half health and just as unhealthy as the tower for himself, but Zapman rotates back over and gives Rongyu a target to go back.
Snipes need to land all 3 if he wants to kill, and he did hit all 3, but it still was not quite enough. Shout out to Tower Shield in the build there for Scream. That little bit of physical protection might have made the difference in keeping him alive. And all of a sudden, the Scarabs, you're starting to feel the winds change back towards their end a little bit. The Leviathan taking a couple uneven fights in the mid lane. Zapman has come back to lane and died twice in a row, which is a really good way to fall behind quickly. And that's exactly what started to happen. So now Stewart's starting to swing, starting to get his kills under his belt. He's got a little experience lead. Scream's been able to catch up and now surpass Panatom in farm. Baronic has closed that gap. Starting to look better here for the Scarabs. Still down 3,000, but every time I go still down X amount, that X is a little bit smaller.
It's getting a little bit smaller, closing that gap up a little bit, and Baronic's damage is certainly getting heftier as the game goes through. He may not be sitting super high on the charts, as we'll take a look at the player damage chart here in just a moment for it, but he's got his Warlock staff, he's nice and tanky, he's got the Soul Gem, gets a nice little bit of heal going through, and yeah, I mean, you see him sitting down there, that's a deceptive 5,700 because most of that's been coming off the back end of these fights, and he's been the primary target for the Leviathans in not just game 2 here, but also in game number 1. They put so much focus in keeping Baronic down from this Raijin. Primal Fury started up on one side, and Leviathans, they'll respond instantly by going towards Fire Giant. Scream, the only one over here to try and spot this one out. He'll go through. Primal Fury is done, but how will the Fire Giant fight go? Scream gets caught out instantly, but Zapman got caught on the ring. SOT picks up the kill 4, gets 3 with Sinja Torment, throws him right into the clutches of Baronic, who's unable to find Rongyu, has to dash in aggressively to try and find it.
He will not. Solar Patrol still on the chase as well, but Rongyu's out, but Shinto has gone back in order to make it happen. Double kill for Panatom, but Shinto will fall.
Panatom leaps in, but he's not able to get Stewart. Instead, it's going to be Hardcore who picks him up, and now it's just SOT and inbound. It's only the tanks alive for both teams to try and box that against each other. Ooh. Double pluck, double wall, and double boulder, enough to take down Rongyu with one basic, and it's only going to be Hardcore left alive. SOT blocks him inside the tower and picks him up.
What a play from Hardcore, and inbound knows he doesn't have the damage from here. What a barn burner that was there, J-Mac. I mean, a great play from inbound. The double pickup push boulder combo was absolutely phenomenal. And the Scarabs get the better end of that trade by a significant margin because, remember, they got the Primal Fury in that play. They were able to get one objective and then still rotate down and around and get their hands dirty before Leviathans were able to steal that Fire Giant away from them. Really love that play from Scream. I mean, a great up down from him on the Bologna, stunned 3. And as you highlighted, caught Zapman on the firewall. Zap didn't have his beads at the time. Aegis was up, but didn't Aegis the ultimate damage there coming from the Bologna. And when you don't Aegis that, and then all of a sudden you're stuck there for that amount of time, right on the firewall and a fire pool, he got burned from 60% to dead before he could have ever used his Aegis.
I'm curious how much damage that Fire Giant put in against him just in that one little interaction, but Scream with a great play with that Eagles rally, able to help turn that fight in their favor. Now it's only 2,000 gold that separate them. Eagles rally from Scream as he dunks it down towards the Fire Giant. It started up. Hardcore tries to steal away with the Bear Claw, but unsuccessful. Solar Scarabs get the Fire Giant. They lose a couple of ultimates in the process for it.
Wow, all of a sudden it was 3-0 for Shinto, and he was on top of the world, up 3 levels, and now he's even with basically everyone else in the Scarabs, only a level lead over Baronic in particular. And it's the Scarabs with the Fire Giant down 2,000 gold, but Fire is worth more in stats than that. So you've got the Scarabs as the quote-unquote winning team right now. Ball's in their court. Matter of finishing it out now.
Inbound, the only one inside the jungle. The rest of his team over towards the blue buff, and looks like an ultimate expended from Rongyu, trying to close the gap here. SOT is going to try and stop Panatom and Rongyu from getting there, but they'll make it back in. Crashes down on Baronic, and he's stuck inside the cripple field. Can't get away from Hardcore, and the Winds of Shamash will keep him locked inside. Panatom with a quick pick.
Man, tough set for Baronic so far. 1-6 now. Second game in a row on the Raijin, and neither game has really had that impact that we're used to seeing from him. His last few games for Baronic have actually been very good, despite the struggles for the Scarabs. His score lines have all looked very good. I think he's played really good Smite. This has been his first tough set in a little while, and I'm sure that doesn't make him feel a whole lot better, but it has not been the norm to have games like this.
Zapman backsteps the paralyzing spit, inbound caught inside the cripple field, gets a decent heal for himself, but not going to be enough to take him down. Zapman doesn't have ult, so he can't try and go for the snipes to take him out. Instead, the Leviathans will set their sights towards this right side tier 2 tower. They don't have the Fire Giant buff, so it's going to take them a little bit longer to do so, especially since Zapman's not hitting particularly hard.
Shinto jumps in after hitting Stewart with that long range damage, but not enough because Stewart still had his dash. Tier 2 taking a while, but it's not going to be too easy to defend it. Eventually it will fall.
SOT takes quite a bit of damage. Scream blinks in, trying to find Shinto, and Hardcore up, down, in place with the Eagles rally, but Shinto is undeterred. He'll fire right back at him, and Hardcore takes him down. Now looking for more as Baronic is forced to use the Taiko drums instantly. Hardcore is more than happy taking those up because the snaps from Zapman are there. Shinto gets the credit for the kill, and Stewart on the run, uses the stealth, but Panatom catches him with the winds.
And a good stun coming from Rongyu, finds Solar Troll. The chase is on for these frontliners. SOT, big ult, but knows he doesn't have the damage on backup in order to make them fall, and it's a double for Zap.
Inbound is the last one standing, but not for much longer as Panatom takes him down. A right side tower was taken in the process, and now may be the Phoenix, and very well into the game. Leviathans, it looked a little dicey there after that last little fight, but they punch back hard and take out the Scarabs 2-0.
Yeah, no wave, but I don't think it's going to matter too much because they've got healthy enough front line in order to make it happen, plus that Bracer of Radiance. That is a much closer 22, 23-minute game than we're used to seeing. Most of the time, those are a little bit more one-sided, and it was one-sided early. But the Scarabs continue to stick around, man. This team is so good at that. You know, if you start messing around a little bit, if you start making some crazy plays, Scarabs are really good at punishing you for it, and they did it in that game. I love the Fire Giant call. I think it's just a really good creative use of that Horus ultimate in order to cut off Baronic's escape. His beads were on a 6-second cooldown. He can't get out, and then all of a sudden that kills all the momentum there for the Scarabs.
Yeah, just not quite enough for the Scarabs. A good fight back in game number 2, but ultimately it does go the way of Leviathans. They pick up a nice 2-0 set for themselves. We're going to take it to a break. When we come back to desk, we'll finish breaking down this set.
The cereal kids are crazy for, Cthulhu's. Start your morning madness with a bowl of morning happiness.
Cthulhu sale is ongoing now. You will take part. Save up to 33% off gem bundles. You will take part.
Crazy crispity, crazy crunchity, crazy crunch.
Select chests up to 50% off. You will take part. Boosters, avatars, wards, and more up to 50% off. You will take part. Party up with up to 3 times favor. Worshippers and XP. You will take part. This is your duty.
Crazy Cthulhu-y, Cthulhu. Surgeon General's warning, Cthulhu's are not of this world and should not be ingested by children or adults over the age of 80. Gems are not included as a prize because Cthulhu's are not real. Reality is meaningless, time's a construct. They not all hope when you ingest Cthulhu's. Use as directed, part of balance practice. For the crispity, crunchity, crazy crunch, get cuckoo with Cthulhu.
You will take part.
Of a balanced breakfast.
Can we take a commercial break?
Hello, Smite fans, and welcome back to the Smite Pro League. We've had a very fun set so far to kick things off today in week number 8. But more importantly, we have to go one step further. We've got to dive deeper here, Chad. And as you guys saw, Cthulhu's, while they might not be available for your direct consumption, that doesn't mean that the benefits of this gem sale could not be yours for the taking. Until September 6th, it's going to be your time to strike for up to 33% off on some of those gem bundles. But more importantly still, if you really want to be able to flex some of your support for the Pro League teams and some of your favorite players, then you can also utilize some of those gems to purchase their in-game wards, avatars, and I don't know, maybe we see some skins in the future. Hard to say just yet, but Mifflin, as far as the Leviathans versus Solar Scarabs are concerned, Leviathans taking this one home in 2-0 fashion, and I don't think beneath them Yarkor could have had any more fun with it.
Yeah, it was a convincing win, but certainly a little bit more fight back from the Scarabs. I thought that it was just the Scarabs had like a very good initiation composition, as it was a lot of frontline, so if they were able to start the fight on their own footing, they kind of popped off, and if they didn't, well, Leviathans kind of popped off.
Yeah, there was definitely some early responses from Scream in that duo lane. The Bologna jungle found an early pick, but it just didn't seem as though there was a whole lot of fluidity behind these Solar Scarabs compositions. I think they just had a really tough time trying to transition the picks that were taking place in the laning phases into something a little bit more fruitful surrounding those objective plays. And again, the Leviathans, they pretty much got to do, I don't want to say whatever they wanted, because we definitely saw moments of response like you mentioned, Mifflin, but beneath them definitely had a fantastic set today.
He really did, man. And Gilgamesh Jungle has been popping off just for a lot of these teams recently. Captain Twig recently has a very good performance with this pick. Panatom gets involved very early on in this game and stays involved for the entirety of the game afterward as well. It just feels like that this is a god right now that a lot of these junglers are really starting to find works out in Season 8, especially considering how that first ability works for Gilgamesh, just a little bit of additional HP. You're dealing more damage. Generally, we're starting to see that Bruiser build kind of be the focus for some of these junglers as well, so makes sense to me. This guy you're seeing on screen right now, though, Yarkor, is one that I wanted to talk about because this RDO solo looks really strong. He's able to tank up towers in the early, utilize that healing to make sure these dives are working out, and the initiation was kind of nuts, too.
And do you think that we could maybe expect to start seeing a little bit more of that RDO solo or just RDO in general rise to the top here? Ever since her buff, it seems as though a lot of people are definitely preferring her right now.
Yeah, I know Aurora's liking this pick a lot. I think Yarkor very likely to keep playing it as well. I'm not sure that we're going to see a ton of people trying to adapt it. It is kind of a unique playstyle. Maybe Neilma goes back towards it because I know he's had a lot of success on that in the past. But as far as the entire league is concerned, I don't think so. I think it's more of a flavor pick.
But this is definitely a strong look still for the Leviathans. I mean, this is your closing set before you take off into the Split 2 playoffs that are going to be later on this next week. But as for here today, Mifflin, this is exactly where the Leviathans wanted to kind of close things out. It just says so much when you're able to get that 2-0 victory. And even for the standings, it's largely that the 2-0 victory was for the Atlantis Leviathans to really make sure that they can solidify that third place.
Yeah, I think the Leviathans are solidified now. There's no one that can really challenge them for third. They don't really have much leeway to move around either, and well, the Solar Scarabs are kind of locked where they were at as well coming into this set. So as it stands right now, I think it's really pretty clear how the stand is going to pan out going into playoffs.
But it's so much fun because like we see the playoffs, at least as far as the seeding is concerned, for the standings really beginning to take place. But as far as the actual playoff period is going to be concerned, I definitely think that there is a lot more on the horizon here between a lot of these top end teams. And we've even got Yarkor to pick his brain on the matter because he'll be joining us for the post game interview. Yarkor, first things first, how much are you liking the RDO solo right now?
I think she's really good. That is all I'm gonna say. I think she's a really good pick. It's not as fun as other Guardians or Warriors, but she's really good. And if you're good, you're gonna play it. So
can't be revealing too much just yet. That's fair enough. But also, Yorko, I wanted to ask you, as far as Zapman, you guys have now had, I don't want to call it a trial period, but you've definitely had that adjustment period with Zap, and having him now knowing that you guys have a little bit of more synergy established going into the playoffs. What are some of your expectations surrounding that?
We're gonna try to have a better performance. That's what all I really wanna do. I mean, I think all as a team we have to do, because we have been in struggle when it comes to tournament time a lot. So right now into the playoff, we just wanted to perform better and try to make it to the finals.
And do you think that Zapman is going to be that last kind of piece of the puzzle so we can start to see some of these Leviathan success stories really build up?
Yeah, he has been helping us a lot in a few things that we struggle. And with time, we're helping him too a lot. So I think we are just growing together and think we're going to try and see what happens.
Well, excited to see what you guys have in store for us next during the Split 2 playoffs. For now, go ahead and enjoy your 2-0 victory with the rest of the squad. And thank you so much for joining us for this post-game interview, Arcor. But, Mifflin, you heard it here first. Yorkor definitely feeling strong moving forward. And, well, as far as the Leviathans are concerned, their Split 2 will just have to continue whenever the playoffs take place. But as for right now, and the rest of you guys have to remember, we do still have one more set coming up here today. We're going to have the Titans facing off against those Dragons. And, again, a match you're not going to want to miss out. So grab some snacks, make sure to stay tuned, and be right back, because we'll be right back with some more SMITE Pro League action.
From the rulers of our nations, while everyone something that matters to me. You do not know what I have in mind. I packed our bags, we'll be on our way. The night was long as I waited without a sign. A sign of what matters to you. But what do you want? What's your biggest need? Every hour we spend together, then suddenly the chances are small, just like the lottery. It's been 72 weeks in this town. I still believe I'll see you again. No matter what, I got off the ground for something that matters to me. But what do you want? What's your biggest need? Every hour we spend together, then suddenly the chances are small, just like the lottery. I just hope we could stay together. We wait and see, but the chances are small, just like the lottery.
So here's the pitch, okay? We've all seen Myth Swifts. It's that outtake show, and it was running in, and I saw chat spamming when I told Jordan to focus. So we're gonna run with that. Strike while the iron is hot. Jordan, sitting at his desk at the video team section. I don't know what they do. I don't care what they do. But for the premise of this video, cannot be focused. Watching anime butts on one screen. I don't care what he's doing. Just can't be working, all right? And then he hears Myth Swifts. Big TV right behind him. Myth Swifts playing. Here's the line. Says, Jordan, focus, okay? And then his eyes go wide. He turns around, turns off the TV. He's trying to get rid of me. He knows he's not focused, but he knows he needs to be. But goes back to his desk, goes back to doing whatever he's doing. But he has to focus. So I'm at his window. Boom, slam on the window. I'm like the Babadook, okay? He doesn't know where I'm coming from. I slam the window, piece of paper, says focus. He does a little bit. He focuses a little bit. He doesn't turn off the anime butts. No. He flips his hat around, Ash Ketchum style. I don't know. And then he goes back to doing anything he wants, but not focusing. That's not enough for me. That's not enough for Hi-Rez. It's not enough for what we stand for. So I appear behind the wall behind him, okay? Boom, Mifflin, up there. I tell him to tighten up. He needs to focus. He does a little bit more. He focuses a little bit, but not enough, okay? And then it's not enough for me. It's not enough for me, okay? We have to go even further beyond that, all right? He does eventually close the screen, but that's not enough. I'm still appearing. I'm appearing everywhere. I'm in the bathroom. I'm in his cereal. I'm in his snacks. I'm telling him to focus, and eventually he switches desks. I'm under his desk, okay? I'm telling him to focus there, and that's where it happens. He sits in a maxonomic chair, his eyes dilate, and he finally finds his focus.
Okay. Approved.
I sold it? I sold it! Yes! I'm gonna sell so many chairs.
Jordan, what the was that? We just lived a fever dream. I have no idea what just happened, and we approved it.
What kind of anime butts we talking? What kind of anime butts we talking?
A Hello, Smite fans, and welcome back to the Smite Pro League, powered by Alienware. And, well, I've got Mifflin right here next to me. He's sold so many chairs already, champ, but we still have some more to go. So if you want your very own Maxnomic pristine gamer chair of all time, make sure to head on over to needforseat.com, plug code SMITEMAX for some nice little benefits after the fact. And, again, that chair will definitely change your life, if not your gaming experience. That is a Mifflin guarantee. And Mifflin's still going to be joining me, like I just said, for this upcoming set of the Jade Dragons up against the Tartarus Titans. And Mifflin, as far as the seeding implications are concerned, Tartarus Titans not really in contention for anything here other than trying to play Spoilerino to the Jade Dragons.
And you know what? I think that's something the Titans would be very happy to do. Anytime you're able to damage another team is something, an opportunity that I personally would jump at, but maybe I'm just kind of a not nice guy, so.
Yeah, they're just looking to take some punches at the Jade Dragons. You have to remember, Jade Dragons, a little bit ups and downs over the weekend for this team for sure. But this is our second set of today, and heading on over to the schedule, we did just have the Solar Scarabs up against the Atlantis Leviathans. Like I just said, it's Jade Dragons versus Tartarus Titans right now. But we've got some bonus Smite for you guys coming on Monday. That Oni Warriors versus Camelot Kings rescheduled match. Unfortunately, it got canceled yesterday due to unforeseen circumstances, but that doesn't mean that's not going to happen at all. Again, Monday, 1 p.m. Eastern, you can catch all the action between the Oni Warriors and the Camelot Kings. And heading on over now for a glance at the standings one more time. Jade Dragons, as you can see, they're just above the Tartarus Titans, but as far as the records are concerned, Tartarus Titans, they don't have a chance at overruling the Jade Dragons. They cannot actually overtake this team. This would purely be if the Titans win, I should say, purely be a set victory to establish a little bit of that dominance heading into the Split 2 playoffs.
Yeah, that's all they're really aiming for. And
some pride.
Look, I think the Tartarus Titans actually have a pretty good shot at doing this now. I mean, with layers in the jungle, this team has already seen some large improvements, so maybe they will be able to upset the Jade Dragons just a little bit here.
Now, I have to remember when they initially had layers subbing in, they were able to help bring down the Olympus Bolts back when the Olympus Bolts were sitting at number 1 in the league. So I think that if you're basing it off the standings alone, Tartarus Titans have certainly made a case for themselves as a team to look out for, a potential dark horse in the future here. But again, when you're dealing with the likes of the Jade Dragons, Mifflin, it's never going to be easy.
No, and when you're talking about the Jade Dragons in particular, I think you have to speak about their jungler, Sam for Soccer. This guy has been one of the most contentious junglers, I think, within the league. Sometimes he's just popping off. He's locking in the Mercury, and if you guys tuned into the last content day, you got to hear from the Hunters about how they feel about Sam for Soccer's Mercury, and spoiler alert, if you haven't watched it, they didn't like it. They don't like playing against it whatsoever, and that's not the only god he's capable of piloting. Recently adding Sir Ket to the repertoire. We've seen him go towards the Gilgamesh for a couple of times in recent weeks as well, which is a very new look for him, which is surprising considering how prominent Gilgamesh has been within the meta. And that kind of brings me to my next point about Sam for Soccer. This guy doesn't care about the meta. If he wants to play Mulan, he's going to play Mulan. If he wants to play Thanatos, he's going to play Thanatos. And, well, he's the only guy playing those two picks inside the jungle. Sometimes carries a game on him, and then other times he doesn't carry a game on them.
I think that's why it's so fun, though, seeing somebody like Scream also be added to the league, because as far as unconventional picks are concerned, I think that Sam, Scream, they're easily two at the top end of that, and they're also able to find success more often than not with a lot of these different style of pick play positions. But as far as jungle is concerned, Mifflin, we've heard time and time again all the woes out of these junglers. Man, I really feel like I do nothing all game. But at the competitive level, I definitely think there is still a case to be had for at least that early to mid-game influence.
Yeah, I'd say it's like levels 6 through 10, junglers are still like similarly strong as they were in Season 7, but after level 10, you're kind of falling off a little bit. You're kind of that's the point where you get the moniker Support 2.0, right, Taco?
Well, we could talk about it between ourselves, but I think it's better to hear it. I mean,
not on camera.
Not with you, Mifflin.
Oh.
I'm going to carry this conversation to somebody who might know it a little bit better. Sam for Soccer, the jungler for the Jade Dragons. Thank you so much, Sam, for joining us for the pregame interview. And Sam, I asked Mifflin about this influence that junglers are able to have in the competitive level, and where do you think that the majority of your impact lies currently?
Yeah, it's probably the majority is like early game focused. Probably like first maybe 5 or 10 minutes. I don't know. A lot of the jungle picks are just more focused towards that, like Osiris and Erling and Serken and stuff like that, you know. And then late game, it's maybe a little more up to the carries, like mages and hunters, kind of take over a bit.
And also, Sam, I can't help but notice, I think you're the first pro that doesn't have the cat tower behind him, but your cat is actually on screen with you. How did you manage to actually make that happen?
Well, this guy just likes chilling here, you know. Yeah, he likes chilling here. That's the thing. This is a spot a lot of the time. I've been closing it for the door because like he likes to get up on the desk, you know. Sometimes get in the way of the mouse, so. Or I like close the door for the SPL sets, but maybe this one's not as important for seeding, so maybe he gets to chill here today.
Are you saying that there's a chance that this could be an inside job from your cat to possibly interfere with your gameplay?
Possibly.
I think it should only help me unless he's jumping on the keyboard, you know. But I mean, you never know.
Well, yeah, you never know. I think that's the best way to kind of sum up the jungle life as well. But thank you so much, Sam, for joining us here on the pregame interview. Excited to see what you guys have in store for us up against the Tartarus Titans in this set. And Mifflin, cute cat. I'm just going to say it, but I do think it's kind of incredible that we see so many pros that have all these massive cat emporiums behind them, and yet no cats ever. Sam's the first one, I think.
Taco, I was distracted that whole interview because you dropped the possibly bit. Like it was right there. You had it the whole time, and you just didn't use it. We got to work on your pun game.
Mifflin, the whole point of a pun is for them to not really be able to tell.
What?
Yeah, that's the
Is
favorite
that
part.
what you think?
Yeah, you want it as
the
unintentional
best joke
as
is
possible.
a joke you tell that nobody knows it was a joke.
Yeah, because the real ones will know. That's for the intellects. It's okay. You don't have a beanie on your head. I understand. You're not really working with me on the same brain wavelength. But as far as jungle conversations go, Layers is who Sanford Soccer is going to have to be dealing with here today. We've seen a little bit of this Tartarus Titans dynamic. They had Sino in for a brief period of time for a couple of sets, and Layers seems to have really found himself a home here with this Tartarus Titans roster.
Yeah, he's fitting in incredibly well. For those of you at home who haven't been keeping perfect track of the league, Layers was jungling for the Solar Scarabs the first half of this year, and now has switched to the Tartarus Titans. It was a little bit tumultuous, 1 week with Layers, then Sino. Now we're back to Layers, and he's been looking incredibly strong for this squad. These guys have been consistently able to either play through him, or if they decide to, switch him to that facilitator role, have him play these warrior-style jungles, and then allow Cyclone Spin to really benefit as well. And I think it's interesting that with Layers joining the team, Cyclone Spin has started to look a lot better, legitimately. Something about it, maybe they work well really together. The shot calling is shored up, but it really just seems like the Tartarus Titans as an entire unit are starting to look better now that Layers is here.
I think it just has more to do with the fact that Paul in general as a mid laner has always had this sort of assassin-esque style of play, and I think that a lot of the guys that Layers tends to kind of revolve his jungle takes from complement that very heavily. They complement a lot of the picks that Paul likes taking in general, noting the Ryjans, the Morrigans especially, and Cyclone comes into discussion there, I think, because with Paul and Layers able to create so much more space, then you can see Cyclone finally getting his opportunity to free cast there from the back line, and that's a look that I would agree has not really worked out super well for the Tartarus Titans throughout Split 1, but here in Split 2, definitely seeming to have found a little bit more of their stride, and as far as this set is concerned, this is looking to be one that could potentially go all three.
Yeah, I think so. The Tartarus Titans, with the help of Sanford Soccer's cat, the unofficial six-man, if you will, could have a pretty strong chance coming to this one. And this is a team that the Jade Dragons have been quoted as saying is a very large threat if they get their stuff together. And I'd say that they've gotten their stuff together in the very near future. But it's interesting that you bring up space creation, because when Scary D was playing jungle for this team, it was like only warriors, like only tanks, only frontliners. But I do agree that Layers, despite going a little bit more so towards that assassin tree, has been able to generate a lot of space. Maybe it's just got to do with that Layers has been like playing jungle for like 4 times as long as young boy Scary D has.
Yeah, no flag towards the Scary jungle by any means. I don't think a lot of people realize how difficult it can be for those kinds of transitions to happen, especially at the pro level. But right now, it is about the Tartarus Titans, not so much the Scary, but as far as the picks and bans are concerned, we've got game number 1 coming up hot, and it's going to be Jade Dragons in that first pick position. And Mifflin, you heard it from Sam during the pregame interview. Jade Dragons know that there's no seeding whatsoever on the line here. So would you anticipate this team to maybe be trying to withhold a few strategies because they don't really want to. Nobody wants to reveal anything heading into playoffs.
No, I think that it's very likely that the Jade Dragons have got their eyes on the playoffs themselves and have some strategies that they're saving for it, but I don't think they're going to hide what they've been doing up until this point, so we might just see some standard Jade Dragons play here today, and the Tartarus Titans, without not much seating on the line either, I think you could say the exact same thing about them. It should just be what you'd expect. If this team had matched up last week, it's the exact same thing you would have seen last week.
And it's also pretty cool to know that, I mean, Jade Dragons, they've played against Layers before, and pro level is just when he was on that Solar Scarabs roster, but...
And he beat him.
And
Dragon Slayer.
Yes. And so you have to imagine, do you think that it has something to do with Layers kind of being the kryptonite to this Jade Dragons roster, or is that just something that kind of stems from elsewhere?
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is. Maybe the Jade Dragons were just sleeping on the Scarab at various points within the year, or maybe it was just that Layers X factor. I guess we'll get a pretty good look at it here today if the Titans are able to convincingly beat the Jade Dragons. I think we can go ahead and strip the moniker of Dragon Slayer from the entirety of the Scarabs and instead transfer it just to Layers, just that one guy, Dragon Slayer.
It is a part of the name, though. You can't spell Slayer without layer, and if you take the S and put it in reverse, it is basically Layers.
What? Where's the L?
What do you mean?
Well, I guess
Dragon Slayer.
Oh wait, no,
do you not know how to spell Slayer?
Oh wait,
Mifflin?
you're right. Oh no, but and then Layers
Mifflin.
at the end.
Oh
wow.
Oh my.
That's
See,
good wordplay.
You know, this goes back to what we just talked about. Remember how I said the whole puns thing, and the best ones are for the intellects to take part in?
No, you said the best ones are the ones you don't know.
Yeah, no. Well, you didn't know that one, that's for sure.
So it was
One thing I do know though, and one thing you do know, is that when the Jade Dragons and Giannis is open, Hurrywin is almost always going to take it, and that's a pretty intimidating first pick selection here for the Jade Dragons. I think that Giannis is just a menace in terms of his mobility. And as far as the Tartarus Titans are concerned, they're going to need a lot of lockdown to prevent this Giannis and those through space and times from being super detrimental in map pressure.
It's locked in Chronos, Taco.
That's for Paul.
So early. And that's for Paul?
I think it's for Paul.
That team has Cyclone Spin on it.
I know.
So it's for Paul. I'm not going to argue with you anymore because you called the Terra jungle earlier. So
I guess we'll see what the next 4 picks have to entail, but Paul is a very heavy Chronos player.
It's Paul.
And seems as though Layers is going to maintain this assassin style of play as well. Relatively late game oriented draft though so far from the Tartarus Titans, and a couple of really interesting response picks as well. You know, you don't really get to see Kali this early on.
No, you don't get to see Chronos like just
First
about
pick.
ever inside of the SPL. But you're right to say that this is a team that is going to really start to hit their stride at like the 25, 30 minute mark, and it's going to be hard to get there. The Jade Dragons are a squad that are known to bring the pressure inside of the early. Generally, when teams play against the Dragons, they try to expedite their pace at least slightly. The Titans don't seem too pressed about that, not at all. I don't know how you're going to get this team to the late game. Maybe you lock in something like a Khepri to make sure that you're surviving the early. Maybe you're picking something that could just spawn some gold. Let's get Danza Burrow out there, something along those lines. But as of right now, the Tartarus Titans are saying, hey, if this game does go 30 minutes, we're probably just going to win.
I've seen a lot of giggles in these player cams. I'm starting to believe, Mifflin, that we've been a bit set up here.
We've been set up?
From the players, yes.
What'd they do?
I think that they're about to go crazy with some of these drafts because Vamana and Set as the responses for Chronos Kali. I'm assuming that this is Vamana in the solo lane, right? If you're Vamana up against the likes of Kali and Chronos, do you feel good about that?
In the late game or in the early game?
Both.
In the early game, I'm loving that. I'm loving every single bit of that. What's Chronos going to do to generate enough threat to stop Big Baby Colossal Fury Vamana from stomping on your skull? I don't know that there's really much he can do. So inside of the early game, Vamana certainly going to be favored there, probably all the way until Chronos is around that 4th or 5th item slot. Aphrodite, though, locked in for the Tartarus Titans here, and that's some more late game. It's going to take a little bit to hit the ground running again, and likely is going to be the sole laner. If history is any indicator for Aphrodite, could potentially flex support if we want to go all the way back to the Shadow Q days, but it's been a while since those days. I don't know how this Titans draft makes it put to like the 20-minute mark even.
I think Fafnir is about to become a very strong pick contender if he isn't banned away. And the Jade Dragons, they're going to take looks at that Heimdallr instead. Not fully convinced that this Chronos could be for the mid lane.
Well, you said it,
though. No, I think that it has to be Cyclone Spin now on the Chronos because it just doesn't really make sense to force Paul for that. It was the first response pick. But now with the Aphrodite being locked in, it has to be Chronos ADC. That would be too reckless otherwise, but the most early game that we see from the Titans right now is this Pele, and as far as Pele versus Set is concerned, I mean, I don't even know if that's really going to be a Pele for the jungle position. This is kind of shaping up to be a Pele in the solo lane.
I think that's Pele for Cyclone Spin, and we're going to get the Chronos
Fair.
for Paul. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Fair.
And it's okay, I guess. Oh, so it is Set ADC, Sylvanas jungle, Ganesh support, Vamana solo, Yanis mid. That's my whole lock-in for the Dragons.
It could be Ganesh in the jungle and Sylvanas for the support.
You're just so contrarian.
Ganesh
just
jungle.
agree with me one time.
I mean, it's hard to agree, Mifflin, when like I've seen these players do the weirdest things ever in the past, and well, it's just going to get more exciting here for the Tartarus Titans as they take Chalk as their final pick selection. Seeding, again, friendly reminder to all you guys back at home, this set means nothing as far as the playoffs are concerned, but when you lock in Pele and Chalk after the fact, Mifflin, and you have Aphrodite, Kali, and Chronos leading up to that, where do you think the win condition really lies for the Tartarus Titans here?
Somewhere past the 30-minute mark, but hear me out, Taco. I love doing this little guess game, even though it only can hurt me if I'm wrong. I'm going to go ahead and say Chronos mid. We got a Pele Aphrodite lane, Kali jungle Chalk solo, or potentially Chalk solo. Wait,
oh, you mean Chalk support?
Chalk
support,
no,
Aphrodite
Chalk,
solo?
No, Chalk jungle, Kali solo.
I think Kali is a little bit more of a layers pick.
You think so?
Kali, I mean, he loves playing the assassin tree.
Okay.
If it's Chalk jungle and layers is trying to, I mean, Sino was with this Tartarus Titans team for a brief time period, and I know that Sino and Layers were essentially swapping between that coach position for a little bit of time there. Not sure if Sino is still remaining as the coach for the Tartarus Titans, but if Sino has decided to spread the gospel of Chalk Jungle, then there's possibly a chance that he has influenced young Layers here today to take up the gospel of Chalk Jungle.
It's like looking into the eye of a storm, or maybe like peering into the abyss of Cthulhu or something along those lines. I can't rip my eyes from the screen, Taco, because it's like a puzzle. It's like a puzzle that I'm trying to put together, and the pieces don't fit. They're actually from 3 different puzzles. You're at your elementary school, and they put them all in the same box for some reason. 3 separate puzzles, and now I'm trying to figure it out here, and I'm not sure that I should. What am I doing with myself? I'm getting lost in the sauce, and without sauce, you are simultaneously lost, but there's too much sauce currently.
To be fair, Mifflin, when you see Vamana, Sylvanas, Ganesh, and you see that they're rocking it with the J Dragons roster of all teams.
That was the other part of the sauce. I'm lost.
It's very easy to get lost in this sauce, okay, to be
so
fair.
Much sauce.
It's Sylvanas and Ganesh are just a little bit out there in left field, man. It's definitely crazy. These are some crazy compositions. I think J Dragons and Tartarus Titans definitely having their fun without any sort of seeding implications being as a factor here today. But we'll get a chance to see exactly where all these gods are headed as J Dragons versus the Tartarus Titans is underway here for game number 1. Dulcin and Gore, have some fun.
Yeah, you're going to want to sit down for this one. It is going to be absolutely wild between the J Dragons and the Tartarus Titans. Dulcin, Goremizer, and Doug will put the pieces of the puzzle together for you that are only apparent to us now because we're in game. It is important to mention and piggyback off what Taco just said, no seedings implications for this one at all. As a matter of fact, Gore, these two teams are playing one another in the first round of the Phase 2 playoffs, so you don't want to show too much, and that's why we're seeing a little bit of intrigue here in game 1. Let me run this one down. Final K on Ganesh
give
solo.
Give it to me, please.
Final K on Ganesh solo. Sanford Soccer, Vamana jungle. Hurrywind on set mid. PBM Sylvanas support. Panda Cat will be playing the honest.
I will say,
PBM Sylvanas support is the closest we get to real in this game.
Part of me was thinking it was going to be a Sylvanas solo and a Ganesh jungle. So they did at least go a little more straight shooting than I did.
Now this is an interesting glimpse into Mike's mind, because look, literally everyone
This is Mike's version of trolling.
Right, that's what I mean. It's still playing like a support pick. He's still playing something that's like in the support god pool. Well, they're going up against a Pele and a Kali, and they are dying to a Pele and a Kali as Aurora has found first blood on the Pele. Panda Cat, unfortunate to have taken a tumble a minute and 40 seconds into the game.
Now, I know Mifflin came by to point out that he's the one who said Chalk Jungle, which is something we saw Sino do last year. Chalk's first game!
And
There's
counts.
something.
This is the
SPL. It is an official SPL match.
This is the SPL.
Therefore, it counts. Very similar to when Obey locked it in.
Yep.
It was an official SPL game, and therefore it counts. But I will say, Dave, let's talk about the Kali ADC, because that's the one that stands out to me. Now, and this is actually something.
Sure, let's talk
This
about
is
it.
what's really weird. I have experience playing in a lane with a Kali ADC.
I don't
Granted,
believe you.
It's from Season 2.
Got it. I do believe you.
Me and one of my friends used to, I would play support. I've always played support. I've always just been better at support because I suck at doing everything else. That's
Pele
just how
support?
I've never tried Pele support. Maybe that's next on my list. But we had a Ymir Kali lane in Season 2, and there were a lot of busted items that made it work really well. Those don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
So this is going to rely, I think, heavily on the Pele being the maybe hyper carry early on, and then they trade off. It's passing of the torch. If Aurora here can continue to farm like Panda Cat and get some kills, they'll make good strides.
Paul is getting jumped on here in the mid lane, but get back and then a stun makes Sanford Soccer think twice. Funny that Paul just can't escape the healer meta. I guess he's playing Hell in a serious game, and now he's playing Aphrodite in.
And this.
Whatever you would classify this as.
Fun.
It is fun, Gore. It is fun. It's important to have fun. And what a way to end this week in the SPL is what I would normally say if we didn't have a matchup at 1 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. That's Kings and the Only Warriors, so tune in to that.
And that one does have seeding implications.
Yeah, so it's gonna be night and day from what I imagine we're gonna get here in this matchup. And we always get to ask these teams questions as Aurora gets pulled in. Receives a portal from Panda Cat. Of course, Panda Cat's going to hit that one. He's a mid lane god, right? And he steps too far forward. And Cyclone Spin gets the stun, and the last auto attack will be Aurora. And the Pele starting to swing. A double kill in the duo lane. Mike and Panda Cat wiped from the face of the earth.
Just showcasing, look, it's at this point and at this rate, if it keeps going this way, Kali's going to hit the quote-unquote late game pretty quickly, and it could very fast end up escalating into a duo diff, I guess is the way to describe it.
So this is actually very interesting because
who's having the most fun in the game?
Who's having the most fun, but also who do
Aurora.
I want to think Aurora right now is easily having the most fun. He's got Soul Leader early on this Pele. We always get to ask these players, or sometimes I like to ask them when we do the group media type days, who, if everyone had to role swap, who would play where, who would play what? Everyone technically is in their correct role, right? But they're all playing gods from
I think you might have just opened up the door to the second game.
Right, the next game everyone's just swapping around roles. But look, this is a look at Panda Cat mid, Hurrywind on the set, which
that's not outrageous. That happened a lot last year. Set mid was actually pretty prominent. Paul played it a ton and was successful with it.
And so this is a total curveball, and you have no way of preparing for this type of analysis.
No.
Who do you have the most confidence on either team with a god that's out of their current? Do you have confidence on Panda Cat on a mage over Fino K on Gannett, you know what I mean? Or do you like Aurora?
Yeah, that one is a hard one. So I will say Panda Cat on a mage, he did play mid. So that actually fits pretty well. That's not necessarily as outlandish as some of the others. I also think Layers Chalk, I don't know if I have that much hope in Chalk. I think that pairing isn't necessarily bad, but Chalk is the reason I'm not really leaning towards it. I also think Sam on Vamana, maybe not necessarily this meta, but in the past, that hasn't been a bad combo.
Yeah, actually, it could work. We're going to get our first look at Chalk in the jungle here. Aurora's got another kill on the left side of the map as Hurrywind finally gets the Jade Dragons on board here. And so it's an early kill. Now for the Jade Dragons out of the mid lane, Blackthorn Hammergore started to see a bit of a rise in play. And Hurrywind's gotten that one. First and foremost overall on this set.
I should have gone with the easy answer, which is Paul Aphrodite. That just seems like it should go hand in hand.
It wasn't in the spirit of the question, to be fair. I mean, that
Benji Kronos would maybe be my number 2, because I think, actually Kronos and Kali, Cyclone Spin has played Kali in this role before. I think both of them just, as Mifflin had said,
you hit a certain point in the game, and it doesn't necessarily matter if you're 0-6 or 6-0. You're going to be able to hit hard.
Oh my God! Fine, okay, that's so much damage.
No!
Good Lord! Look, we're having fun, but that was gross. That is
Dude, those Dharmic pillars.
That is a disgusting amount of damage. Benji just got one shot and did not have the chance to use his ultimate. Used beads and still didn't get the ult off. That was wild from Fine OK. And a rare Ganesh kill, Gore. A rare Ganesh kill, and it could happen to Layers yet again. If there is a kill here, it'll go to Sam for soccer no matter what. Might have been gifted, but Sam gets a kill in the back pocket. I want to see full damage Ganesh. That's what I want to see, because I always play Ganesh support. Or if I play Ganesh, it's always in support. And so you never feel comfortable. You know, you might throw one damage item in there at the end. I want to see Final K just go full-on damage. PBM is sad that Paul and Aurora have that much damage. Now Mike has died for the second time. And that's dangerous, right? Now we've reached the point in the game where the supports roam, except one of the supports is an assassin.
Yes.
And the other's a Sylvanas.
Aurora is not just an assassin, he's a 4-0 assassin at this point. But maybe PandaCat might be able to turn something around over here.
Well, through space and time is gone. Cyclone Spin's ult gets
Just needs an unstable vortex.
But there's the portal on out, and PandaCat pops Cyclone Spin the moment the ult is down. So what looked like a horrific start to this game. Oh no, Aurora is rampaging now. Unfortunately, PandaCat 1-4. A sly smile crosses Mike's face. So this is a rare opportunity for Aurora.
Yeah.
You know, we talk about ways that supports can carry a game, but it's not often that they're on a carry-type play, or a god, like a Pele. So we'll see what Aurora is able to get done. Some action over on the right side, though. Fine, okay, sends some good damage on in. Benji uses his ultimate this time, gets the stun onto the Ganesh. And Layers on the Chalk Jungle is on the board. Benji adds another. And all right, a pseudo 2v3 goes to the Titan.
That was very impressive. I think Benji gets his ult off in time. That's something that you don't get to see too often with Kronos, although we're still in that window where, yeah, you're going to be able to find that rewind, hopefully just in time so you don't end up falling. Layers has a good rotation. I mean, that's just solid play coming from the Titans. And that's the thing that I think's a little more interesting. Now that they've gotten off to such a good start to this, and granted, I think it also with the way that the Dragons rounded theirs out, they're the favorites to win this one, at least in my eyes, as of right now. I mean, Cyclone Spin's only going to get better with time. Same thing for Benji. You add an Aphrodite to pocket one of them, it just feels like a draft literally made for either steamrolling or late game.
Yep.
And they've got 4,000 gold. They're feeling just fine.
Yeah, the Tartarus Titans are doing the steamrolling right now. We haven't seen much out of Cyclone Spin except for some of the assists, but level 9 and 4 assists in the back pocket. Chin size is there. And so this Kali, while no kills yet, is only going to get better. So it's always, you know, it's usually the second or third items where we're going to get to see how these players build. Aurora just, look, or you just can't escape that support mentality. Dude. My man goes Soul Eater,
it's just too
stacks it on up, and then right back to the Thieves. He's got the support mindset through and through.
And you know what? It's paying off for him. I can't argue with his build. He's 5-0, so he's obviously doing something right for his team. And it's just, I'm so glad we're casting this one. Can you imagine having to sit down and analyze this game afterward? Good luck, Mifflin.
Yeah, the desk afterwards have 15 minutes of time to talk about what's going on here. And this is a fiesta through and through. Final K uses the Dharmic Pillars, and then the silence over onto Benji. Sam for soccer. We'll chase down Benji with his ultimate. Benji with beads here, but we'll be able to walk away without having to use those. Some damage onto Sam. And a Benji escape here over in the solo lane. He's got Doom Orb, so a little bit quick. But Aurora, the 6-0 menace, makes his way to the right. Has already got 1. 2 will go to Layers, and the Jade Dragons. These guys are washed.
Now, how long until someone picks up Aurora as a jungler? That's he's 6-0 on Pele. It's working out well for him.
Yeah, you think there might be a threat across the league now with how well Aurora's doing. Destruction doing well for Cyclone Spin. No way, nearly. Oh, the tick damage got him. Unfortunate for PandaCat, is at least able to trade back the kill, but it was a 2v1, it was unfair, and so that one struck from the record, except it still is on the board, so unfortunate. But Cyclone Spin effectively gets a 2v1.
And you know what? He looks good doing it. That's a good use of destruction. I was actually anticipating PandaCat to be his target and really, really rooting for him to get the kill, see that burst heal come through, and then watch a just tear of Kali carry over on the left-hand side. But I think this is the fun, just the fun of the game. I also think it's funny that Fine OK has gotten that kill on Ganesh. You had highlighted earlier. Probably shouldn't see a whole ton of those. Might not get to see one here. Might end up going down.
Layers has been chilling out on the right side of the map this game. That is a long silence on Chalk. You know, we don't get to see a whole lot of Chalk ever.
We've seen him
wait,
once.
Didn't you say this is once?
About
this is
a year ago.
Oh, before this, right.
And that was it. It was the start of Phase 2 for for Season 7. We saw him once.
I want to see if Panda Cat can pull a bit of a magic trick. He's 8 seconds away
He's playing
from
a
the
mage.
first base in time, unable to steal that one away. Now Cyclone Spin on the chase. Aurora is there as well. Lurking in the shadows around the back. Goes Aurora. Inbound is inbound. Hurrywind is the name I'm looking for. There is here as well. Benji is has gotten a kill elsewhere on the map, and now unfortunately Aurora being chased down. A Cyclone Spin already killed off. Come on, Mike, you gotta hit the pull here, my friend. No, just use the ultimate. That's just fine. But Aurora does a whole lot of damage and does a whole lot of healing. A portal will keep him at bay a little bit longer. I'm not unconfident Aurora wouldn't be 2v1ing this if Panda Cat wasn't here. He's effectively 3v1ing. And the Jade Dragons will have to leave. He's got the tower, though, so that evens things up a little bit.
Well, and Layers is just closing the gap. Ult's going to be good for the knockup. I mean, he might have the damage to find the kill on the Mike here. The portal is going to help a little bit, Dave, but it's not going to help everybody. In fact, Aurora comes in. Look, Layers did maybe only half the work for that, because I guess Aurora did the other half under the tower. Either way, ends up taking that. 7-0-2.
That is the sad life of Ganesh, where Final K has to drop the Dharmic Pillars just to clear his own blue because he's doing it so slow that he'd be there for an hour. I have to drop my ult on my blue buff just to get it. Maybe he's going back to base anyway, and that's why.
You know, that actually relates something I was going to say earlier. Ganesh, it's always a fun question because people, they want to know stats like about the gods. One of the things is, who has the lowest amount of kills of gods? It's Ganesh. Ganesh has
gotta be, right?
He's
no way.
still sitting in the double digits. I think it's somewhere in like the 10 to 20s range. Like, it's obnoxiously low.
Benji blinks on to Panda Cat here, who will use the beads, gets a nice burst of healing from the Soul Gem. Oh no, Benji has taken too much damage from the tower.
Bonk.
One more bit of damage will get it, and Benji has got it, but now Sam for Soccer is going to rotate in. There's no honor in this matchup. There's a whole lot of 1v1s that become 2v and 3v1s by the time the kill has ended up falling down. Watch out, Final K does do decent damage. I think Cyclone Spin will do a little bit more, especially if the Dharmic Pillars are down. Maybe he'll come back up in time, but Layer says no thank you. Now Cyclone Spin notches another. All right, so we're 16 kills in. I played this game with Taco earlier.
Okay.
It was a very dangerous game because we got it way wrong. The NASEC, we had a game finished with like 60 kills, or one team had like 60 kills in 25 minutes this morning.
Okay.
So we're 13 minutes in.
14
minutes in. I was ignoring the last 2 years. We're 14 minutes in. The Tartarus Titans have 16 kills here.
Yep.
They are 7,000 gold ahead, we'll call it.
Yep.
Maybe even 8,000. Maybe 7.1k.
Yeah? You want to change it again, Dave? Come on.
7.2k is where they're at right now.
Okay.
I think the Titans end this game with 32 kills. I think they double up on their kills, and this game is over in 25 minutes.
Yeah, that's right about what I was going to say. I'm gonna bump it though. I'm gonna say 36 kills. I'm gonna say they get 4 extra kills in there. Because like you have to start factoring in. It's really difficult when you start looking at like death timers. Like there's 40 seconds now on Panda Cat and Cyclone Spin. But the map's not really changing too much, so it's not like we have much to worry about.
Yeah, that's always the issue, and that's where Taco and I fell this morning. So I was like, you know, this game could be over in 10 minutes if this team wanted. And then they just kept kind of farming the kills and not really going for the towers, and so we ended up dragging out like 20 more kills than we had predicted. And it feels like that's the case now for Aurora, who is 802 at level 15 as a support. Mike has fallen woefully behind. You know, you got to start questioning this guy's spot on this roster, Mike. He's 0-5, 5 levels down. It's costing his team the game.
It's definitely not helping him right here. You can
look how
definitely
distraught he is in his camera. No, he was laughing a second ago.
Nope, there it is.
There
Finally,
it is.
the
mouth cover.
hand over his
swearing to
mouth.
himself, right.
He understands all of the pressures on him, and that's this Sylvanas can turn it around, find 5 kills in a row without dying. It's just all over for him.
Do you think Aurora went the wrong direction with his build? He's 802. I mean, he could have some serious power online, but he's got the support mentality and chooses to go into more support-centric build. Do you think he's throwing away his lead?
I think this is what I like to call it. Like, it'll happen often for me. I forget the items other classes will build. If I play 5 games in a row as a support, and then I play carry for the 6th game, and you try to convince me what to build, I don't know what to do anymore. And I wonder if that's where he's at. He doesn't remember the items for assassins.
Right, he wanted to type Brawler's Beat Stick or something, and then he accidentally just typed Thieves because it's muscle memory, and he's like, I guess I'll buy it. I guess I'll buy Thieves. A couple kills have happened after the Fire Giant gets taken by the Tartarus Titans. PBM goes down, Benji goes down, Sam for Soccer being chased on out, and it's layers on the killing spree on the Chalk Jungle. So, 4 members of the Titans with the FG buff, and Gore, they've got some decent tower shred.
Man, they really did FG,
Spin, right? They did FG while we were talking.
That happened.
Got sustained with Paul. And you know what? Jokes aside with this type of composition, Aphrodite plus Kali is actually a really good combo,
nuts.
Right? It's such a good combo. So the longer this game goes on, Aurora, with his build might go one way, but Cyclone Spin is absolutely going to start melting.
So what if, just, present it to me, or I'll present it to you.
Yeah, please.
What if we gave you a god that is terrific at finding 1v1s and kills, much like that? We gave them an ult that was immune, and then also a pocket healer that has an ult that will make them immune. That's just... Kali has 5 lives in this circumstance here, and that's just Cyclone Spin that you have to burn through.
Yeah, the only way that goes wrong is if you don't properly communicate. I'm going to use Destruction. I'm going to use
you do them at the same
time or whatever, right? We only needed a Khepri in this game. And
do we even stand up for the end, or do we just stay sitting? Do we think they're going to end?
Yeah, right. That's the question. That is the question. The Titan is under attack.
They're on the Titan.
So I will prepare myself here because the Jade Dragons are all over the map, and there's a lot of damage here for the Tartarus Titans. This wouldn't be the fastest game of the year, as the Tartarus Titans might play with their food just a little bit. Actually, the respawns are here, and the Dharmic Pillars from Finoke might keep Paul at bay. Nobody's got ultimates. Everyone's got FG. And Gore, they will not end. They will not end the game yet, but they can regroup and end at seemingly any point here with how low the Titan is.
If they can end it in the next 20 seconds, they can take the fastest game of the year. 18 minutes, 47 seconds is the record for it so far in Season 8.
Do it.
They just got to get in there, Dave. I believe. Okay, never mind. Cyclone Spin's backing. Yeah, they're not going to do it.
And it was the Dragons who have that, right? Who have that title? I think it was, I believe they set the fastest pace over the Valkyries
over the Valkyries.
And then they played the Valkyries for the second time and then beat their original fastest game time.
Yes.
And so you know what? This is clearly an all-for-fun matchup right now, with nothing on the line as far as the Phase 2 playoffs go. There might be a little salt if the Jade Dragons lost their fastest match of the year to a team that's beating them. They are the team that gets beaten faster than they were able to beat any other team.
I think they set, not just like you said, they set the record for the fastest game in Phase 1. Then they beat that record about 3 weeks later, 4 weeks later.
Right.
Then in Phase 2, they haven't beat that record yet that they set in Phase 1, but they did set their own fastest game for Phase 2, and then beat that record when they played the Valkyries again.
God.
They've been doing pretty well in terms of fast games.
Yeah, they're doing just fine. Cyclone Spin is doing just fine.
Cyclone, no!
We're going fountain diving. Gore, we're 5 kills away.
I'm going to sit back down, man. This is going for a while.
Yeah, Gore and I stand up as the Titan is below half HP, and then how silly do we look? It could have been
Which
interesting.
looks sillier, us or the game?
I would argue the game right now, because only you and I can see you and I. Although you and I don't look silly, Gore.
No, we're wearing fantastic Smite merch, shop.smiteproleague.com.
And then we're going to be able to plug that when the camera comes back to us. I did ask Taco early. We don't often
Divine!
Support!
Divine!
A divine support.
I'm cutting you off. That's
sick. You should. That is sick. Aurora's and then look, he remembers where the power and the lifesteal tabs are and goes back into Bloodforged later on in the build here. We'll see if Benji can 2v1, dodges out through space and time. The rest of the Tartarus Titans storming the right side of the base, and there is a lot of damage that is connected onto Panda Cat. And goodbye, Sweet Prince. He is 3-10 on this Giannis.
All right, so I need them to wait for another respawn cycle. I said 36. You said 32.
Yeah,
if they go for the end there, they kill Hurry and PBM, and you're right.
Right.
Are we doing Price is Right closest without going over, or are we just doing closest to the right answer?
I was playing Vegas, and I was just setting the line.
Okay.
But Vegas, assumes that's going to be the right number. So I said 70 or 72. 32.
You said 72 kills.
72 kills. I said 32. And then you can just play the over at I think 36. We'll see. Fire Giant will spawn up here shortly. Paul deep into his build, actually buying somewhat straightforward items on this Aphrodite. And Cyclone Spin with 22,000 player damage at this point in his build, plus an Aphrodite pocketing him and Undying loving him. I can't imagine that this game goes much longer after this FG goes down. If the Titans choose to end.
Well, if the Titans get the FG, I don't know. Sam's looking to put on a show.
Yeah, no, he's going to
Okay, not a long one, apparently. It was canceled after the first season.
Yeah, it was canceled after the first season.
After the pilot episode?
The pilot episode. We didn't even get through. The budget ran out for about 10 minutes of film there for, nice pillars. That keeps Benji right where he is. Well played by Final. Final K has had some sick Dharmic pillars here this game. Despite it not being great. PBM goes in, massive knock-up, but the Titans take down the FG. Very close, Polar Bear Mike. Very close, but not enough. 32 is where it's been reached. So if the Titans are able to end this game without getting any, they got to go on a pacifist.
None of the Dragons look like they're trying to back right now.
We got to go on a pacifist run here, and then Dave's right.
I'd say I would argue closest. So like 33 is still you. 34, I would argue round down goes to you. So then 35 and up is me. I win.
Got it. You should be feeling pretty safe right now, I think.
Oh, I feel immensely safe.
Here's the thing. I already did the whole auctioneer bit this morning.
And you did a good job. I got to give you credit for it. It was very funny.
Yeah, except they wouldn't end the game, and by the time I was in it for like 30 seconds, I was desperately waiting for someone to end the game, and I just couldn't.
It was you did numbers, but when you threw in the extra kill, that's what broke me. That made it the perfect call.
Yeah, the somebody end the game, please. Come on now.
somebody in the game. Oh, they're going to be able to get the kill right here.
Yeah, we might be getting close to the end of this one. Panda Cat sends some good damage the Tartarus Titans way. Cyclone Spin has to use his ultimate. And so, gone is the hyper carry Kali for the next minute or two. Let's see how much damage Aurora can still do. He's reached level 20. Panda Cat doesn't connect with much. My God, that is a lot. Polar Bear Mike might have helped out here. And Hurrywind is in to play base defense as well. And for a little bit longer, Gore, the Tartarus Titans held at bay.
This is like the one cast this weekend I have. Did I cast yesterday? No, it was just the desk because the King's set got moved over. This is a fun game, man. I'm enjoying myself. Aurora,
yeah, I couldn't tell if that was
at this point. Oh no. This is just fun. This is good old end of phase. Like you said, these teams playing each other during playoffs. Don't want to reveal anything.
Right.
Like this is about it as again fun you can get while still playing an SPL game. That's not like a charity event, right? Charity events get way more wonky, and also now that it's us casting, like that'd be us getting farmed out there. Like it'd be Aurora's 9-0 and 11, and I'm 0 and 25.
The real charity here is that the Tartarus Titans haven't ended this game. You know, that is a charity to the Jade Dragons that the Titan is still on the map and has been able to heal up fully. Look, the Jade Dragons are down big. I mean, it is 17,000 gold in the hole. But if this keeps happening, you know, we can see a turnaround.
We're at that stage of the game where all it takes is a wipe, and you can run down mid.
I also lose. It's at 34. Oh, no, so I'm winning right now. One more kill, and I will have lost. And it looks like Hurrywind might be the prey that officially puts my bet down into the dirt. And no, for the time being, Gore, Dave's still on top.
We'll see how long it lasts. I don't know. They're just, like,
all right,
not playing with their food. The Dragons are actually defending this base pretty well. And Cyclone's going in? No way!
Cyclone is in.
Hurry, has to be
starting. Out. Oh, he gets a little heal. Final K just waiting for the abilities to come back up. Aurora doing support things, trying to peel for his ADC, but the stun gives the kill on over to Polar Bear Mike. Aurora in a position where he could 2v1 this, but will choose not to. Gore, I have a question.
Okay, I hopefully haven't answered.
Because you and I on Paladins did plenty of end of phase, matchups don't matter. We saw some weird stuff. What do we see? We saw 5 DPS, I think.
Yeah, we've seen 5 DPS. I know we've seen 5 healers.
That's probably as goofy as like what we're seeing now, right? Maybe, that might be more goofy.
Maybe I would.
I think there's enough flexibility in Smite.
Yes.
That these types of picks maybe one of the picks on the team could work.
I will still say, like, all of these still fit decently in their role. Like, you could look at least at, well, maybe not the Pele support. You could look at most of these picks, and at some point in Smite's history, they have been where they are. Like, there was a period of time where playing mages in the long lane was fine. That makes sense for Panda Cat. We've seen Sylvanas this year, set mid. We've seen Vimana jungle. We've seen Ganesh solo. Maybe. I don't know if we've seen that. His passive necessarily doesn't help that. I know Cronus has been over there. We've seen Shock in the jungle. We've seen Afro mid. And we've seen Kali ADC before. So, like, all of these are still technically in the realm of existence.
Right.
Not just because of this game.
Well, here we go. Could be the final Titan siege of the game. The Tartarus Titans done playing with their food. Gore's at 36. Could it end at a perfect 36?
Big money, baby!
Soccer is low, but he lives on. 36 for Gore. Right on the nose. What a call. No, look, we've had a lot of analysis on the desk today. A lot of predictions at the desk. We're getting really excited about getting right. You hit the nail on the head, Gore. 36 kills exactly, and that was a
I'm
long
retiring.
time ago.
No, have fun.
That was like 15 minutes ago. Gore's gone. You got to come back now, buddy.
I guess I do. But everyone will see that I'm like standing on a box because I have to step back up on it. See, when I step off and left, they couldn't see the height difference.
No, but I'm also on a box, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, look. Yeah. Nobody saw me step up onto the box, so I'm standing on a box, and we're both on boxes.
Yeah.
If you're on a box, I'm on a box. Score. That's what I'm thinking. The Tartarus Titans, they win game one. I'm on a soapbox. We were each on soapboxes at some point throughout that game. The Titans will take game number one here. We'll see if we return to normalcy. I doubt it. Stick around for some more Smite games after this break.
Hello, Smite fans, and welcome back to the Smite Pro League, powered by Alienware. And Alienware, again, not the only title sponsor that we have here in Season 8 for our Smite Pro League. You can also cop some of your own favorite apparel and merch to represent either the league or the teams and players themselves by heading on over to shop.smiteproleague.com. And that's a big shout out there to Inside Apparel for being the ones to provide all of us with, and all of you guys back at home that decide that you want to represent the Smite Pro League from at home, or some of your favorite players like I mentioned. They got beanies as well, hats, other things. But what they don't have is the Tartarus Titans up against the Jade Dragons for a full set. That's going to be our responsibility here, Mifflin. And
that was a sick
Titans,
segue.
they take game number 1, and in an interesting fashion, Miff.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's about as well as you can do as far as analysis goes for a game like that. One of the fans at home on Twitter did let us know on the desk that we failed everybody in the chat on that first desk segment. We do need to put a disclaimer going forward on the set. Do not try this at home. I don't want to see this in ranked games. I don't want to see this in casuals, and I don't even want to see it in customs, all right? Let's just leave it to the pros.
But I think the problem here now, Mifflin, though, is that you've just essentially opened up Pandora's box by telling people not to do something. That's only going, like, if that's me and I'm sitting at home listening, I'm like, oh my God, I'm doing all of these things. I'm doing all of these things.
Yeah, that
so
was my end
You're just
game.
trying to ruin it for the rest of us.
Yes.
Is that what I'm really getting at here?
Haha, losers, I ruined your games.
I don't know if you could call chat losers.
Well, I'm not.
When you've
Because
lost
they're the ones ruining the games.
2 bets, 3 if we're counting the Terra thing from earlier.
That was, first off, the word bet never exited my mouth. And secondly, I was right. I said, if it's Terra Jungle, it's a Leviathan's dub. And you know what happened? 25 minutes into that game, I don't know why we're talking about that game right now, but 25 minutes in that game was a 26,000 gold differential against your Terra Jungle.
Well, I think I know why you're talking about it, Mifflin's, because here in Game 1 between the Jade Dragons and Tartarus Titans, it was a very similar fashion as far as leads were concerned. I don't know about 26,000, so to say, but Aurora, it's incredible to think. And, you know, I really shouldn't take credibility for this, for what I'm about to say, but Tartarus Titans spent so long trying to find a jungler, and the real jungler all along, it's really just Aurora.
It was the Auroras we had along the way. The Pele performance was strong from the Tartarus Titans, but it's hard to put a lot of weight behind some of these picks or even some of these plays when it seems like both teams are having a little bit of fun here. At least you get to see mechanical prowess such as this. Look at Benji. He don't miss.
He's not missing any autos on that tower right now, and he certainly didn't miss that closing ability kill. What role do you think Benji was playing this game? I don't know if this counts as solo lane anymore.
Well, that's the lane he was in. Hold on, watch this. Let the gameplay speak for itself. Juke, 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 turn, presses 2, forces the portal defensively. My man's popping off. Look at him go.
Incredible stuff, really. How does he do it, Mifflin?
Oh, in that one, he pressed W. He kind of switched it to A for a little bit, held S while the portal was coming through the entire time, holding down left click. That's with your right hand. For you lefties at home, left hand on left click. And then from there, generally just kind of maneuvering the map in such a way in which he succeeds and the enemies don't.
Nice. Well, Titans certainly succeeded in taking game number 1 here, and PandaCat might need to wrap it up, hang it up with that Giannis duo lane. Seems as though the real mage of the series here definitely falls to Benji. We don't talk about Paul because he's a filthy Aphrodite main, and by default he is no longer a part of the conversation. But you know, it's just healer abuse, man. It's gross. I had to watch Malswell do it this morning with Hell. Now I have to watch Paul do it with Aphrodite, and he's playing Pocket Afro of all things with a Kali on the team. Like, desperate. Man is desperate.
How bad do you need these wins, Paul? God.
How bad do you need the MMR, Paul?
That's so gross.
Jesus.
You're gross.
Yeah.
I hope you feel bad. I hope you're watching and you feel bad.
Really bad. The whole time bad. Just like, I hope it carries over. Like you're eating dinner tonight at some point and you're just thinking, man, I really played Aphrodite today. That's the
what
only
are the odds
thought.
Of that, you think? That he eats dinner tonight?
Well, he's okay, fair play. I don't know what the gamer dietary schedule looks like personally.
It's like
Mifflin.
Cheez-Its at midnight and that's it.
That's fair. I prefer ice cream from time to time. That's usually for breakfast though.
Really? I feel like there's a lot of sugar.
It's basically a dessert, dude. It's
I mean,
like
it
it might as well be a breakfast item.
Wait, so are you saying that breakfast is basically dessert?
Might as well be. I mean, everything. Most foods in breakfast are sweet and delicious if you think about it.
Eggs.
Yeah, but I mean, French toast.
bacon,
pancakes,
sausage,
waffles,
breakfast sandwich.
Crepes.
Crepes aren't sweet in their own right. It's what you put in them.
No, crepes are pretty sweet.
I don't. All right. So anyway, Final K is on the screen right now, and now it's Sam for Soccer. I'm just going to live cast the player cams, and Sam, looking at one
Where'd
of his
the cat
monitors,
go?
watch his eyes, switch his monitors here, head back and back down to the left side monitor. Got to think that's the primary here for Sam for Soccer, who is currently crouched up in the L from Death Note pose, having a little bit of a giggle now. Got to think that maybe PBM said something funny.
I can only imagine what kind of a treat we are in for here for game number 2, because Tartarus Titans, they take game 1. Jade Dragons, are they looking to respond here in game number 2 of the picks and bans, Mifflin? We saw a lot of different things in that game 1 composition. I have to imagine game 2 is going to be in very similar fashion. Cyclone Spin also, the main reason why I'm looking so forward to this game 2 here, Mifflin, is because he directly tweeted out asking, what gods have not been played so far in Season 8? And I replied with Arachne. I'm not sure if that's actually true or not.
Why'd you reply it?
Well, because Arachne seems like a ridiculous enough god pick that
Feels like
nobody
it
has
hasn't been
played
played.
it in the Pro League. So if it hasn't been played in Pro League, then I expect to see an Arachne come through for one of these teams.
Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's like 20 gods that haven't been played, so doesn't necessarily have to be the Arachne, and it seems like you're not even necessarily sure that Arachne hasn't been played up until this point. But you know what I am sure of, Taco?
What are you sure of?
Tiamat's been banned, so is Yanis.
Yeah, even the Tartarus Titans didn't want to make Panda Cat run that one back. It's for his own good.
That's a targeted ban.
It's for his own good. Panda doesn't need to be rocking the Giannis anymore. We'll leave that to the experts, aka Hurrywin and other mid laners. Mike having an awfully big giggle there. He is giggling his life away. I don't think I've ever seen Mike smile so much in a player cam before than this set against the Tartarus Titans here today.
Here's the thing about how Mike's smile has been proven to cure disease and make your day brighter.
Go
Just
on.
go ahead. Look at it right now. So yeah, get that on full screen. Good stuff, production. Mike, just an absolute global national treasure here. Don't put your head in your hands. We got to see the smile, bud. And we come on. There are people out there sick at home, don't have the soup that they need.
You made him shy.
And you're going to deprive the world of your smile? That is awful.
Mifflin, you're putting too much
he's
pressure
like
on this
Krampus
man.
right now.
I mean, listen, not everyone is meant to see such a smile all the time, okay? And it's supposed to be a viewing pleasure here for Smite Game Chat. And instead, you put so much pressure on him. And Tartarus Titans, they take Arachne.
I'm pretty sure
another
that is collusion.
easy prediction.
Are you allowed to
from
help them
me
with their drafts?
on the desk?
You didn't predict it. You begged.
No, that is called insight.
That's not insight.
And
you told a player to do it, and then they did it. I'm
My
pretty sure that's
analytical
illegal.
prowess knows no bounds. I'll put it that way, Mifflin. Okay.
Yeah, that's a bit of a stretch, but anyway, bans are done. We're not going to break them down because I don't feel like it. Yamoja.
What
locked
are
in
they
on the other
doing?
side. What do you mean?
This is too legitimate.
Jade
Why is
Dragons
there an
lost
emoji?
game 1. They got to pop off now.
No, by default they have to lose game 2 as well. It's the
What do you
rules.
mean by
Them's the
default?
rules, Mifflin.
Who wrote these rules?
I mean, to be fair, Jade Dragons,
fair.
they do love their game 3s. So
There you go.
I wouldn't be surprised if it go game 3. You think that's a Panda Cat Anubis? He's been on a mage tear today.
Here's the thing about how Panda Cat's mages are really, really, really bad. They are. So I'm hoping that it's not. I'm hoping that's a Final K Anubis.
Final K Anubis?
Yeah, I think that pops.
What? Well, if it's Anubis versus Hades in the Soul Lane,
Sick lifesteal matchup.
is that fair though to the Anubis?
Oh yeah.
You think so?
Anubis is CC immune in the ultimate. Just don't use the Plague of Locusts. That's the first ability.
But won't the Pillar of Agony kill the Anubis?
No,
or
I mean,
is it the other way around?
It's more the Devour Souls that you're worried about.
Okay, that's fair. Izanami and Apollo also gonna really end off this top 3 from both of these teams. And for anybody back at home who's
did.
wondering what exactly is going on here in the upside down of Smite Pro League,
Are we allowed to say that? Oh wait, no, we had a collab. We could say that.
We had a
Yo, we're
full-on
in the
collab about
upside
that.
down.
Yeah, Mifflin, that's
Nice.
called the Stranger Things Battle Pass button. That's still in the game, by the way.
You can buy it still?
Well,
In
I
the
don't know if
game?
you can buy the Stranger Things Battle Pass any longer, but
Uh-huh.
the skins are definitely still there.
Yeah, I'm playing the skins.
So am I. I love them all deeply. But what I was trying to get at here with these top 3 and these teams in general, and for some of you guys back at home who are wondering, why do these drafts seem so janky and unusual? Well, I'll tell you the simple reason behind it. These two teams will not be impacted whatsoever as far as seeding is concerned, leading into the Split 2 playoffs. I'm not going to say they're trolling, Mifflin. This is just, it is a strategy to withhold strategy, and that is what both of these teams are employing here today, because these two are going to actually be facing off against each other on Friday as part of the Split 2 playoffs. So when you have to face your competition in less than a week's time, you don't really want to showcase much of anything.
All right, fair enough. You know what, Taco? Just because you didn't say it, but you said it without saying it, that this is a troll match, I think this Umoja isn't for support. I think it isn't for support.
That's fair.
I bet. I'm not going to bet. I don't like using that word anymore. I think this Anubis is going into solo, Umoja in mid, and then that Izanami is almost certainly not for Breznov. I don't think he's playing an ADC today.
Well, then again, Polar Bear Mike does have a storied history when it comes to Anubis in his team's compositions.
I remember the ALG Anubis.
So maybe we see Mike finally digivolve to his next level of
you
gameplay.
Definitely can't say that.
And he's going to be able to hit the Anubis support. Can you imagine how great Anubis support would be here?
Dude, it's like a what is it, like a
It's way more fun than Umoja.
It's like a 60
You don't want to play
stun.
Umoja support. Mike does it all the time.
Yeah, no, that's so boring. Olaron and Amaterasu are going to round out the draft here for the Tartarus Titans, and it's pretty cool that this is happening. And I really like that he's going to be dilating time. He's significantly going to affect the time field when that fourth ability is on the map. So
are these 4 gods that have never been picked before, by the way, for Tartarus Titans?
Yeah, Hades, Olaron, and Ama. Yeah, all of them.
So we're looking at some potential 100% win rates for Arachne, Hades, Olaron, and Amaterasu if Tartarus Titans can bring this one home.
But they won't.
And those gods would technically be OP by default, right? With 100% win rate?
OP by definition, but maybe not by default.
I think it's by default. If you have a 100% win rate on a god, how is it not broken? Look at Scotty, 100% win rate.
By
broken
nature,
character.
all right, you know what? I'm not going to out myself, but my writer name is Merriam-Webster, and the word default means that it was from inception OP, right? But if you have to win one game first, that means that there is something that had to have happened to classify it as OP. Therefore, not by default, but by definition, is OP if they win.
So I know you're not convinced that the Tartarus Titans have a banger of a draft here, Mifflin.
Oh, I'm not.
But do you think that there is a world where they find the early game advantage with all of this auto attack pendant style of play?
Sure.
Sprint could go crazy here. Sprint could go crazy.
Anybody could go Blazy here, bro. Like Hades could like devour some souls
as well.
Apollo gets like 100% attack speed from his passive. Olaron dilates time or sanctifies fields. This is poggers.
So if you had to take a guess, though, now that you've seen the entirety of this Jade Dragon's composition,
I have now. You're right.
Umoja, where? Just one roll.
Umoja mid.
Umoja mid? Fair enough. I like what I'm hearing. I hope that we get a chance to see it personally. Tartarus Titans versus Jade Dragons. Dragons looking to strike back. And for right now, though, we've got game 2 with Dulcin and Gore to embark on a journey.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be a journey for sure here, Taco, won't it? Look, the Jade Dragons, by all accounts, I mean, I don't know, Anubis is in sort of a weird spot. But the Jade Dragons have like a good draft as far as who they selected. Look, if you stick Osiris in solo, Ratatoskr in the jungle, Umoja and Izanami in duo, and Anubis Smith, that's like an actual draft.
That's not what they did.
Yeah, that's not what we get. Instead, we're getting some fighting on the right side of the map. Invades, what's going on here? I don't know. This hasn't happened in forever. It's a blue buff invade. Look how slow Mike is. The Invader's Curse. He's so slow. Oh my God, I've never seen it in action because nobody's bothered. Go, Mike, go. Do it. No, he's taking too much damage. Steal it away. No, Layers will get it. He's so freaking slow. Oh my goodness. All right, so Mike, I've never seen anyone actually have just the Invader's Curse slowing him down, especially when it's Ratatoskr. He's trying, man. We're back to the support invade meta, and he steals away one of the Harpies. Invader's Curse be damned. Polar Bear Mike will steal your farm.
I don't know what to say, man. I'm lost.
We've also flipped the map.
We could, what about the map? Oh, yeah, flipped it.
There's 2 on right.
Yes, as of right now. They're hanging out. Well, that's Sam. He's supposed to be over there for a little bit.
I guess what's happened here is everyone's in their respective lanes and the supports have just rotated out, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So dual lane is really a solo lane right now. And then this is what's happening on right. Gore, I know you're excited though because
yes,
outside of Apollo, every god on the Tartarus Titans has been now picked for the first time this year.
Same thing for the Anubis on the other side. So like Taco said, there's a good chance that they could get the 100% win rate, which is fun in and of itself.
Yep.
And you know what, Dave? I've been waiting for the best time to reveal this, and I feel like now is the time to do it. They've chunked away heavily at the gods that have not been played so far this year. Now we can start working on my gods that have not been banned so far this year list, which is much longer now.
Yep. Yeah, it's significant.
Although we did just get Nox, Opwash, and Eset,
yeah, I'm
so
mad at the
that
Dragons.
actually helps.
I'm mad at the Dragons for banning that away. We just saw a solo kill. This one won't be a solo kill. The Jade Dragons will gank the, I guess, solo lane in this game. I don't really know what all these lanes are, but the Jade Dragons will successfully gank with Sanford Soccer on Anubis jungle. Layers, actually, the slow there might have saved Layers from getting stunned up by Fine OK. Golden Blade early here for Benji on the Arachne. It's maybe a similar mindset, Gore, where, you know, as the game goes on between an Arachne and Apollo and an Ola run, I mean, these auto attackers are just going to go crazy, and already Layers on the Apollo jungle, which is not all that far-fetched, by the way, is able to get his first kill of the game.
If I remember correctly, the last time we saw Apollo jungle, Johnny went 0-12 on it, so already starting off a little bit better there for Layers in the jungle. I mean, it's
thank you.
Well, just, you know.
No, I'm Johnny right now, saying thank you.
Thanks for bringing it up, man. Yeah, no, I remember that.
Don't we all?
Unfortunately.
Gore, at some point,
Yes, sir.
this game, we're gonna have to. I want to golf cast one of
We
these.
got. Oh yeah, let's buckle down.
We don't have to do it yet, but I'm just gonna yell a sport at a random point throughout this game, and we've got to immediately transition into it. We're not gonna do it here because this would be too obvious. Benji, unfortunately, getting return ganked by Sanford
man.
Soccer.
I wonder how good my Canadian accent is for hockey. It's like Katie's Canadian. Like every now and then she sounds more Jersey half the time than she ever sounds Canadian. But she's got half Canadian.
Yeah, I don't think.
But we listen to a lot of hockey, so maybe we could do it.
I heard it a little bit in the hockey there.
The
hockey. Yeah, go Bruins, by the way. Feels like we need to get that one out there. Everyone knows I'm a Bengals fan, but also Bruins. So I at least have one team in my fandom that's somewhat successful. Unfortunately,
I was gonna say I'm trying to think of one, then I remembered Clemson won 2 national championships, so that kind of.
Yeah, Gore, that's the type of success people dream of. Yeah, UGA, my Bulldogs are playing your Clemson Tigers here in like 6 days, so we're going to have some sort of office bet going on there, I assume. Polar Bear Mike might have gotten a return kill here after he gets 2-man tower dove. So the Ratatosker not doing all that bad just yet. Olaron, I have high hopes for Olaron here in this game because I think his ultimate is really sweet.
It is. It's sick.
And he never gets any play, and it makes me sad. So I hope Olaron looks good, even though I doubt this means it's going to look any better. Benji has just been camped without any apologies from the Jade Dragon so far. Layers dunks in, but instead has this one turned around onto him. Are we going tower diving, fellas? It looks like we are. Sanford Soccer proves me wrong until the minion takes the last bit of tower shot there. Layers doesn't leave, instead dashes beneath his tower. Could be a nice play here for the Tartarus Titans jungler. Sanford Soccer walks on through. A little bit of damage gets canceled out. Layers finally taken down by Fine OK.
We might go 3 games. I'm
starting. Yeah, fellas, I have a fantasy draft at 7 here, boys.
I just watched my future unfurl, and I'm like, we have another one of these in store for us. I can feel like just looking at the drafts. Well, actually, Olaron and Apollo late game Arachne as well could be very sick to run it down if they get a massive lead. But
that's what I mean. The Dragons have like an actual draft.
In the late game, yeah, 5-on-5, the Dragons could win this and push us to 3.
Look, I'm fine with 3 games of this as we get a first look at Sanctified Fields.
Sick ability name, by the way.
Yeah, sick ability name. Don't know what it means, but I know what it does, and that's what's important here. Paul sets up for a kill for Aurora.
It means the fields are sanctified, Dave.
Yeah, what does sanctified mean, though?
I don't know. So sanctuary, sanctified.
Maybe it means like blessed in some way.
I'm gonna look it up.
Well, that's just cheating.
Okay, fine. I won't look it up.
Okay. Well, we're gonna figure out.
No
what it means,
Google for me, I guess.
No, you can look it up, Gore, because at this point I just want to know. Oh, we're going to continue fighting here in mid. Same for Soccer on the Anubis.
I'm waiting for that sport.
Do you think Anubis... Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. I got to do it at some
So I had to remind you of your own bit.
Do you think Anubis is... How far up on the annoying gods to play against tier list is Anubis?
On ahead, when he's ahead, top 5.
Yeah.
When he's behind, bottom Actually, maybe still like top 30 if he's behind. He's annoying.
I have a Anubis wrap magnet, I'm convinced. I cannot dodge those things for the life of me.
You are to Anubis wrap as Barra is to Giannis ult.
Yes,
like it just
correct.
finds its way to you, whether it has to worm its way there or if it's a straight shot.
Are you going to look at the voices behind the cast as we've taken a quick pause here? Look, the high octane. What?
Yeah, that was. Nope, yeah, go for it. That was just a really. Caught me off guard. I don't know why.
I'm sorry.
They see us a lot.
Oh, but no,
we sometimes we sit over there on the desk and they see us while we're talking.
No, you're right. What I meant is this cast. You're
Yeah.
going to look at the voice behind this specific cast as it's happening.
This one.
The cat. This is what happened. What you give Gore and I, hell, most of us, an inch of leeway, especially in a game like this. I'll bet chaos is all.
You think this is bad? So for anyone who remembers Rain Day, there were times like when this happened, like again when we were casting Paladins, if one of us went off the rails, both of us win.
Yeah.
There was a 6-minute game. I remember this, so it's burned in my memory on Bright Marsh.
A whole game.
The full game.
I forget that steamrolls and Paladins were
Or
6 minutes long.
Yeah, steamrolls and Smite, like you're lucky if they're less than 20.
Right.
No, yeah. So it was a 6-minute game. We did not talk about the game from 30 seconds in to the end of it. Like we introduced the teams and then we closed the game, and that was the cast.
Here we go into game 1. The Jade Dragons and the Tartarus Titans are facing off. Anyway, Gore, what's your favorite lunch meat?
We actually, it's not far off from that. We were talking about condiments because I had mentioned I think I had said I'm not a big fan of sour cream.
Yeah.
Turns out he wasn't either. It's grown on me a little bit more, I will say. And look, see, that's some character growth right there. It's been like 2.5 years.
Yeah.
Sour cream has become not a favorite, but it has grown.
Well, it's almost like a palate cleanser, right? I mean, it's in the taco, and it adds that extra layer of bland is not the right word, but it's just stable, right? You know what you're getting with sour cream. It's not going to surprise you. It's not going to make you sad. It's just there, and it might enhance the taco just a little bit. At any rate, 3-man rotation from the Titans on over to the right side of the map. Fine, okay. Will survive. Not enough damage from anyone to get any kills here just yet. Benji, I was about to say he's been sitting on a lot of gold here, but he has also been camped pretty effectively throughout the early part of this game. Hurrywind is no good on his rotation to right. Looks like we might have another tower dive in store.
I'm going to steal your bit. I'm going to yell out a sport while you're play-by-playing because that's going to make it work a lot better.
Yeah, that
in
might.
my mind.
Yeah, you're right.
But I can't do it now because now you're expecting.
Right. It's just too obvious.
I got to wait 2 minutes for you to forget again.
And I forgot as you brought it back up. Polar Bear Mike finally rotates in, and the Ratatosker global pressure makes the impending threat of a Game 3 all that much more likely.
They're only 300 gold up. It's going to escalate with this Tier 1 tower, but they're not actually running away with this the way they're running away with the kills. Although it's definitely slowing down on the Titans. Well, it's that weird thing.
On an individual basis?
On an individual basis, in the middle of a team fight, I think their gods can do well. In fact, a 6 Sanctified Fields with Layers late game, Benji late game, and an Amaterasu, that could just be world-ending for the Dragons. And I think under a Titan, we could start looking at maybe a 2 deep dive from the Dragons, not far-fetched from what we've seen, and then a couple of ults that really, really change things around. You never know. You can't count them out. That's, I guess, the big point.
Yeah, it's one of those comps where it's like you're playing ranked.
There's also a chance the Dragons get wildly ahead, look like they're gonna win, and then just hard int so they don't.
Oh, that is well within the realms of possibility here.
It'd be a really well fought hard int.
Yeah, you can't count that out. Benji, maybe a bit tilted from the way that his solo lane went, is now diving Hurrywind in layers. Will pick up the kill. So now 3. What? Oh,
he just sat there.
Benji, come on!
He's 0-5.
He's 0-5. But he's able to go back and buy a little bit faster. That's what's important here. Same for Soccer and Layers have both been getting plenty involved. 3 kills for both of the junglers here, Gore. And I don't miss it in my games, but I think I miss seeing Apollo jungle in the SPL. Because the type of thing where you're in the throes of a team fight, as we might be here. Cyclone Spin will use his ultimate. And this is what happens. And it always catches me off guard, but it's so funny when just like a massive Apollo rotation dunks on in, and it just changes the face of a team.
You know, I'm going to say that Cyclone Spin actually has an advantage in this lane matchup because Cyclone used to play solo. Like, 2 warriors fighting each other actually works out well for him.
Unfortunate for Aurora. It's a 2v1 over there on the right side of the map. Can't wait to see how this one plays out. Also, a disgusting underutilization, I think, of the Draugr Pit on fights so far this year. That's my favorite place, to just sit in a corner and wait for my my opponent to walk back into lane before I. You know, traditionally you sit by the purple buff when they're going back from base to get their purple. I'm trying to chill next to the Draugr buff and pop out and surprise them from there. But I guess on the other hand, you can steal their purple if you're over
in the purple buff
in the purple buff pit, right? But I want to see a little bit more Draugr action. Benji has used his ultimate more times to escape than I think he's used to engage. This time, no tower to put him out of his misery. But unfortunately, the Arachne's still 0-5 and 2 levels behind Fine OK.
Oh, wow, yeah, 2 levels. This Emoja, well, it's Emoja. She's got decent enough lane pressure on her own. Let's see if she can do enough to stay alive. Doesn't have the River's Rebuke. That's been the big turnaround.
No. Aurora without cooldowns. Not a great opportunity for you. Cyclone Spin is half HP here. Hit some autos, Hurrywind. There you go. You got the kill on the Cyclone Spin. And the Jade Dragons.
Now we see why he's a mage player, am I right?
You are right, Gore. You are right. Yeah, right, because look, he's hit the Dark Portal, and he hit the 2, and then the auto attacks were just missing. You know, he hit the abilities. But what are auto attacks if not just small individual abilities?
They are classified as abilities in the database.
Really?
Yeah. Like if you look for like highest damage ability, there's a good chance you're going to see a lot of auto attacks on there.
Really?
Yes.
That is a fun fact. Well, a whole lot of abilities from Layers hit Panda Cat right now. And so Layers, now maybe the shining hope for this Tartarus Titans team. Paul has Sanctified Field. He's being 3-man towered over in the mid lane. River's Rebuke will slow him down, but Paul will slow down the Jade Dragons. Yeah, not a lot of damage comes out on the back end of that one from Paul, but enough to set up for a kill onto Hurrywind. Up in the air goes Polar Bear Mike, as Layers dunks on in as well. I don't think Mike is going to re-engage here. Fine, okay, we'll rip Tide away. Maybe Mike will re-engage. No, he's just waiting on that final branch before he drops on down. San Francisco around the back. And now the Anubis has got 5 kills.
And the Arachne has 5 deaths. They're trading off the
That's
2 A gods. Well, I guess Apollo's in the game. That kind of ruins that. And Madrasu, as it turns out, starts with an A as well. Dave, you know what?
This one has spiraled on you.
It all fell apart. This is what this comp can do, though. Look at the shred that they're going to be able to bring. All this auto attack nature. It's going to be very, very helpful.
Fury,
that being said, you know what? That's not true. I get to talk about these actually a little more often lately than normal. But this is like where Witchblade comes in handy. Your horrific emblem upgraded is going to be nice and helpful. I think the Dragons are in a good spot to just go for all anti-attack speed and feel very confident in their capabilities after doing so.
Well, Hurrywind has gone a bit of a different route on the Izanami. He's got an Abo into Rage, which already has a few stacks. Looks like a Wind Demon after that. So crit is on the mind of Hurrywind here. And I look down to Cyclone Spin, and I forget that it's Cyclone Spin, and I see an Amaterasu building Ichabale Berserkers and Xe. I think it's interesting. But hey, auto attack Ama is a lot of fun. And I don't think it's often you can make it work, but maybe Cyclone can. This is why we probably don't see a lot of Ola run Gores, because Paul's just kind of getting sat on despite the Sanctified Field. And a nice ultimate traded out by Panda Cat will leap over Cyclone Spin's ultimate. Could the dash-in be enough? Panda Cat's got some damage, but not enough. And Cyclone Spin adds another here on the left side of the map. Unfortunately, Gore, the Osiris ADC isn't quite hitting the same note as the Amaterasu is, who has 5 kills. So now there's another win condition here for the Titans.
See, this is just the Titans playing into their history. They know, like Cyclone Spin, for those of you wondering, has the widest god pool of any Smite player. He has played the most unique gods.
Is it wide or deep?
Both?
I guess both work, right?
Yeah. He's the deepest god pool. It's a pool, so deep would make way more sense. So the deepest god pool.
A pool that is only wide enough for one person to stand in. Sucks.
Yeah.
I'd rather have a shallow, huge pool than like a 20-foot deep pool that is...
Well, but when you say shallow, I think like a 4-inch deep, like your ankles are in there. Like, that's shallow to me. And so if it's like a really wide but shallow pool...
that's a good point.
So like deep makes way more sense.
Right.
Than wide here.
I guess that makes sense. All right, we got a rare mid-set tweet here. Let me turn it around and look at it. Smite Pro says this set. Yeah, the production team, the chaotic SPL fans are giving the old thumbs up. Is that from How to Train Your Dragon?
Yes, it is.
The second
I believe.
one, I assume, right?
Yeah.
I've not seen.
Wow.
I've only seen the first one.
I don't think I've seen any of them. But
the first one's very good. You should consider.
I've heard all 3 of them are really good.
Wait, there's a third.
There's
one.
a third one. He's got like a beard in it.
Too.
He looks really cool.
Oh, so he's aged.
Yeah.
Got it. Got the Scruff.
Yeah.
Well, look, Scruff is all the rage core. You and I know that. Except here's my thing.
Okay.
If this grows out any further.
Yeah.
I don't like.
Sorry.
No, I don't know where.
I'm focusing up. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, you focus, Core.
Yeah.
I'm not the one who needs to. You focus. If this grows out any further.
Yep.
It doesn't look. I get patchy on the cheeks here, and so I got blonde.
Oh, see, no, that's what you gotta
like.
See, like my hair here isn't as good, but you gotta like trim it down
take off
so
the
that
cheeks
it
a little
only
bit.
grows in, where you want it.
See, that's smart.
Yeah.
I don't do any of that.
That's also like you see how my neck is clear.
Yeah, right.
That's
this is just laziness trickling its way in. I promise, though, for those of you who tune in to the Kings versus the Oni Warriors tomorrow, which is at 1 p.m. Eastern time, and that set does matter. You won't be getting any of this tomorrow, so enjoy it while it lasts. I'm gonna trim up. There's gonna be a whole.
That's
new
a whole
Dave.
promise. You gotta do
a
it.
Whole new Dave on
promised.
broadcast tomorrow. Did I promise?
You did. You said I promised.
Did I say the words
you
I
started
promised?
with
Oh,
I
man.
promised, Dave.
That is brutal. I gotta remember to do it now. Ugh, that is tough. Appreciate everyone sticking with us through the pause here. We will get back to this riveting SPL action before you know it. I think it was around this time in last game, Core, where we took bets on where the kills would end up. We'll get to see in game in just a moment where the kills stand. So we're at 16 and 14. This one a lot closer. And actually the Fire Giant for the Tartarus Titans could make things interesting. We actually could have a team fight brewing here as well. Fire Giant is at half HP. Now Aurora on the backside. Layer is trying to do his best to lock down the advantage around the Fire Giant. But Sam for Soccer sinks the putt for the first kill. The Fire Giant ends up going down. Oh, and he's done it! It's a goal from Benji! And the FG for the Tartarus Titans! It's maybe sealed the win!
I was waiting for an actual team fight to break out. Nothing was worth it until that moment. That was great. You said Sam for Soccer, and I was like, you know what? Soccer's a good idea. Let's see how it goes. I was hoping to just get the goal! I don't want to scream it that loud, because I'm sure audio backward is unhappy with that.
I project a lot, and so
we are loud.
Yeah, we are really loud. I will say that's been a complaint about me in the past, where I'm like, I'll be out at dinner or whatever, and whoever I'm with is like, nice turnaround by Cyclone Spin. Whoever I'm with will ask like, Dave, why are you like yelling? I'm like, what? I'm just talking. They're like, no, you're like screaming, and then like I listen to myself and I'm like, yeah, I guess I just talk really loud by default.
If I'm in a restaurant or out just in general, you typically know I'm there because I get pretty loud.
Yep.
If my family is in a place, good luck if you are nearby, because you won't be able to hear each other, because we're just all like collectively very loud, and it also will sound really southern then.
Yeah, my family has some pretty loud tendencies. Dunk from Polar Bear Mike on Nepal, but Layers turns it around. This Apollo is starting to hit that power spike here, Gore, and so while the Jade Dragons controlled a lot of what we saw early in this game, the tides are starting to turn, despite there being a emoji here for the Jade Dragons. And 3 strong, rather, with the FG buff is going to give the Titans an advantage. We're only 17 minutes into this game, Gore. It feels like we've been going for like an hour.
Well, so there was a game 1, Dave. Time compounds.
Game 2 feels like it's
okay. And they add together as you sit here. So they've technically been in game, actually maybe almost an hour now at this point. At least 50 minutes probably total between game 1 and 2.
Which of these picks do you think is most likely to actually get played in an SPL game?
Paulo, Osiris. Yamoja.
No, in their role that they're in right now.
In the role they are currently playing. Then Apollo Jungle, because it's happened.
Yeah, I guess you're right. That was unfair.
I took the cheap one.
You did.
Outside of that, Izanami mid.
Did we ever see Ratatosker support? Didn't we when Rat got
Oh yeah,
reworked?
Raffer had played it.
When he got reworked, I think they built the tank Acorn.
Yeah.
And we actually saw it solo lane a couple times, I think, as well.
Yes, Final K has played it solo.
That's right. So maybe Rattatasker's in that conversation. I don't think right now, unfortunately, with all the power picks we've got, that Rat support is going to carry that much weight. Polar Bear Mike looking good on it, though. 3, 2, and 7 has maybe overextended because look at the jump party that's coming from the jungle. In the collapse onto PBM. Final K low on Omi. Polar Bear Mike low on life, but high on the branch up in the sky, and he'll be able to dash away.
So games like this are where it's important to remember certain milestones. Fastest game, well, maybe. Fastest game, that's already out of the question. Not going to be happening, at least as of right now. But we are in a conversation for most kills in Season 8 for a single game, because I believe, and this one's coming off the top of my head, I believe that one's at 54 kills, and that's collectively between 2 teams. So they're pretty damn close to it. What is that, 39 as of right now?
40.
Let's make it 40. So that's a good one. But
50 what?
If they want to, it's, I think, 54 for the year.
Okay.
If they want to beat all-time, Dave, we're in for a long haul, because the most kills ever done in a single SPL game is 144.
How long was that game?
I can't remember how long the game was. I know it was a travesty, and I don't recommend watching it.
Got it. So it was like this.
Yes.
But it dragged out past like 20-something minutes.
In fact, PandaCat has the record for
most kills in a game?
Second most kills in a game. Beat out, so Met Yankee has the most kills in the game. It's 24 kills in that said 144 kill game.
God.
PandaCat had 23 at the time he was playing Hebo. And so, again, long haul if we want to sit through for it.
Yeah.
For those of you who are trying to figure out which one it is, it was Soar versus Enemy Season 3, Fall Split, Group D, Day 3. And,
got it. It
was a
I
lot.
have to imagine there was not a lot on the line for a matchup like that.
No, in fact, nothing was on the line anymore.
Right. I think that's probably the only area where a game like this is probably okay, right?
Yeah. You know what? I want to throw out more milestones.
Please do.
Because we're in this position.
The less I have to fake commentate these
guys. So here we go. 8 Fire Giants is the most Fire Giants that has ever happened in a single game. So maybe they can shoot for that. 81,000 damage done in a single game, held by Yaman on Discordia. That's something they could try to beat. And I had another one in my head, and I forgot it.
Oh, okay. That's all right. Well, so 8 Fire Giants. Okay.
80 wards. I think it was like 84 wards, something like that, placed by Raffer in a single game.
There you go,
That's
Raph.
another one to try and
They
win.
better have won. You're warding up that
I
much.
think he lost that game.
Oh, man. Well, right, the opposing support probably had like 79 wards or something, so it wasn't all that far off. Polar Bear Mike on a secret mission here.
They're not going to beat the wards, Dave.
Yeah, no, they're not. Unfortunately, 8 wards. Gore, we've got to go for 200 minutes to reach the 80 ward point.
Aurora
goes in. It's the 1v1 we've all waited for. The Fire Giant
hockey
not losing. I don't know how you do hockey.
Probably the same way you were doing it
way
before.
Up the board, and then the Fire Giant sending pucks and big old hits Aurora's way. Can he slot it into the goal? Oh, Cyclone Spin in on the assist.
Yeah, I guess it's more like the Aurora, pass it into Cyclone Spin back to
right.
Aurora.
Yeah,
Aurora
you're
sets
right.
it up, and it's a goal!
It's
And then
a lot quicker.
yeah.
You're right. I dropped the ball on that one. I needed a moment to think of it. It was.
Holy moly!
Yeah, that's a big old crit there from Layers has only got 1 crit at him. And he turned around. Maybe Layers is the true ADC with the crit passes. He's got a double kill here, and 4 members of the Titans with the FG buff. And Gore, the storybook ending might finally be happening here.
48 kills.
And we might be freed from the trenches of Tartarus Titans versus Jade Dragons at the end of the phase.
I'm kind of enjoying myself.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
What's another fun sport?
Casts like this definitely have their place.
I don't know that there's many like stylized
though,
ones.
because Sanford Soccer jumped on by Layers, Final K and Polar Bear Mike, the last 2 alive. Yeah, I don't think any sport is going to do this one justice because
50.
It's a Yamoja. What were we? I don't remember what we
54
bet on. 54 is what we were looking at
That's
for
what
some
we're looking
reason.
for the win.
Triple kill for Layers.
Don't do it.
5 seconds on Hurrywind's respawn. PandaCat also 5 seconds away. The Tartarus Titans holding up the Titans. Hurrywind being fountain dove, lots of healing from the old fountain, and the Aegis will save his life a little bit longer. Now Layers being chased down by the angry Titan. It'd be funny if because they were the Titan just joined their team and started attacking the Jade Dragons when they came out of base, but I don't think we're gonna get to see that here. Paul finally doing some damage. He's got 3 kills in this game. Look at those big old crits ringing out. The Tartarus
I'm
Titans
pretty sure
with
they're
30
one
kills.
short, dude.
Yeah, bummer. Well, you know what, Gore? That was a journey. we did it. We went on a journey together.
And now we can go our separate ways. For those of you who are probably very young and don't listen to old music, that's a song by the band Journey.
That's very good.
I'm 27. I
knew
shouldn't be
that.
talking to people like they're that young, but that's something
You're right.
I feel
Tell
like there's
Chad about it,
definitely
because I know
an
what that
age
is.
gap.
I know for sure what that is, so I'm glad you're telling Chad about it. Listen up, guys. That's a thing.
Is this a thing because I had older siblings and like my I listened to a lot of my parents' music that it like has ingrained in me?
My brother.
'Cause I still listen to
I'm 26. My brother's 29.
Okay.
My dad's a big classic rock guy, so I know a little bit of Journey, but not that one. Wait, what was the song?
Separate Ways. It starts like bam boom bam boom bam bam bam.
Sounds familiar.
If, like you
That was
listen
pretty
to it,
spot
it
on.
sounds like it's an arcade.
That was really good.
Yeah.
I'm going to free you guys from having to listen to Gore and I for any longer. The Tartarus Titans win this one in a riveting 2-0 fashion. We're going to head to a break, and then the desk will close out the day.
Meet the cereal kids are crazy for, Cthulhu. Start your morning madness with a bowl of morning happiness.
Cthulhu sale is ongoing now. You will take part. Save up to 33% off gem bundles. You will take part.
Crazy crispity, crazy crunchity, crazy
Select chests up to 50% off. You will take part. Boosters, avatars, wards, and more up to 50% off. You will take part. Party up with up to 3 times favor. Worshippers and XP. You will take part. This is your duty.
Crazy Cthulhu-y, Cthulhu. Surgeon General's warning, Cthulhu's are not of this world and should not be ingested by children or adults over the age of 80. Gems are not included as a prize because Cthulhu's are not real. Reality is meaningless, time is a construct. They not all hope when you ingest Cthulhu's. Use as directed, part of balanced breakfast. For the crispity, crunchity, crazy crunch, get cuckoo with Cthulhu.
You will take part.
Of a balanced breakfast.
Can we take a commercial break?
Hey there, Smite fans, Aggro here. Look, every single year, the SPL just keeps getting better. Season 7 was incredible, and in Season 8, I'm sure our players are going to take their game to the next level. But in order to do that, they're going to need the best gear they can get their hands on. And that's why I'm so excited to announce the title sponsor for Season 8 of the SPL is Alienware. Yeah, that Alienware. Our players are getting the best of the best in computer gaming. These Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition PC setups are insane. Not only will these be the PCs that the players will compete on once we are in studio, but Alienware is also providing one for each player at their home setup to make sure their practice is as good as possible. Now let's get down to brass tacks. The specs on these Alienware Aurora Ryzen Edition desktops are amazing. An AMD Ryzen 9 16-core processor.
That's a lot of cores.
That's plenty of processing power.
That's a lot of
Plenty of cores.
If you want to stream, this is the way to go.
I know a lot about my cores, so. I mean, Pilates, right?
64 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM.
What? Is that true?
That is true.
I mean, this thing has 64 gigs of DDR4 RAM.
Which you can do literally anything with.
Literally anything.
I've never had more than 16 gigs.
That's quadruple the amount I have at home.
And one of the hottest commodities in the PC world, an NVIDIA GeForce 3090 graphics card.
Insane how much better this is than what I have.
The best graphics you really need, Ultra, of course.
Content's gonna look good.
And what's the point of all the power if you can't see it? Players will also be using the Alienware 25-inch 240Hz monitors.
Man, when I load into scrims with this bad boy, I'm gonna feed so hard. And it's gonna be in perfect picture quality.
We are so excited to be partnering with Alienware for Season 8 of the SMITE Pro League. And the best part is, this VIP treatment, it's not just for the pros. You too can get the best possible SMITE experience. Just go to smitegame.com/Alienware and use code SMITEAW to get special discounts on some of Alienware's best products. Thanks again to Alienware. Make sure you're following them on Twitter and Instagram. That's at Alienware on both platforms. And you can join their community at alienwarearena.com. I know Mike didn't say the thing. Mike, can you say the thing for him?
You're telling me an alien war then?
Hello, Smite fans, and welcome back to the SMITE Pro League, powered by Alienware. And Alienware certainly is the premier title sponsor for the SMITE Pro League here in Season 8. And, of course, all of that high-octane gameplay that just came through from this Tartarus Titans versus the Jade Dragon set, courtesy of the Alienware gear that the players get to use at home, those 240Hz monitors, helping them feed and acquire kills like never before. And that could all be yours as well by heading on over to smitegame.com/Alienware. Make sure to plug code SMITEAW for a nice little discount for yourself, or maybe you want to buy it for a friend, family, doesn't really matter. Watch the SPL with all the VIP exclusive thanks to Alienware. And again, you can also follow them on social media at Alienware on Instagram and Twitter, as well as join their global community for giveaways and other updates in general as far as Alienware is concerned by going to alienwarearena.com. And again, thank you so much to Alienware for providing our pros and some of you lucky individuals at home that decide to purchase any of the Alienware goodies for yourselves. But Mifflin, this set, definitely one to remember between the Tartarus Titans and the Jade Dragons.
Is it? I could barely tell you what just happened.
We almost saw every single god get played in a split.
Almost? Yeah.
Almost, yeah.
Almost.
Unfortunately, Jade Dragons, extremely intimidated by the likes of Alpwash and Nux. They're going to keep them out. Honestly, I almost wish there had been a Game 3 because there were only 5 gods remaining after that Tartarus Titans draft. They could have done Alpwash, Zeus, and the other 3 I forget.
Well, look, Taco, I don't have the authority to say this. I don't have it at all. But I'm sure if you and I combine our forces here, we could probably convince the Titans to play another game against the Dragons.
I think I'll pass on that for right now.
You just said you wanted it.
I said I almost wanted it, but
not quite.
Almost doesn't mean a hard guarantee. Just like I think the Tartarus Titans and the Jade Dragons, they both know that they're already guaranteed for
what a segue.
the Split 2 playoffs. Man, I know I'm just so good at this. What can I say? But yeah, the Split 2 playoffs, they're right around the corner. These are the first teams that are going to be playing against each other to begin with, and so of course, because of that, I think that it's in good fun for the Tartarus Titans to kind of just dabble in the waters, mess around with some for giggles strategies. I mean, that's basically all we saw from the players in those player cams as well. We kind of knew what we were getting ourselves into with this one, Mifflin.
We did, and now the fans at home can go ahead and relive that last game inside of the set. Layers decided that Johnny couldn't do it, but he could, and, well, he did. Apollo jungle looks pretty nasty when you're playing against, let me read that top to bottom, Yamoja solo, Anubis jungle, Izanami mid, Ratatasker support, and Osiris ADC. That is the ideal composition for Apollo jungle to thrive, and, well, Layers spots that opportunity from a mile away, and with his intense gamer talent, decided that he was going to go ahead and perform on it.
I'm just going to throw this one out there. Outpost jungle would have looked better.
You think so?
I think so.
Well, you can't prove that, so I'm right.
Well, I mean, none of us can prove it because the Jade Dragons were so intimidated by
So
the
scared.
thought of it that they chose to ban it out entirely. So I think that says enough. They forced Aurora's hand into this Hades support by banning the Nox as well. Guarantee that probably would have been a Nox support had it not been for those strategic efforts out of the Jade Dragons. But score lines aside, again, I think that this was primarily just the Tartarus Titans. They had a little bit of an advantage, I think, surrounding those objective plays thanks to that field of time out of Paul. And, well, I don't think the damage really is as strong, or I don't think any of the stats from this match or set in general are really representative of either of these teams. But one thing can be said for sure: the Tartarus Titans take this one home in a 2-0 fashion. Granted, it means absolutely nothing, but I think that it's a showcase for the teams, Mifflin, to kind of experience, or I guess share with us their experiences now as a team with Layers in that solidified jungle role. And fun on the drafts aside, I do think that the synergy levels are clearly coming together here.
Taco, I was going to talk about the stats or whatever, and then you told me they didn't mean anything. So what do I even do now? Maybe I just throw the mic back to you and stop talking, and then we get to the next segment?
Well, I only said that it doesn't mean anything because I didn't want you to take all of the spotlight away from Aurora, who's actually going to be joining us here for our post-game interview. And Aurora, I didn't want to let Mifflin break it down for us back at home. I think it's better for the chat and for us to hear it directly from you. Very cool and interesting drafts in both games 1 and 2. Would it have been the Nox had Nox not been banned, though, over the Hades?
I've smelled some sarcasm coming out from you, but I was gonna play Hades. I had to bring the Hades out.
Nice analysis, Taco. You suck.
No, Aurora doesn't understand, dude. I'm personally a fan of the vision that these two teams gave us, and I think that it makes total sense why both of these teams would bring this stuff out here today. And Aurora, obviously, I mean, you know that you're playing against the Jade Dragons on Friday, Split 2 playoffs right around the corner. But this set aside here today, how's everything feeling with the team now that you guys have Layers locked in for that jungle position?
It's feeling really good. Am I muted, by the way, or no?
No, you're not. You're not. I
actually
muted at all. I was
look at my mute. Okay, no, yeah, it's looking really good though. I was afraid I was muted because you said something. I didn't know if you heard me.
No. I definitely heard you. It's just Mifflin was really desperate to be involved with our conversation, so he had to throw in a couple of his pieces.
Hey,
don't act like he's not here, Aurora. I'm sorry. He doesn't deserve to talk to you, honestly. But Aurora, in all seriousness, this was definitely a treat here today. No sarcasm involved whatsoever, by the way. I think that it makes total sense to anybody watching why you two would kind of be a little bit more inclined to have some more fun. And it's cool to see the teams in good spirits, all things considered.
I was surprised Mike didn't whip out his rat game 1. That's what I was looking forward to, the rat Pele matchup. Like, that's legendary, but
Is that why you
let
took
me
the
down.
Pele?
Yeah, I thought he was going to play rat, and then he picked Sylvanas, and I was like, what is he doing?
He read you like a book, man. He was like, listen, I don't want to, I can't be outclassed by Aurora's Pele support with my Ratatosker, so I think you had the fear factor going on there, Aurora, for real. I can't really think of any other explanation other than intimidation by way of that Pele support. But thank you so much for your time on the post-game interview, and congrats to you and the team for wrapping up your weekend with the 2-0 victory over the Jade Dragons.
Thank you.
Good stuff, though, all around. And Mifflin, we always hit this point every single split where right before a playoffs leading into it, it's not always as clear-cut as it has been here in Split 2, but as far as the Tartarus Titans are concerned, it definitely appears as though this team is focused up and they're just preparing for the next step, which is those Split 2 playoffs.
Yep, they sure are. Those playoffs are coming up pretty soon, Taco, and when they do, these teams are ready because they didn't show anything.
Yeah, proud of you for being able to eat all that beef out of a tub of ketchup. Remember when we did that?
You stuck your head in a mayonnaise and milkshake bucket.
That was not good.
That
No.
why are you referencing a 2016 spring fling? Like,
why are they referencing a 2016 spring
Who's they?
fling?
Who else said
Production, man. They're the ones who put the lower thirds for you.
Wait, what? Pull it back up. I didn't see it. I was Millie rocking.
You were just out there.
Ate beef out of a tub of
Yes.
That is true.
That's what you're known for now.
Yep. Wolfie 2032 actually held my hair back for me as I
Wolfie tore that barbecue sauce up.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Like, I'm not even Chad, if you've
Good
never seen the VOD, I'm telling you, barbecue sauce,
I think
destroyer.
he liked it. I think he liked
Destroyer, without a doubt. But getting back to the action here with the SMITE Pro League, no barbecue sauce buckets or ketchup buckets involved. It is just a schedule update. Jade Dragons versus Tartarus Titans, Atlantis Leviathans versus Solar Scarabs. Those were the sets that we had to close off the Sunday of Week 8 here for the SMITE Pro League of Phase 2. But Monday, 1 p.m. Eastern, friendly reminder, it'll be the rescheduling of that Oni Warriors versus Camelot King set that didn't get a chance to go down yesterday. So don't worry if you think that you missed out, you haven't. Just make sure that you're here tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern. Check out all the action between the Oni Warriors and the Camelot Kings as they close out the Week 8 Split 2 entirely, leading into the playoffs. And as far as the standings are concerned, I think the main thing that we're trying to keep an eye out for here is Camelot Kings, of course. They just want to have that strong finish, the clean 11 wins, ideally 11-3 record to match that out of the Olympus Bolts. And Oni Warriors, I think that they're primarily just looking to get a grasp on things. But again, with playoffs being right around the corner, Oni Warriors knowing that they are locked in, I would not be too surprised to see teams continuing to withhold some strategies.
No way. No way they've got strategies that with which they are looking to withhold.
Yeah, I can't imagine any pro team ever doing that.
No shot.
That seems weird.
You're telling me I'm not going to see more Hades support?
Well,
that
again,
you thought was going to be a Nox support that Aurora proved that he wasn't looking towards, that you said that he would be if he wasn't?
I guess
on my birthday?
This is the indirect challenge now, I suppose, that we've got to issue to the Camelot Kings and Oni Warriors. There are 5 gods currently left, unplayed. Will either of you teams decide to take up the mantle and finish off what the Tartarus Titans and Jade Dragons have started, or will you run like cowards? We'll find out tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern, but as for the rest of you guys, we're done here for the night. Thank you so much for tuning in. Had a lot of fun. Had a blast with you guys over there in chat. Hope you enjoyed today's games, and like I mentioned, 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, we'll see you guys back for the Oni Warriors versus the Camelot Kings.
Peach it.